ultimate like middle ground like
I don't
of
know.
all resonance. Yeah, like a
I look at
key.
it
I don't
like
know.
a really. It's all. I think it's all sound. I think light is sound, and I think thermal energy is effectively like a
Okay, so
version of
like on
sound
a
too.
scale of a piano, a scale of the piano from left to right, what is the key in the middle?
I guess what's audible, the audible world to animals and plants. The, I think that's got to be in the middle.
Okay. So everything else is inaudible, obviously.
There's
But
going to be
uh,
bass
you
frequencies you
could
can't
break that
hear.
down. You could break that audible down again, and then divide that up and find out what's in the middle. Is there a frequency to the Earth? Do you think? Like, because we're supposed to be on the middle ground, and like on the dielectric plane, right?
I mean,
And there's supposed to be a frequency that the Earth is putting off it herself.
it's like everything has some kind of frequency if you test for it. But we don't naturally hear, I don't think, a frequency of the Earth. Though maybe we do. Maybe some people are attuned to such thing. I don't know. Like, I mean, what I believe is that because the sun is electrostatic energizer to physical matter. Let's say that didn't sound like word salad. Let's just go. Let's go to the second course. Is that
No, that was
what it can effectively do is alter the uh, capacitive the amount of capacitance that's present. Or yeah, just like the Earth has different like energy levels, like just rocks will like or ground state potentials of energetic like the ground like it takes in the thermal energy, but it like it can be expressed in capacitance too. So because all those bonds are heating up, like all the electrostatic bonds of all of those things are also like highly like they're ready to go, they're juiced up, if you will. So going by that, the ground state actually changes like during the day, during the night. You know, it should have more capacitance like during the night as it cools down. It should be pretty much charging up during the day and getting warm. That's a seasonal thing too. So it's also kind of there's some documents I read about this, but people talk about like Earth current, Earth batteries, and stuff like that. So although yeah, most people totally go off on the wrong railroad with their Earth batteries. I don't like most of the designs that the people make because you really should be trying to like use like I don't know like a gap like or something like that across, and then like basically feeding the ground like some very conductive stuff. I mean something basic or something acidic, but like maybe potash. That'd be pretty. Yeah, just burn shit. Yeah, if you just burn shit right between your positive and negative in the Earth battery thing, you should be able to like if there actually is Earth current, then that's what you would be like amplifying out and like taking out. All kinds of battery articles I see coming out, Carlos. Toyota got some hydrogen vehicles and next generation solid state batteries and big talk. Big talk, man. Anyway, I just wanted to make one of these camera lucidas or whatever for myself. some half silver glass, and I was like, oh, okay, well, how does this even work? And it's basically like the half silver mirror is just like reflecting back up to the eyepiece, the thing that you're supposed to see, and you just like stare straight down through the device onto your drawing plane. So basically, yeah, on top of your sketch pad, you're actually seeing, the image in front of you, like sort of like a heads-up display or whatever situation. It's the same kind of concept, really. Or the way you could make like a like an arcade game like with a TV or something, and you just like put an angled piece of mirror glass there, like at a 45-degree angle, and then it looks to you as if it's just a flat plane as you go away. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's all boxed in, you don't see the illusion. What's up, you dumb cunt?
Yeah.
I think Jazz is actually server muted.
See if you know what this is.
So, like, how do you go about making half silver glass for your own custom camera lucidus? You ask, right? Or for doing the special effects shit from Blade Runner, where the replicants have like glowy eyes. It's an in-camera effect, not a digital or a paint-in, such as in the movie Dune. Wouldn't that be cool, man? Yeah, hell yeah, sure. You can actually make people's eyes glow any color if you want with this method.
It's a shame to have to open this bottle of wine just for half a glass of, but it just has to be done.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you got to do that.
Oh no, it's not even going to be possible. I don't have a corkscrew.
Oh man,
it's not a twist top. It's a who the fuck makes bottles of wine with corks in them? What the fuck?
that's a high-end feature these days. What with the cork shortage and everything.
Yeah. It's a nice bottle of wine. It's an $80
Yo, but
bottle of
like
wine.
in the ancient world, like cork would have been some high-tech shit. That'd be like styrofoam.
I bought, like, I went to you probably call it a thrift store where you're from. We call it a secondhand shop. I bought like this whiskey bottle. It's quite a rage, like in the art world. This whiskey bottle that I bought is it's bound with leather, and somehow the embossing that you get on a whiskey bottle, saying blah 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 whiskey from wherever, and what they've done is somehow they've managed to wrap the bottle in leather, and the embossing comes through the leather, and then they put all sorts of badges and like other features on it, like painting, like the one that I bought has like what do you call it? Like how a knight wears armor. It's got like the top half of a knight's armor, like as a badge on the whiskey bottle. And if you look around, you'll actually see some of these whiskey bottles that are bound are actually quite artistic, kind of steampunky. Yeah, and they're some of them are worth a lot of money, like thousands of dollars. Yeah.
Oh, what are they again?
So you just look for whiskey bottles that are like, or sometimes not just whiskey, but other spirits that are bound with leather.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's got custom leathering people have done to it.
Yeah, and they make all sorts of different styles, like mostly.
Is it to like an homage of their liver that they're leatherifying? I'm just kidding.
Leather and
Leather.
yeah.
All right. Yes.
Um, so that was a good find for. I think I paid $11 for it. Yeah, I was quite impressed.
Paid $11 for a leather bottle.
Yeah,
That's
a leather
worth
belt.
untold 20s of New Zealand dollars.
Could be. It could be. Yeah, yeah.
You know, I'm kind of
It's actually
fascinated
something.
with is what they call hobo coins and hobo
Hobo.
coin. Yeah, hobo coins on eBay is such a trip to me. It's
What's that?
basically like defacing currency, small coins, uh, different years. I guess it doesn't really matter, but just like doing some kind of punk art to it or really, really artistic art. Multiple platings, sometimes etchings, you know what I mean? It's like an art form.
Well,
But yeah.
I've seen people get like the American silver dollar and make it into a ring.
And the hobo coin thing used to be that hobos would like give each other like these marked sort of quarters or nickels or pennies.
What type of
Like,
markings?
well, you might put like neck bolts like Frankenstein on a quarter with George Washington, let's say.
Oh, what? You like just like did they just scribe it into the coin with something sharp?
Yeah.
Or?
And, I guess it varies, right? Some kind of jeweler's picks, probably. Yeah, that's all you need, and just a little bit of elbow grease and some time and some optics would be helpful. But you don't even have to. I mean, that's for like really doing the detailed work. But yeah, that would like you just like carry that with you and like show it to somebody. Be like, yeah, I got the yeah.
My friend showed me the other day his solar barbecue, so it just works off the sun.
Barbecue's cooking meats on it. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. So it's a sun powered barbecue. You just all you do is have to make sure you're in the sun and you can cook your meat. You can cook your steaks and your sausages.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
Huh.
But obviously, if you're living in like Scotland, it's never going to work. Right?
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that. Various different levels of reliability with this. If you're using like the reflector array sort of flower method, I don't know, like those can be a little dodgy as far as the build qualities are. So that's just like one thing that. But one really reliable thing seems to be like if you have like a clear tube, you know, like just a clear plastic tube, and you like plug the ends up and you like put that shit in the sun, likelihood is you're gonna get some cooking. So like if you I've seen like yeah, just like something like a small potato, like a red potato or something. You have red potatoes, like just not like a giant Idaho potato. You're not gonna put a whole baked potato in there and do it like that. But
Well, in Australia, they just when they feel hungry, they just stop driving and they get out of the car and they just crack their eggs onto the bonnet of their car and put a slab of meat onto the bonnet of their car. That's their barbecue. The bonnet, the hood.
Mm.
yeah, it seems wrong in a lot of ways. But okay, yeah, whatever works in a fix, right? You're in the bush.
Like Crocodile Dundee style. Fuck, who just sent like a letter? Like, who wrote a novel just now in text chat? It's like a
Man.
AK. It wasn't you. Your reasoning that I did not properly address your arguments about the video of Sky Free to justify not even reading the response to your name this time is an ad hom fallacy.
See, Carlos, that's what I'm going to ask you right now because you just brought that up. And you snacks Sphinx.
I hear you.
Do you guys actually think the Earth's flat, or are you just trying to win an argument that you think you can win?
There's no reason to think so.
Well, I don't necessarily believe that it's 100% flat, like as in measurably, like level all the way. Like it could be that it's more like, in my idea, it could be more like a roulette wheel, where it does have some dip, but it's going to be so slight that you're never going to be able to really measure it unless you can have a god's eye view. But like but the whole scheme of things is relatively flat. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
but hold on to your
like
girdle springs there, Jazza, because like at 56,000 feet, I'm seeing completely flat clouds and a sun with a hot spot. It basically looks like dog cam up there. Um, so I don't know like what you're doing to compare that to what I did. In your helicopter.
No, I'm just wondering because I don't. And like what you just said, Carlos, the roulette wheel. If you took something the same diameter, let's say a bowling ball that's 4 times as big, which is still fucking small. If you're a little amoeba on each single point of that, it's going to look pretty fucking flat.
yeah. But we don't ever see the sun going underneath us because we can't see underneath us, and we just have to believe that.
Why would you expect to see the sun go underneath something that's solid? That's concerning for me. That you think that you'd be able to see that.
No, well, you can't, and that's the thing. Like, if you can't show it, then how can it be true?
But the funny thing is that when you say that is that we can't see it, but the people on the other side of the sphere can.
No, but they see the same thing as we do. So, like, how do you
No, they
show
don't.
how can you prove the transition from here to under there?
Well, it's not there. It's not here to under there. It's there to over there, east to west, and You're in Australia, aren't you?
If Australia's in Auckland, then I'm in Australia.
Okay, well then you're in West Island then.
Mm.
So right though, like, but
Oh,
you can't explain.
hang on, Snacks. Carlos, even between me and you, I'm at 45 degrees south, and if you're in Auckland, we can do a quick observation next weekend and work out what the fucking shape of the Earth is, if you want.
How's that?
Well, I'm 45 degrees south, and it's not even, it's halfway close to the summer solstice, and it gets dark, like dark, at 8:30, and our evening civil twilight, we can look that up, will be completely different, drastically different by probably an hour, I would imagine.
Well, it has to do a lot with where you are. Like if you're on the ground, it's going to be something. But if you're just directly above that, but 56,000 feet, it's just daytime again.
No, I'm saying we're both on the ground, but we're at drastically different latitudes, and the time that evening civil twilight occurs will be an hour different. I guarantee it. If not an hour, it'll be 50 minutes.
How does that prove the shape of the ground that you're standing on?
Because if it was flat, it would be roughly the same. It'd be minutes. Like not 40, 50, 45 minutes. It'd be literally 1-2 minutes.
I can't see how it would be any different.
Yeah, that's not my problem, but that's how it would be.
Yeah, but it is how it is. Like, I don't know, like, how you're trying to prove the shape of the Earth by the sunlight, like, reaching you at a different latitude, like, from a different angle.
Okay, we could use the sunlight and the moon. Next full moon, we'll measure the sunlight, the evening civil twilight, and then we'll measure the angle of the moon. And then we could say definitively, oh fuck.
No, it has more to do with elevation. I think
No,
temperature too.
no, it's good.
Yeah, that's right. It's elevation. If I go down into the valley, the moon angle is going to be so different.
Okay, so Carlos, if you go down to the beach and I'm way in the middle of the South Island, I'll go out to the East Coast. That's the quickest way to get there because there's massive fucking mountains to my west. And we'll measure it at the same time. We'll do it live. We'll measure the angle of the moon, and then we'll measure when the sun goes down between our longitude and latitudes and see what we come up with and see if the longitudes and latitudes work, which they only work on a
Would you like to
kilowatt
participate
per-
Would you like to participate in our Christmas ender?
and your Christmas fender bender?
We're going to take basically do a 2-month study for the moon, going down to the winter solstice. Right, so that's our longest night. So it would make for our best analemic photography. In your part of the plane, it's going to be
The longest.
opposite, ain't it? So we can do, yeah, that's cool. Double duty, right? We can do winter and summer experiments
why would that
every
be?
half year. Isn't that cool? We can update it, so we can repeat your shit when it's 6 months from then, and you can repeat our shit at the same time, and we'll have like a full 2-year sort of aggregate to go with.
Well, no, you totally count me in. But yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm going too wild with this here. You go on.
Yeah, no, we have to count your longest day and our shortest day at the same time to get any accurate results if you're a true shit hot researcher. Do you not know that? Because it's the same date. I know it hurts.
But how?
I know it hurts.
You can't explain it. You can only explain it by leaning on books. You can't explain it with your own mind parts, your own brain pan.
No, I know it hurts. I know it hurts. But if we're talking about the Earth, we're all on the Earth, and then we have to take the same day that is the longest day for you, and ironically, I don't know how or why it is. It's the shortest day for us. So we have to correlate that data.
Yeah, it's basically doing a sinusoidal motion throughout the year. That's how this happens. Yeah. So it's going to be moving. The sun is let's say generally equatorial, but it spends half its time in one, half its time in the other.
Well, no, it doesn't.
Just a little bit. It only has to push a little bit, though. It's amazing, just this little tug from north to south.
Oh no!
Right to the tropics. Right. So as the sun converges to the tropic, as that, it's only going to get to a certain point of the tropic, and then it'll recede back from there. It doesn't exceed the tropic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, no, I don't know what you mean, because we all see the sun at 15 degrees an hour every day. Doesn't matter what time of the season it is. So, and this is what I've always asked, and none of you can answer it, is does the sun, when it's in the south, go, oh, hang the fuck on, I'm going to turn the heat up in the south in the southern summer, and I'm just going to hang around here for a few hours longer, and then I'm just going to randomly speed up and cool down for the north? Is the sun an intelligent being?
Well, basically,
It would
the
have to
light's
be.
always going to be going because it's like we're still going to have some view of it. A bit, right? Like the sun gets pretty low in the sky for you in the winter, right?
It gets low. No, actually, it gets higher, to be fair.
Oh, in your winter when you have less light, it gets higher.
In the summer, it gets lower because there's look it up on Google Earth.
No. I mean, in the sky to your perceived eye, because that's what happens here.
Just off the top of
Basically.
my head, I can't be fucked thinking about it, because reality's reality, and you keep trying to not disprove, because you can't.
In the middle latitudes of the like the middle United States, I think you get this low winter sun occurring, and it also coincides with a lower amount of daylight hours too. But this is because that is your maximum light days are shortest, and that this push and pull is a consistent thing, and it's totally understandable and definable.
No.
Spread of time and real estate. We can plot this over different types of planars. We can wrap the planar in a ball like you like. You like to have it in a ball.
So
But
snacks.
you can't. You didn't answer my first off, which is 56,000 feet brings the daylight back. You still can't explain that.
Well, for one, I don't give a fuck. And two, what way are you heading?
Is my personal experience in altitude trumps yours? Does that hurt your feelings?
No, it doesn't hurt my feelings at all.
But wouldn't you like to know
makes
what
me
it's like to
feel
be
warm
me,
and
though?
fuzzy.
Wouldn't you like to know what it's like to be me? And then you just see it looks like a skating pond at 56,000 feet. Just clouds that just are highly reflective, just going on forever, and the sun reflecting off like a hot spot.
And if
But
you were sane
high enough
enough
in the sky, like the horizon of what that is I don't know. It's traveling east. I'm traveling west. So or I'm traveling east. It's traveling west. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool.
As I'm seeing it, right? So it's kind of in the distance. But
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
nothing's appearing to curve there. Nothing's appearing to curve at all. So how much more curvature is needed?
Well, with technology and space travel that's been happening for fucking 60 years, I'm gonna email Boeing, Airbus, Embraer, all these companies, and I'm gonna say, can you please, for the love of God, I know your aircraft cabins are pressurized, but can you please make the Gulfstream as well for your private jets, if you're lucky enough to own one of them? I'm gonna say, can you please make your fucking windows wide enough for at 45,000 feet, you special
Okay, so
people
you're just talking
see
about
the
civil
curvature.
twilight and all that stuff. I'm just saying, this is what if you're not being blocked by this cloud bank, then you might still see light in the sky, but you might not see the sun.
Yeah.
Is what's going on. So that's kind of what begins to happen as the spring starts to happen here, like after the winter, and the dark times will come, and anyway, and all anyway, then it's like those don't happen as much because they're like just the temperature variation is happening sooner, and the atmosphere is condensing quicker, and it's getting colder, and this increases the reflectivity, which like also is going to just block out all that. It's going to filter and bounce all that sunlight out. So
Snacks, in the nicest possible way, I'm gonna say that I feel like QE is your
no, it's just ice crystallization. Really, that's what gets it. Like, and gases like act like their crystal counterparts when they're at cold temperatures. I think, like when they're at like kind of cryo temperatures or near cryo temperatures. That's what's.
well, they don't get to that on Earth.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the atmosphere, and I'm talking about
yeah,
what
no,
must be like.
Earth is the atmosphere.
So we jumped
we're
like
talking about planets, cryo temperatures.
we jumped a storm, and I think we got 10,000 feet above that storm.
Yep.
So that means that like the cloud bank that I'm looking at, or where the atmosphere deck is, probably like whatever it was in our vicinity of being from 35 to 40,000 feet, probably. I don't know where the disturbance was, but we jumped it, we climbed up, and then we descended like a rocket. We have arrived an hour faster because we were fucking zooming. It was like a ride the whole way down. It was really cool.
Oh, it was. It was a real spin.
Mm-hmm.
A real spin session.
Heck of a birthday. It was near my birthday too. But anyway.
Happy birthday in advance.
Well, when it happened, yeah. But that was years ago, right? So that's 2014 that happened, Jazzy. And that's just like one building block off of like,
holy shit,
my resume. You know, you've heard about my resume. I have a deep resume with FE stuff. So like, yeah, I've watched videos, but I've also been to like distance things and broadcast them on I was broadcasting Watermelon on Poncho P channel, used to come back there, right? So you remember. Yeah. So even back then, like whatever, it's just all been building for me. What I think is I'm pretty confident in saying that like all evidence of any kind of curvature is proof that that's an optical effect. And it's just caused by basically perspective and a combination of perspective. There's this whatever atmospheric bullshit that's going to make for the weirdo pictures, like the oddball picture. Fuck those, right? But like just the generality of it is that you have the distance the distance going to be equal to the square of the loss of light here, or minus the square of the loss. Yeah, okay. What?
Sorry, just very quickly, you were saying about lack of curvature due to perspective. I'm going to coin something right here, right now. And I could be wrong, just like you could be. But I'm going to say that's the first time I've heard that. And everything that literally visually proves the Earth as a globe, you guys or you...
like, you're going to make generalizations about me and my people.
No, okay, not you.
Yeah, nice try, jack
no,
off.
Not you.
Fuck you. Stop it. Stop.
How would I say it? The flat Earth nation.
Don't do it. You can't. Not off of what I said. I'm my own asshole. Let me. Don't attack generally everybody for what you think that I said. But you didn't even process what I said. So like, let's just start there and keep on topic here, man. Huh? Before you go making grand fucking pronouncements, huh?
Okay, but you're saying that I didn't understand your topic because I didn't agree with you. That's not a common argument.
Well, what is the obscurance that's stopping the people in Chicago from seeing the sun at 6 o'clock about at night when it's the sun has gone away? Or no, it should be about 8 o'clock their time. So my clock hasn't even adjusted yet. Okay.
Mm.
So when I
Yeah, and
see
it's about
just
8 o'clock.
a
Yep,
cloud
what's
bank
the difference?
forever, a cloud bank forever is like what we jumped up above. So it's like, you know, if barometric pressure is changing like over the year, it's going to like be where that cloud bank is.
Hang on.
Then that's going to be like a little bit more. It's just what these variational changes, like they're compounded by cloud banks that are they're stopping you from seeing light propagating.
Yeah, but weather's weather. We can't do anything about that. That's Mother Nature.
No,
And
it's always happening in a cycle.
yeah, but it's Mother Nature.
It,
We can't go, oh,
it's the
just
entire
shy
air
of
mass. It's not like localized. It's not like your local. It's not just wind temperature. Not like
Joshua
land temperature. I'm talking
Wiki
about.
took a photo of the fucking skyline of Chicago, and
I don't need that. I don't even know how. I don't even reference his name. Okay.
yeah, I'm just saying, and you're just saying that. I'm guessing you're in Michigan, right? Because you were talking about seeing
Me?
the skyline of Chicago.
I was in a plane at 56,000 feet over Chicago.
And how far could you see? Minnesota?
Oh, I don't know. No, I couldn't see shit at 56. No, there's nothing to
Oh, the
see. It
clouds.
just looks like a white pond, like that, just like froze over, and the snow just
Yeah.
happened. That's what it looks like up there.
Yeah.
And
Cloud,
black, and
Wisconsin,
that.
fucking
Yeah, just space. It looks like fucking being in space, bro. That's actually what it looked like because it was at night, you know. But still, yeah, the sun looking visible as hell.
Was the moonlight bouncing off the snow?
So if it's like, figure it's 8 o'clock, and the sun looks to me like, because I don't think we've changed our heading, so the sun would look like it would if I was just looking west, which I'd look at the tail end, right? So it looked like it was maybe like 6 o'clock or something. In, you know, like the sun's not setting below our horizon, right?
Hang on,
It's just
hang on. Wait, big dog. Are you on an airliner right now, like an A320 or a 737, and talking clearly right now because I can't hear the engines? Have the engines stopped?
Hmm?
You
Engine
just said
just
you're at
stopped.
50,000 feet.
56.
Oh, he was in his story, not now.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Goodness.
Shit, I was about to put in a mayday call.
I'm into my photographic memory here, so sorry.
I love how you escape conversations like that, though. You like will hang on one little thing. He's like, avoid conversation now.
I didn't escape it, Stacey. I thought we were going to lose a flat earther because the engines had stopped on the plane that he was at 50,000 feet.
Shit.
I'm just saying, like moving up in that z-axis changes what time would be by about 3 hours.
Yeah.
Or 2 hours. So, because you'd be like, oh well, it shouldn't be light right now.
Night flying is amazing. I'm glad you've done that. It's awesome. I swear to God, the stars felt like they were surrounding me at 40,000 feet. I literally felt like I was in a dome of stars. You could see it surrounding you. They felt so close, guys. They did not feel so far away in light years. I mean, like, it was insane. It was one of the best experiences I've been through with night flying, and it was 8 hours of it, so it was awesome. Yeah.
We were at like 38,000 feet, and then we jumped up to that. Like, so you just like put the, you know, like it's like taking off again almost. Yeah, this is crazy. What's going on here? And it was just for a second. We just popped up there. I saw the altimeter on the back of, you know, the seat. They had like all the fancy stuff, and so that's why I was able to like tell this to you. Like, otherwise, on all the other economy bullshit flights, that's because, you know, somebody else booked it for me. That's why it was nice. I was like, I find a way to book myself the shittiest flights. Anyway, yeah, brand new like Virgin Atlantic plane. Had like neon in the shit. It was nice.
I did find it strange though when I don't really think about that often though. But when I was flying from Indiana to Atlanta, Georgia, we went through a area of possible turbulence, and he's like, "Well, we're going to be late." Right? He was worried about us being late to the place, so he's going to do his best to get us there in time. All right, whatever the fuck that means. Maybe you're gonna increase speed or whatever. Next thing I know, he's avoiding the route, supposedly whatever. We're there 45 minutes early. How did we get there 45 minutes early when this man was expecting us to be late? So I still kind of question that because it's only like an hour and a half or 2 hour flight, whatever it was, 2.5 hours. I can't remember now.
I can tell you how.
Because the weather wasn't what they expected, exactly what they expected, and they judged it to get the right route with the.
No. It's nothing to do with that.
Yes, exactly.
No, I can tell you what it is. It's pretty simple. So
Okay.
airwaves are equal to what you have on your navigation display as streets. Just imagine there's imaginary street lines in the air, which the aircraft needs to follow, right? Can I finish before you go in?
Of course you can. Guten Tag.
Thank you.
For sure.
Thank you very much. Okay. So there's imaginary airlines that the airplane needs to follow, exceptionally when they are in arrival. Okay, there's an arrival chart and there's a certain line that the aircraft is going to follow towards the arrival to the airport. For example, sometimes there's a lot of traffic in a specific area. It depends on which airport you fly to and so forth. And the most of the time the pilots are not going to follow the arrival chart or even the approach chart because they're going to get vectoring by the ATC, which is the aerial telecommunication tower that is going to tell them which heading they're going to fly. Sometimes if a pilot is lucky on his route throughout the ATC that they are always in communication with regarding the zone they're flying through, they can get shortings. So imagine, because there's just air, right? Imagine you can go off the road of your navigation display and skip like a big curve, for example, right? Because that's what pilots can do, so the ATC is going to tell them fly heading 12 or fly direct to Abigail or whatever the waypoint is called. So they skip 5 waypoints, and so they can get 20 minutes back or even get 20 minutes plus, make the flight shorter. But that just depends on the density of the area that you're flying through and so forth. So it all depends on the person on the ground telling them, okay, now you can skip a part of your road. And the same goes with the time that's going to be scheduled for approach, which means if they're lucky and they have someone on ground telling them, okay, fly heading 165 for direct approach, maybe they get ahead of 2 airplanes that are a bit slower because, let's say, they're a heavy 747 with a lot of cargo and they don't have high priorities as with a passenger plane that has passenger on it that needs to go into another flight right after it. So it really depends on the handling most of the time of the ground personnel to make a flight even shorter if it's possible.
Makes sense. It does. It's completely logical and all that. But that also makes me realize the things that we say in here about when people go and take a flight that they think they know where they're going and how long it takes to get there. Not there's other routes that they could be taking, and they don't. But we don't even know. How would I know? I don't know.
Well, if they're going to take a different heading apart from the routing, they can only do it if they have the permission from the ground. If an airplane would divert from its set navigational flight route, the ground will ultimately call them, and if they don't respond, there's going to be safety measurements. At the end of the day, if you're not going to follow what you need to follow,
Yeah.
military will take its part, if that makes sense, right?
Correct. Right. And there's so many people flying. It's actually unreal. So you have to follow your path, and that's why I think there's different routes. To everybody can be on the in the sky at the same time. Also, when we arrived in England, we had to literally fly above, really low, by the way. I swear to God, we could just land on some of these buildings. And it's a huge jet, God. But literally for 30 minutes, flying really slow, just kind of, I almost felt like we were floating. It was like, are we flying, y'all? We just sitting here like a helicopter. This is quite strange. But for 30 minutes, just, before we can even land because we arrived too early and there was too much traffic. So, yeah, I don't think we understand fully about flights. There's different things going on up there, but you have to have communication with the ground. Absolutely.
Yeah, pilots literally can't do anything without someone on the ground telling them. Even if they're on the airport, they can't take off without the ground. They can't actually even push back from the gate to start the engines without the ground giving permission to do it. So a pilot can't do anything if it's not granted by someone sitting in front of a monitor. That's for all pilots, except for private airports that are very small in local villages.
And thank you for explaining that to me. You didn't have to even do that. I mean, not that I was like, it's a conspiracy theory, because we can sometimes always tend to put everything in that category. Once you're skeptical, you kind of do it everything that way. But I knew there was like, I wanted to know, like, that was weird. It just didn't make any sense to me in the moment, but now that you're breaking it down and that there is, these alternative routes that you can take for sure, right? And make it quicker. Yeah. Which I already kind of logically knew that anyway.
Yeah, I'm just a aviation nerd, and I think flying is very safe. That's a wonderful thing, especially that we live in a time where there has been already so many mistakes, human mistakes most of the time. It's not, most airplane problems have been human mistakes, psychological mistakes and so forth.
Right.
Of the disasters. But the great thing is, after these disasters, there was a lot of training being done, and which means today we have a very, very safe, except for maybe a few countries, we have a very safe aviation industry. So that's
went to
why
go fly. My mom was like, make sure you get life insurance policies. And I said, Mom, damn, you're already thinking you're already planning my death. Like, what's going on? I'm not getting no life insurance policy. That's bad karma. I'm not putting it out there. That's no, I don't want that on me. But people are so worried. I said, Mama, it's safer than me getting in a car. On these roads out here at GTA, think about it, I had to break it down for her. I'm like, how many times do you see on TV or hear about a freaking plane crashing? Now, how many people die in a car crash a day or even get in a car crash in a day all over the world? It's insane. So yeah, flying is safe. So yeah, when I went, I was still scared because I hadn't flown since I was a kid. I met Jazz before I'd even flown again, and I was kind of worried. But now, after that last flight, yeah, I love that stuff. I can't wait to get back in the sky. I actually get jealous when I see a plane in the air. I'm like, damn, I wish I was up there. So I feel you.
Stacey, what are you talking about? Flying in a plane or skydiving?
No, not skydiving, sweetheart. I'm not going to risk my life like that. I'm good.
Yeah, good answer.
Not doing it. Listen, it could be wonderful. I want the experience, but is it worth risking my life? Not even for $1 billion. I'm good. Because I could die, and if I could die, why would I risk it to that degree? If something goes wrong, I'm not surviving that. Let's just be real. But then again, we do with roller coasters, right? And the same thing. I did as a kid. I could have died on a roller coaster if I would have fell out or anything up above. I wasn't going to make it. I know people, and I don't know them, but I've heard stories of my own state, people dying on roller coasters. So they shut down one of our roller coaster parks we had here, Indiana Beach, because people got hurt. Killed. So I guess there's nothing wrong with skydiving, but personally, me jumping out of a plane feels dumb.
Yeah, no. That my philosophy is why in the fuck would you jump out of a perfectly good airplane?
It's nice up here. It's not good out there, y'all. But it would be a good experience. I've heard many stories, and when you are above, if you've done things like that higher, especially when I was a kid, I loved heights. As I get older and I get more clumsy, I tend to hate heights. No, thank you. I'm not safe up here anymore. So it just depends, I guess. Younger, you're kind of carefree.
Stacey, I think I've said that to you before, that I fly and I go up high, very, very high. But I shit myself when I clean the leaves out of the guttering on my house on a ladder.
Different. It's way different.
But if
I trust the plane more than I trust myself. Okay.
Yeah, but if I'm strapped in to the machine at 12,500 feet or something, I'm fine. But if I'm on a ladder at 9 feet above the ground, I fucking shit myself.
It's different. It is really different. But I also couldn't do those where you go really up high and they have those glass, floors, and you're looking down. I'm sorry, whatever it is, I still feel like it's gonna break. This don't feel safe. I can see through this. Like, no. Getting to the age where things like that don't excite me anymore.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, in helicopters, that's what we got at our feet all the time.
That's it. Also, the other thing, like generally, they keep the throttles pretty smooth. Like when you're in an air flight, it's meant to be like just coasting, like cruising. You're not, but I think they're like some of these engines, like the one I was on, like you could feel the thrust like kick in again. Where you're like, whoa, I don't know, it had more.
And the big ones flying to like England and shit, like they're so huge that the engine you feel it through your body. I mean, when I took my flight from Indiana to Atlanta, Georgia, that was fine. I didn't feel that was a beautiful flight. Loved it. But when I got on that one, international one, there and back, boy, that sucker's loud and you feel it in your body. It's a different, like you get jet lag for real.
Yeah.
After that.
Yeah, that depends on the window and Snicks. That's the auto throttles kicking in, is to keep the airspeed.
Like all those propeller systems have to be like intricately designed so that they don't harmonically blow them shits apart because of the like all the oscillations.
Yeah,
and shit that they go
it's
through.
a lot.
Yeah, that's the rockets and laboratory.
But at the same time, you're coasting, like you said. That word coasting is exactly what you're doing. You feel like you're just coasting, even though you feel that vibration through your body of the vehicle itself, like the airplane, the jet, whatever. You still feel the actual movement of I see people say you don't, but you do. I feel the plane and the coasting of the plane.
Yeah.
I feel almost every movement of that plane. If that plane was to go left, right, up, down, I'm gonna feel it.
Yeah. Also, I couldn't whistle. I was trying to whistle things, and I couldn't whistle certain notes because of some of my flights. Like, yeah, it's just like the vibration cancels. I was like, I can't. I'm just trying to.
Man, you got me messed out. I know it's so stupid.
You don't want to sit next to me on a flight.
No, that's what's happened to the next person I sit next to. They're getting a whistle out of me for real. That's hilarious.
But well, hey, you can like whistle out. You can kind of like also whistle in too. And but like those. But some certain notes like will like really resonate with the engines, and it's interesting.
But Snacks, it sounds like your last flight was on a turboprop because you were talking about the vibration.
It was on my flight to what ultimately led me to my Karen B. We just met up on a plane experience.
Okay, so is it a short flight, couple of 100 nautical miles?
Would you be like? Would that make you paranoid if you were just going to like a Flat Earth convention, but then you just happen to like meet Karen B at the airport? Like,
no, I'd be overwhelmed.
And you're like, but also,
she's a Flat Earth celebrity to me.
See,
I would be like, oh my God, Karen B. Oh my God, where's Sharon is
leave that woman alone.
You wouldn't be like,
oh, she'll leave me alone.
Yeah.
We had a great time. Karen's awesome. But yeah. But then also I'm like, wait, did the CIA set this up? I don't know.
You know, I listen to Karen B all the time, but what did you say, Stacey? Did you just say, "Oh my God, leave me alone"?
No, I did not say, "Oh my God, leave me alone," but that's funny.
Oh no,
we waited.
sorry, yeah, Snacks just said that. I would say if I ran into Karen B at an airport, I would be like, "Oh my God, Karen B! Oh my OMG, girl!"
No, I just sit down. I'm respectful. I mean, Karen I've known Karen from the past. I kind of got into this from other things that were not just Flat Earth. They were Mandela and other things, and Brian Staley and all them. So I know the people. I used to hang out, support them, and all that shit. You know, but I still do. Like we always should be supporting one another, and that's my point. And if people don't like each other or have a problem with either or whatever it is, like even on here in life, you don't address that shit. You move along. You act like an adult. You sit down and you don't say nothing. Then you just be respectful. Period.
Here's the fucking point, though. Flat Earth, Globe Earth. I would know your voice, Stacey, in an airport.
Everybody, my voice is very distinctive.
It is very distinctive. I would know Snacks, very distinctive, and I would recognize Karen B, and I would go up to her and say, "Oh my God, Karen B! Oh my God, I can't believe Karen B!"
See, the thing is, she didn't know what I look like since I'm very secretive that way, and I knew what she looked like, so I had to jump, and so I surprised her, which is what you want to do to a complete stranger. But it's like, hey, what's up?
But anyway, here's the crazy thing.
It was ridiculous.
And people have always told me I'm autistic. I don't think I am. I remember numbers really well. But if I met you, Snacks, Stacey, or even Truth, definitely Truth and Stacey, if I heard you talking in an airport at the terminal, I would recognize you.
But here's the thing too, you get a couple of us in the room that are country like this, all of a sudden we get called Stacy, I get called Truth. Like we even though we have totally different voices, for some reason that country accent, they're like, "Yep, I hear you." I really stood out in England. Like there was nobody sounding like me. She's an American. For real. Yeah.
Stacey, I bet you $1 million I could pick you out of 100 people.
I've had people pick me out everywhere. And this is why I said there's no reason for me to, with the stuff that I do, to hide my face or anything because my voice is so distinctive. I've literally walked into a supermarket before and they're like, "I know who you are." I'm like, "Oh my God, no, this is not okay." But then again, we go around speaking about this stuff. My best friend does too and hands out, my channel and whatnot. We try to reach people out here sincerely, not about on channels or YouTube stuff. So, yeah, the voice kind of helps, but at the same time, you can't escape it. There's no reason for me to hide who I am. Yep.
Stacey, that reminds me of a funny story because I've never actually looked at your profile picture.
Many though.
And
it started out with the red bandana. That's the old days.
I'll try to remember to look at it, but it reminds me when I was doing my helicopter license that I accidentally had my finger on the push to talk, talking to air traffic control.
Yep.
And the female controller come on and said, climb out to 1,500 feet, copter east or something. And I said to I looked at my instructor and I said, "She sounds hot." And then I was like, "Oh, fuck, I got my finger on the trigger." And then I heard over the radio, "Thank you."
Well, thank you, I guess. Have a nice day.
Yeah. And I've been taking the piss out of that for fucking a long time now.
Yeah, Snacks has got a distinctive voice too. I would probably, I can't say I would pick him out if I heard him around. But seriously, if I was ever anywhere, Starbucks, no matter what, and I was able to literally just stand there and concentrate on the voice, I'd be like, "Wait a minute, that's very familiar." But then again, I think that's with a lot of us in here because even Jeremy, oh my God, I've heard Jeremy for so long. There's no way I feel like I would not know who he is if I heard him, you know?
Hey, Stacy, how do you like having your own pet Glober?
Sweetheart, I got a lot of them. That's what happens when you're a female on here. You don't even mean to. You just say, damn. Snacks, you're killing me.
Sorry.
The first one was Kosho. Jeremy, help! I'm kidding.
She got notches on her. You got notches on your microphone post.
We've had a good time with it though. Over there, me and Jeremy and other people just, okay, y'all want that? Okay, fine. We'll use it for our advantage. But yeah, it got used against me too. I got to be careful because I try to be good with everyone, no matter what your opinion is on both sides. Unless you're an asshole and you wish people death and you want harm on people, all that crazy stuff, then I don't align with you. You're just a bad human being. But in general, I don't really care if you don't want to believe the earth is flat. That's, for me, not the biggest point of all. The biggest point is going internal and us, fixing each other as human beings and being good to one another and helping one another. So if we can get to that, I'm more on that. Yeah, than anything.
Wow.
But we should all get along. We should be able to be adults, and we should also stand up for what's right. And that includes online, not just in the world. When you walk by somebody, we say, don't camera them, or don't just sit by and watch and be a bystander. You do something, right? Well, the same thing on here. If you hear somebody being bullied, talking shit, just stop it. Make it stop, because that's not reality. And would you allow that on the street? Would you allow that to your child? Would you allow that to your mom or your brother and sister? No. So we're going to talk about being good human beings. I think that's where it's at, because even us as human beings can fall short on that every day. And Discord is a reminder of that. Be careful, because we can get our emotions all in it, and emotions are a tricky place. They aren't always factual or right. You got to process them. So I've learned a lot in the past few years, especially on Discord. Y'all taught me a lot. Patience. Patience is a virtue. It's a real statement. It's time to get my stuff together. It's about 8 o'clock, and the sun should be coming around. I don't even want to say it's sunrise. I hate these words. Can we somehow fix the sunrise and sunset word? I know we say coming to view, but can we come up with something else for them? A new name?
I'm not sure about that, Stacey. I've got to go. We'll catch you another day. Catch up.
Hey, have a good day. Or night.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Pet Glober. You are so funny.
I fucking got him good.
You got him good.
No, I like our repartee in the morning here. Kind of get it cooking. It's nice, but he's been such a C word lately to everyone else, and it's like he only behaves like in this like one like particular. It's not.
I know. At least you notice
stir
it.
the pot, man. I gotta.
Now here's next. Here's how this goes. Now you bring in Kosho, and you bring in all the other ones too, right? And you get like 6 or 7, 8 of them in here. You'd be surprised the conversations that go down, and they actually will tell you that, oh yeah, the Earth's flat now.
We're bringing Chuck Willery to do like the Glober dating show. Like, I don't know.
And I don't even want anything.
Listen,
I got a man, and they know it. I'm good. It's funny. I don't know why they do it. There's other females in here too. I don't know. Maybe because they know that nothing's gonna happen. I don't know. Or maybe they think something's gonna. I don't know. Snacks.
That's a hilarious play I just came up with. Yes, of course. What? Huh? Yeah, these guys. Yeah, it's just. There needs to be like 35 times the amount of women in this thing to really like
balance it.
Yeah, but then it would be like warfare.
It's a hard place for a woman to be,
The
though. It
more,
really is, guys. It's
oh,
not an
you know
easy
why?
place to be.
Because the majority of Flat Earth girls are like different girls. You know, they're like, I don't like other girls. You know, those types of girls.
Yeah.
They're like, I don't know, whatever. And they're like, they crystallize like all these like, I don't know, just like adversity just begins to occur. I don't know.
Well, for me, it even goes deeper, and I spoke about this a long time ago. Was when the person that says, "Where's all the women?" I'm used to doing this kind of stuff before I got online, so I'm like, I had a group of women doing it with me, but it wasn't about flat Earth. It was about genetically modified food and stuff, right? In my state. So when I came to doing this stuff, I was like, where are the women at? We do have them online, but not necessarily at that time when I was debating any of that happening either. We only had a few. And one of them's in here by now, Truth Prevails. Her shout out to her too. But we only have a few compared to the majority of men. And men, no, listen, some women can't stand up and overtalk people and stop them. Like, I don't have no problem speaking up. You know what I mean? I got no problem getting sometimes yelled at, talked to like crap, called a cunt. I can laugh it off. But a lot of these women want nothing to do with it. And we were dealing with soccer moms out here. If we're going to talk about truth, we need to get to the women. Because if the women don't understand what's going on, those are the ones that usually control the house, control the kids. And this was my main concern during the Big C. Because when you're talking about soccer moms and doing what's best for their kids, right? A lot of things were
Oh
going down that even
gosh.
the other side, the guys didn't want, right? I was talking to them.
It's not even that. It's just like
I call it soccer mom mentality, but it
it's
really
just
ain't.
it's really no. I mean, just to get back to it, like it was a little bit more like where, yeah, like guys just react to, yeah, women folk. It happens to be natural and so forth.
They're willing to be more calm and not aggressive.
But yeah, because if you're a
too.
unicorn, you know, amongst a sea of other horses, then it's like, yeah, it becomes, must be tough. Must be tough, Daisy.
We
Anyway,
need some strong women in here that do it on a consistent basis all the time, and at least maybe not half, but a lot more. Then there wouldn't be probably this divide in a way of it's there's not these women and the way they speak to each other and how we not even call it debate, having a conversation goes down totally differently than it does between two men a lot of times. And it's just a fact, and it's probably just nature, and it's how the world kind of works. But yeah, there's a lot of women, like you just explained, that don't want any part of this in a way because, or other women, like you said, because they're catty. We say we got to deal with oh, you're not a feminist. Oh,
well,
you're against the
it's
feminist
like
movement and shit like that.
I would equate it a little bit like men have like a sort of sometimes an anti-authoritarian bent where they like don't like to be dadded on by some other people's like or whatever. Save your laws for someone else. Kind of, it's just like I go to bed when I want to. We all have that streak, I think, and I think you gotta have a little bit. The authoritarian structure for women is a little different thing. I think there's like a women. There's like female thought police that I don't know about all myself, like but I can see the signs that are there. Not just the Karens of if you will, but there's like all these like control structures, like there's the Stepford wife thing, and just all like the Barbie dolls, and it's just so. I'm not saying that women are not more complex than Barbie dolls; they're somewhat more complex than Barbie dolls, but
You say your words. I pay
orders
attention
of
to them.
complexity. Like 3 orders of complexity more. Anyway, but the idea is like that it's like we're kind of programmed by toys, really, boys and girls. Oh yeah,
Words. Word salad. I'm just playing with you. I'm right there with you. I'm hearing you. But you know how we talk about all the time that a man's different than a woman's different than a man. This is why, we need each other and we create this balance, right? But there is a difference. There should be a difference. I think this highlights it all the time. And I'm not just talking me, I'm talking about truth being in here and everything, how we can bring that balance. And you guys can do the same thing for us in many ways. Yeah, we need a lot more of this conversations. I don't even think men open up to women as much as you guys do in here in the real world. Nah. Mm-mm.
Yeah, we can't get rid of all of you, so like we might as well just try to work together, you know?
Oh goodness, you bring a good laugh always in the morning. I appreciate that, hon.
I'll say some wisecracking shit. I don't know. But
I think you already won that
but
today.
yeah, it's weird. Like I just don't
bet.
like. Yeah, but no, just like most for most womankind, this is like a sticky topic, or it's like
Yeah.
they're not like equipped, you know, like you need gear. That's like going like skiing or something for a woman. Some types, you know, it's like, oh, well, I need goggles. I don't even know if I need those. Do I need those? Okay, you know. Oh, a scarf. Okay, I got it. You know, and first time, yeah, it's tough to pack for. Might not, but then it can become like, wow, there's like this whole catalog of information out there. Many things that you probably didn't even start off thinking you might even be interested in. Deep, you know.
The good thing
So-
is there's a lot more people. I mean, I see it in real life, but I also see it on social media platforms. And if you look at TikTok and Instagram, I don't really go on TikTok actually at all, but I know some of my nieces do. Even their stuff and the Instagram reels, we're seeing a lot of women, especially too, more on those speaking out about the truth that's going on in this world. It may not be about Flat Earth, but it's about the the politics and the play and the corruption of our society and governments, what's happened. So if they're already getting there, it's only a matter of time before hopefully they can get to the other points. But the fact that they're already jumping in now too and waking up and seeing this shit, and it's not just women, it's men, it's everyone. I mean, even children, even teens. I mean, this information, at least in the last 3 years, has woken people up to they are being lied to, they're being used, manipulated. I Most people you talk to, if you really talk about these subjects, will explain to you they completely get that their government's corrupt. They know the system is rigged. They understand this shit. It's not like talking to a globe around here. No. So no, we have a lot of women. They may not be on Discord. They may not be online in that way, but we still have the numbers out here.
Well, that's just like
So it's
all
getting
dramatic
better.
to me, you know, like the you're a victim and all that stuff, you know. Like,
Yeah.
it's not that, you know, that's not the case, but like
Right.
it's easy for a lot of people to identify with that and just kind of make that their core.
Absolutely.
I don't know, like it. Yeah, everybody's got a different like entry point into this topic, I guess. Like some people are like, oh yeah, one day I was just researching UFOs and then this happened.
Exactly. Just depends. Everybody has their trauma of the world, though, when you look at it, because we all say that they're brainwashed, right? We've all been brainwashed, by the way, not just they. We all have been. Then they all have their trauma from that. And that's how I have to look at it when I go out here and talk to people, is they're all in their own trauma and suffering. Even if they don't realize it, we've all, I don't want to play that. We're not playing that card, but we all
It's
have
not
been
just
that victim.
Yeah, it's just that there's like a profile of training, like I think, or conditioning or mind control, or however you know, whatever trauma. You know, it's just like that. There's this thing where that itself becomes like a, you know, just like a way that you're used to like accepting things to a certain degree. I think. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm kind of brain farting on this one here.
No, you're right, and they get stuck in that pattern, and this is why a lot of people turn to whatever for I call it escapism, because and they're not really necessarily playing the victim, but they're just saying they're just sick of the shit. They see it, it's repetitive, and they comply to it, and they just keep doing it, and they know it. So their way to deal with it is whatever they can find to make them happy in that moment.
Like if you're a kid and you just grow up like listening to like Cowboys and Indian on the radio stuff or like watching on TV all the time, and like you go play Cowboys and Indians, like when do you grow out of that exactly? Like,
Right. Mm-hmm.
it's
School.
Just,
quite quickly in school, probably about third grade for me. Yeah. But not for everybody. Everybody's got their moment that they
well, our times
realize
changed a
it.
lot, you know, like through
Yeah,
you know, from since the I guess the early 50s.
definitely.
Anyway, yeah, now we can't even have references to them in baseball teams. So yeah, see how things change.
Within a very short period of time, a shitload has changed, actually. A shitload.
But I guess it gets into the idea of like, you know, us versus them or whatever, just sort of mentality and yeah, all that kind of thinking, which I guess is important. We do need some of that. We do need some of it.
Yes. I just try to make it not about when I'm out here that none of these people are the they quotation mark. You know, like it's not me against them out here. When we're online, it might be that way. There's a side, right? But when I'm out in society, real world, not online, there is no side. It's either you're a good person or you're a bad person in a way, and that's the only way I account for that. Not on your belief system or none of that. It's how you treat people and how you live. So I try not to even look at them like they are even a problem, even though I know they are part in a way of the problem, including myself has been, or it can sometimes still be, right? Yeah. This creates a divide of they, like we're against each other, or the people who are taking the stuff recently, right? The jabs, whatever. Oh, there! How dare you? I've heard the diaper face comments, right? And I thought that's not really fair because they actually have these thoughts and beliefs that something is dangerous, right? Whatever it be, we won't get into it. So for them, it's real. For them, it's no matter what, it's real. So until they would know anything different, they're just being ignorant. To actually bully somebody is now taking it too far. That's when we've lost humanity. And that's what is sometimes this stuff happens with truth and conversations is we lose the aspect of humanity with each other.
Right. I mean, just Cowboys and Indians is a little bit dehumanizing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh, just because you're a certain class, like, oh, it's okay. Or whatever, race. Yeah. And then, you know, it's not, yeah. The kind of thinking like continues with trolls, you know, like they keep on thinking it's like a sport or combat, you know what I mean? Sometimes not all of them are like fair interlocutors, locker havers.
Sweetheart, it's 8 o'clock. I just realized, and I missed a call from my man, so I better call him back. Because that wouldn't be fair, you know. But no, seriously, thank you for that. I'll be back on shortly, probably shortly. But you have a great day, sweetheart, and everybody that's listening it by chance. You guys too, and I appreciate the combo. It's always a good vibe in the morning for me, so I appreciate it, honey.
All right, keeping it rocking here in the morning time.
That's right.
Yep. Just soundboard.
Get one. We'll have one day. I know you will. Talk to you guys soon.
It feels like that to me. It's just relative, honestly. Like, but this is particularly the most possibly non-populated part of the 24-hour cycle. But sometimes that is not true. We need to like do some analytics based on participation in moon cycles. See if they coincide. Hey, Clay, you there?
Yes.
What would that look like in a flight simulator if you're above Chicago? And it appears to be nighttime below you, but then you just like pop up like another, I don't know, 20,000 feet or something like that. Like, what does it look like when you do that? Like, go if you just like switched, I guess, basically from like regular commuter air traffic to like Concorde flight or something around there.
I don't get the question.
Like
What do
the
you mean?
view, like well, because what I experienced was that like basically the sun comes back.
Yeah. I mean, you can get multiple sunrises or sunsets if you want to. Yeah. I mean,
Like,
if you fly towards where the sun is going, you get it back.
it's just that I lost the sun somewhere, I guess, an hour before we had reached about the middle of Pennsylvania. So whatever, I think we were traveling about, it was under 600. Whatever, I guess it was miles per hour I was reading. Yeah. Does that sound right or no? Does that sound too fast? Maybe I'm wrong. I wish I took more pictures, or had surviving pictures. That'd be cool. Lost them in a tragic orange soda accident. I don't want to talk about it right now. But yeah. Anyway, it was darkness, nighttime below, for sure. Very dark. Street lights I could see. We were pretty low, and then I don't know how low that really is. I think we were like 35,000 feet, and then we jumped up to 56,000 feet, and yeah, that brought the sun back. It was bright as hell, and just like below that was just like this silvery type of reflective flat expanse of clouds as far as the eye could see, and the sun above and below it a hot spot. It reminds me a lot of what the dog cam sees at like 100,000 feet.
I mean, once you understand what you're living on, it's just so simple. I just don't get how like Glover struggle with seeing what the reality is. I mean, if I look at the sun in the summer coming to me and going over my head and going away, I don't understand how they still struggle with understanding how a sunset, which is not really a sunset, it's just the sun going. I just don't understand how they struggle with understanding that.
I struggle to understand it, so I can explain what I struggle to understand.
Uh-oh. It's bizarro, Clay.
It is.
It's not bizarre at all.
It is just simple, plain to see, man.
Well, okay. What's plain to see is that the sun appears to disappear, right?
Yes, into the atmosphere.
Yeah. Into the atmosphere. Well, okay, but after sunset, like during the night, in the same direction where the sun appeared to disappear into the atmosphere, I'm seeing stars.
Okay. And?
Well, how am I seeing stars? If the sun can't get through, if the light like the sun is undeniably much, much brighter than stars, right?
Okay. Let me, before we go further, let me ask you this. Are you trying to understand what you're seeing by the permissive foundation that has been given through the education system regarding a heliocentric system? Or are you trying to unravel your mind? I mean, there's a worse word for this, but are you trying to literally maybe get a new perspective and rethink if maybe everything you have been told about how the sky functions and what you see might be the complete opposite, or might be a very different answer to it. Because I think many globals, what they end up is struggling with is that they are mixing their pre-assumptive fundamental understanding of heliocentrism with the expectation of what they see in reality, and then they get confused.
No. I'm not assuming anything about what I've been educated with or indoctrinated with in school and all of that kind of stuff. No. I'm asking a question simply on what you're saying, purely based on what you're saying, because I know that I don't understand it. Okay, I know that I don't know how it works. Okay, and we are already accepting the premise, like, okay, what they told us in school is bullshit. Okay, that's the basis of the conversation.
I didn't say that it's bullshit, right? I said it is the reason.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's not relevant in this case. Okay, that's the basis of the conversation. If it's bullshit, or if you want to have another name for it, right? Or if you want to be a little bit more differentiated, like parts of it is fine, but our parts of it are not fine.
Okay.
Let's not get into the weeds about that, okay? Let's just establish the basis of this conversation.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do, man. I literally thought about the fundamental. I don't know how you see the world, right? I can't be you in this very moment. I don't know how your thoughts pattern are, how you think. What is the fundamental reference points that you're taking? For example, the only way I can find that out is, for example, if I ask you, what do you see when you look at the moon? Do you already imagine a spherical rock like they've showed you with CGI imagery? And then you imagine that this rock is somehow in an empty vacuum where then it's being lit up by the sun? Or are you just
You're going off on another tangent here. You're going off on
another tangent. No. I need to see. Yes, the thing is, I can't answer the question of why you don't understand certain things if I don't know how you see certain things.
Well, you can just answer my questions. You can just answer the questions, because the questions I'm asking, they are like they would, if you just answered them, they would enable me understanding what I don't understand. Like, I already formed the questions, so that the answers that you give directly without presuming my worldview would give me more insight. And if what you're saying is logically, factually, and verifiably, like, replicable and verifiably true, then my worldview shouldn't matter. Because if your understanding is a correct understanding and does seem to be true in reality, then I will just be able to go and test what you're telling me. And what you're explaining to me. I would be able to go and put it to the test, and it would turn out to be true.
Well,
like, my worldview wouldn't be able to change reality.
But that's the problem, right? The problem I'm trying to point out is that you have you may have a fundamental different view regarding an interpretation regarding what you're seeing as a human being, right? For me, if you're explaining your interpretation of it. Okay, listen.
If your explanation is true, then it would be testable against reality, and it would turn out to be no conflict with reality. Then I would be forced to accept what you're saying as an explanation.
The conflict already starts.
No matter if my worldview conflicts or not.
The conflict already starts when you say testable within the realms of reality, right? Some people say something is testable within the realms of calculations on a computer, giving you a...
What the fuck is this relevant right now? It's another tangent.
Okay, can you then precisely...
Whatever some people claim is irrelevant. We are talking, you and me right now.
Yeah, I know, we're talking.
Yes. And within with what I'm saying is, like, none of what you said was putting any caveat to what I was saying, or proved any part of that wrong.
AK,
why do you avoid answering simple questions?
AK, ask your question again. Maybe you forgot it. It's been a minute.
All right. So, the statement is that, okay, the sun appears to disappear, and you're giving an explanation. Well, it cannot shine through all of this atmosphere, and that's why it just appears to go away when it's actually still present, right? The light just can't reach me anymore. And the question was, well, while after sunset, obviously not like directly after when it's still like very bright in that direction, but a while after that, in the same direction, when it's dark in that direction, I can see stars in the same direction that the sun disappeared. And what I know is that stars are much, much, much more faint than the sun. So there's much, much, much more light coming from the sun, or much, much, much stronger light coming from the sun than from the stars. So if the sun disappeared in that direction, because it can't shine through all that atmosphere, how in the fuck is the much, much, much fainter light from the stars able to shine through all of that atmosphere? Through all of that air?
Okay, so I could give you an answer straight up, right?
Please do.
But the problem is, I don't know if you would understand the answer, because I fundamentally don't know on what basis you're trying to perceive or understand the reality that you live in, right?
All right, let's test it out. Let's just give the
even,
answer and then we see go from there. Huh? How about that?
No, listen. Because some people nowadays they don't even know if they're a man or a woman. So I just need to understand.
It's irrelevant. Another tangent. Just give me the fucking answer, please, and then we can go from there.
Seem to be a very emotional.
What's the problem?
Yeah, I can understand your frustration.
Yes, because
right now,
you
AK.
say you could give me an answer, but you don't know what I would do with it. Well, you would know what I do with it if you fucking give me the answer, and then we can go on.
Jesus Christ, I had to mute you for a second. I understand your frustration right now, AK. I just muted you temporarily because I was trying to interject. Clay, you can either answer the question or don't. I mean, this is whatever you're doing is weird, bro. So
I want to answer the question, but he seems not to be listening to what my fundamental premises is for answering.
You're not answering it. You're not answering it. It's weird.
I know that I haven't answered it yet, and sometimes in life we need to be patient and maybe try to figure out what the other person wants from me instead of always me, and then you can get an answer to the question.
I was asking a question.
Yes.
And the sensible thing to do is to respond, and then you can go on and talk about my worldview if you want.
Clay, can you answer the question, Clay, or no?
To go on about my worldview before you go and answer the question.
Okay, Clay, can you answer the question or not?
I can answer the question.
Okay, then answer it,
please.
And then let's see.
Okay, as soon you know how you can sometimes see stars during the day, right? So I know that you know that that's a thing. Can you answer that question?
Seeing stars during the day.
Yeah. Have you ever seen
close
stars
to sunset or sunrise? Yes.
Okay. Yes. I have seen stars even with the sun like being midday. Same as with the moon. Yeah. I can also see midday the moon.
Well, the moon, yes, but stars, no.
Well, I have seen stars. Anyways,
maybe you got hit in the head.
But okay, can you at least leave your emotional foundation out of it? It really annoys me.
This has nothing to do with my emotions. I just highly doubt your.
You seem not to be capable of like having control over your emotions. Anyways,
yeah, indeed, I do not have control over my emotions. That's indeed correct. Yeah.
Apart from that,
actually, people don't really.
Apart from that, let me answer the question then. Because you have actually answered it yourself almost. You said that you can see the stars during, noon or like when the sun rises right in the morning. And as soon as the main light source gives life to everything is going away from you, right? As you can observe as a human being, in the morning it comes towards you, then it's right over your head in the midday. The highest point right over your head in the summer, then it goes away slowly in the afternoon, and then the more stars are being visible as soon as the light fades away, right, from the sun. So maybe you still get like these glimpses of light, but then the stars themselves, because they're also small lights made within the firmament, start giving you or showing the whole face.
All right. So you've described what we observe. You've not explained it so far. How about the answer now to my question that requires an explanation?
That you can see the stars because the much brighter light is going away. It's kind of like as if maybe we can simulate this with an experiment.
You're not logically connecting what I was asking you.
I am.
No, you're not. Because what you just gave me is not an explanation, it's a description. What I asked for was an explanation for how this works. Like, just describing it is not an explanation for it.
Maybe I can even further explain it. Okay, maybe you don't understand how light works. So let me give you an explanation.
I don't understand. You do? You understand how light works.
Yeah.
You understand how light works.
Yes. So you can, to recreate what I'm talking about, you can take a flashlight, for example, right? During daytime, you can use your smartphone flashlight, for example. And then you're gonna go outside on a summer day, and then you're gonna turn on that flashlight, right? And you will realize if you put it against a white wall, a black wall, black paper, or whatnot, if you're not extremely close or local with that light, you will probably see nothing, right? It's doing nothing because that much more brighter light, which is the sun in this case, is suppressing the visibility of this much smaller light source, which is that flashlight that you're holding in your hand. So
I understand that.
Okay, so to explain it by using this experiment, I'm trying to make a correlate.
You misunderstand part of my question, I think. No, sorry that I'm interjecting you, but we can, I think, shorten the conversation or get back on track. Because what you're explaining to me now is why the stars are not visible while the sun is still there. I'm not questioning that. I understand that part. Right? As you say, with the flashlight, I can't really see if the flashlight is on or not when I'm holding it next to the sun, because the sun is so much brighter. Right, so I need the sun to go further away, or I need to go inside a room where there's shadow, so that I can see. Then I can clearly see the illumination from the flashlight. Obviously, right? Very clear, right? That's not the question I'm having. My question is not why can I only see the stars once the sun is gone. That's not my question. My question is if the sun and the stars are both very, very, very far away, so far that we can't go there and look at and handle them and investigate what they're made of and how they exist in the first place, right?
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't mean that they have to be ridiculously far away. It just means that we can't go there. And the sun disappears because it goes so far away from me that it can't travel through all of the air between me and the sun. How is it that the stars that are much fainter and also very, very, very far away from me, so that I can't go there and just go pick up a star, can shine through all of that air, because they would also, when they are visible in the same direction as the sun, as where the sun disappeared, they would also have to travel through a similar amount of air. How is that possible?
You realize that sometimes we can't even see the sun, right, during the day?
Yes, we're presuming that there's no clouds, obviously.
No, I'm saying you're not understanding. We're not assuming anything. Sometimes, right, something obstructs the clouds. Sometimes things obstruct the starlight. Yeah, very simple. You can see stars during the daylight. I looked it up. I thought we could too, But I looked it up and it was funny. Like, there's all types of posts of seeing stars during the daytime. So, I mean, it's just how far the light can push through the current conditions, whether it be day or night. Now, with a black backdrop, of course you can see light at a further distance. Now, what's your
backdrop? You can see light at a further distance, but the backdrop wouldn't change. If the sun disappears because it goes too far away from us and we look in the same direction, then we're seeing faint lights in that direction.
Yes, but once the sun goes, but once the sun goes further away and the sky turns dark, you can see more lights in the sky that you couldn't see before. Don't you agree with that?
It doesn't explain why the sun appears to disappear. Why we can't locate the sun.
What are you talking about? It goes further away. Do you not agree that if you take a candlelight and go further away, you can't see the candlelight anymore? And the light that it was
I don't agree with that. You can
dark.
see a candlelight incredibly far.
Incredibly far. Okay, how far can you see a candlelight? Okay, how far can a 6 foot tall man see a candlelight during the daytime?
During the daytime. Why during the daytime?
Well, let's start there so I can prove my point. Do you know? No, I bet you don't know. Okay, but what about at night? Do you think you could see that candlelight further?
Yes.
Okay, well there you go. There's my point proven. Thank you very much. You've been a great
so the sun is not what creates day and night. The sun is subject to the cycle of day and night. It's not what causes day and night. Like the sun being close does not mean it's more day. It just happens to correlate.
What are you talking about? The sun
disappears when it goes further away. Because
I'm sorry. Wait. Are you saying? Hold on.
But that's not how you observe sunset.
Guys, there's way too many people talking at once right now.
Yeah, because he's okay. Hold on. So you're saying that the sun itself does not determine what time of day it is?
According to what you guys are saying, because we observe the sun being decoupled from how we observe our lights to behave. When it gets darker, we can see the light further. That does not happen with the sun. The sun disappears. I don't understand how it works. I'm sorry. Maybe there is an idea out there how it works. I don't know. Or maybe it's just a little bit of magic in our world. I don't know. But it does seem internally self-conflicting so far, according to what you guys are explaining.
Okay, so you're saying that reality is conflicting with itself?
Apparently, reality does not adhere to logic. Yeah. According to what you guys are explaining, I don't know.
So what is reality?
God, really? I'm gonna go with what you're saying. What is reality?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
All right, I don't either. So we don't know what reality is in the first place. So this entire conversation is mute then.
Yeah, it is.
All right, good. Then you don't need to engage in the conversation, and I can continue talking with Clay. How about that?
Yeah, but the problem is that you ask questions with assumptions, right? You assume that the lights are very, very, very far away.
We were having a common reality, yes. But you
don't know. But we have to go based on what we.
Conversation is mute. So why are you engaging in the conversation? I'm engaging in a conversation, assuming a common basis of reality. So. If you don't think that is a valid thing, then you don't need to engage.
Arian, guess what? Why I did this questioning beforehand, before I actually wanted to answer, because I wanted to figure out what the fundamental basis of AK's thinking pattern is, and from the way he has stated certain things, it seems like he has you just say logic. But your premise is already fundamentally set, right? You don't have this open. You're not like a software.
Incorrect.
You're not like a software where it can.
Incorrect.
See, the very reason
software
why
is logic.
listen, the very reason why you're interrupting shows me that there is a fundamental understanding that you already adhere to, which means that it will keep you from actually learning new information.
Which would that understanding would
having
that be?
Maybe
that
Okay.
one thing being observed in reality and a conclusion being made for them for that has to also be true for the other things being observed in reality. Yes, that's the premise. Logic is the software. Logic is the basis and the premise of what I'm talking about.
We can replicate. We can replicate what we're stating to be true. We can replicate. You can take a larger light and smaller lights, put them in the same area. You see mostly the larger light. When you move the larger light away and the light, it stinks, it gets shallower and shallower, like less bright and less bright. You can see the smaller lights more. It's just what you're talking about.
The larger light disappears. I'm not asking why can't I see the stars while the sun is there.
But bro,
that's not the question.
Okay? The larger
that's what
light,
you're explaining.
Yeah. No, I'm explaining that the sun, the larger light, is moving away from the smaller lights, so that when the large light moves away and becomes darker and darker or dimmer and dimmer, you can see the other lights more. I mean, I don't know what else you want to know.
For one, even when that happens, the larger light does not disappear, does it?
Do you agree that happens?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you agree that a candlelight would disappear at a certain distance?
No.
You don't agree that way? Okay, then there's no reason to talk to you anymore.
Okay, wait. So hold on. AK, hold on. So do you think that you could see a candlelight? Hold on. Do you think you could see? Hold on. So do you think that you could see a candlelight on the moon?
I don't know. Where that would presume.
Well, see, this is interesting, right? Because
what the moon is.
There's supposed to be objects on the moon, so shouldn't we be able to see them?
Depends how big they are, for one, and how far away the moon is, supposedly, but this is all hypothetical. Because there's supposedly claimed to be objects on the moon, right?
It's not hypothetical until you moved it to the moon. You can take a candlelight in reality and walk away from it, or have the candlelight move away from you, and it will become a point where you can't see that candlelight anymore. If you can't understand
you can't
that,
zoom it back into you can't use a telescope.
Why are you allowed to cut me off? I don't get it. So if you can't agree to that, there's no reason to have the conversation any further. Thanks for cutting me off.
Okay, for one, you could still, what I would say, if there's still a line of sight to the candlelight and you can't distinguish the candlelight anymore, then using a telescope, you should still be able to see the candlelight again. For one, I don't think it just disappears into nothing. That's one thing. And the other thing is that does not explain to me why the star is still visible in the same direction, because all the explanations that you've given so far are examples where the fainter light stays closer than the stronger light that moves away. And then, yes, the stronger light gets less and less intense, and you can see more and more of the fainter light until you can see the faint light very clearly. But that would suggest.
Why are you allowed to ramble on now? So you can cut people off, and then you can just ramble on without answering the question.
On, and I don't. Okay, so
I muted him when he cut you off. Hold on, AK. Hold on, AK. Hold on. Don't do that.
The simple question is.
Hold on, man. Yo, I muted him when he cut you off. Okay. Let's try to go one at a time, guys. AK, you need to keep it concise. You are monologuing and going on for a very long time. Wrap it up. Rocky, go after he's done.
Yeah, I had one more sentence. How about that, huh? One more sentence. Okay, great. So that would suggest that according to what we're observing, when the sun disappears, which it shouldn't just disappear still, due to the air that is traveling through as it goes further away from me, it should also the stars would have to be closer because they are fainter light that become visible. So they're not disappearing due to having to travel through too much air. But
Okay, I'll restate.
thing,
Oh my goodness! Now he's keeping going. Just let me know when you're done rambling, man. Because my question still stands. You're still going to have to answer it. Do you think you can see a candlelight forever?
Forever. That's a time. Forever.
No, at any distance. Oh my God.
At any distance.
I know you're trolling. Yeah, at any distance.
Well,
you know, with a telescope.
All right. I think that a candlelight can become too faint to be seen. Yes.
Congratulations.
But I think that would follow the inverse square law.
So if the sun is brighter, than a candle, which we all agree it is, we don't have to go into a long dialogue of why we think this or how it is or how it works. But there would still be a distance that more brighter light, the sun would then disappear or go away or be extinct or be absorbed just like the candle. Correct?
Yeah, according to the square, to the inverse square law, though, it would still be plenty bright when we observe it setting. So
you're assuming now, but correct?
No, I'm not assuming. I'm saying that the candle that when we measure
that wasn't the question.
Becoming fainter. Okay.
Let me repeat the question. So there would still be a distance that the more bright light, the sun in this case, would disappear. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. That's it. That's all we need. Thank you. You've been great.
All right. But that means that seeing the stars in the same direction that we have seen the sun before, and it appears to disappear, means that those stars have to be much, much closer, so they don't have to travel through as much air as the sun would have, because they are fainter, so they would disappear due to traveling through air sooner than the sun, and they are not disappearing like the sun did. That's a weird, I never thought about it like that. That the stars are, the sun is like some almost infinite amount of infinitely far away, and it doesn't help either because the sun is so fucking bright during midday, and it disappears very quickly in a fashion that doesn't follow perspective, that doesn't follow the conflicts with perspective, that conflicts with the inverse square law. It doesn't get fainter and fainter as it sets.
I'm going next, guys.
It gets fainter before setting, but it stays pretty much the same brightness throughout setting. It appears to change its shape. It all of this does the explanation that you guys are giving me, does not quite add up to what I'm observing.
Yeah, I don't know why they're
That's
struggling
why I'm
with
saying
this. Okay, we hear you. I don't know why they're struggling with this. Things are appearing to set, right? So the sun, things that are lower set first. You can see things that are higher, like buildings and bottoms of ships. You can still see the top of the ship. Obviously, the stars are higher than the sun. That's why the sun sets. It's getting further away. It's lower than the stars. It sets. And now stars are there because they're higher than the sun. Easy peasy. This is not even difficult.
Okay, so all right. So it's not that the sun gets too far away to travel through all of the air, so we can't perceive the light literally doesn't reach us anymore. It's due to the same thing that appears to obstruct things from the bottom up. So it's like the sun does not just appear to set below the horizon; it actually does that. Just like the things that are...
absolutely not. I'm not saying the sun's actually going down below the ground. No.
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying it appears to do that. It's not the distance itself that the light can't travel all that way anymore, because things much closer that are not as high as the sun can also do that. Can also appear to obstruct the horizon. Like it's the same phenomenon between the horizon and the sun, and between objects that are close to the ground and the horizon. It's not the traveling itself. Why, dude? Who's doing that? What the fuck? Come on. It's really annoying. Deborah, like,
Yo, what is going on with this noise? What is this?
She keeps.
It's Deborah. She's trolling.
Starting an activity.
All right, I got it.
So funny, ha ha ha. Oh, it's annoying me so much. Oh wow. Isn't it annoying you so much, guys?
I'm really so annoyed.
If you ever feel useless, remember there's people like this. That's just
she
what
can
I
still
think.
do that. Why can?
Yeah, you get the ban because they keep starting an activity.
Okay, yeah. Relax, guys. Relax. I did it.
All right.
But we were so annoyed.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry.
Well, now we're not.
Man, I need a pillow.
Right, so now the explanation changed for why the sun appears to be setting, right? If I understood that correctly, it's not that all the light can't possibly push through all of that air anymore. It's the same relationship as things that appear to get obstructed beyond the horizon. It's all still optical, all still doesn't conclude to physical orientation, but it's the same thing that happens with the sunset. Stars are further away or higher, and therefore they don't set when the sun does. So in the same direction, you still see stars, but they still do that eventually, as they also move. And for example,
dude, think of the stars
or buildings. Think of the stars. Sorry,
bro. Think of the stars. Dude, think of the stars like you know how we see a ship going away from us, and the bottom of the ship disappears, and you could still see the top of the ship. Well, the bottom of the ship is the sun. The bottom of the ship is the sun, and the top of the ship is the stars.
All right. Okay, cool.
So yeah, the sun sets and the stars are just there. Easy peasy. I don't know why everyone was struggling with it. It's pretty simple.
Okay, that I understand that part, but that's a different explanation from what Clay was giving, right? Clay was saying the sun can't travel through all of the air, and that's why it appears to disappear. And you're saying, well, it's the same thing as with a ship, the bottom and the top. And I don't think the explanation for why we can't see the bottom of a ship or like offshore wind farm or something like that is that the light can't push through all of that air.
Yeah, I didn't say that anything about light pushing through air. There is a light attenuation. That's a thing. And so you're satisfied with the why we see stars when the sun sets thing? That's all cleared up, right?
Yes. Yeah, well, it changed the explanation for the sunset. Clay gave a different explanation that conflicts with what you're saying. But I'm more okay with the explanation that you gave because I can understand more of it. But now I have a new problem that I don't understand. Because I also don't understand why the horizon occurs like it does over a flat plane.
So am I to understand that you just want us to help you to understand the world that you live in because you can't do it yourself? Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, I would like help with that because I'm struggling for that for like a decade already.
Hold on, guys. Guys, hold on. AK, hold on a second. Now who is it? Who's doing it now?
It was
what's the screen name?
So annoying.
Jesus drinks piss.
Yeah, Jesus drinks piss.
Who? All right, that's a terrible name.
I think it's a soccer coach.
Hold on, man.
It's just a kid gamer troll. That's what it is.
Can we hear?
I got it.
Why does he keep doing
Good job, Jeremy. Can we hear that guy concede again that he now understands why you could see stars after the sun sets? Is that a concession you said? Now you want to move on to something else?
Well, yeah, it's a different explanation from what Clay was giving, but I'm okay with that explanation and I understand it. Yes.
Cool.
Concede that I now understand something that I didn't understand before. Thank you. Concession, I guess.
So what's your next issue? How a horizon would happen over a flat plane?
Exactly. I don't understand that one either. Like, I'm not saying it's not or it's not possible or anything like that. I'm just saying that I don't completely understand it based on all the things that I know already. Like that I know for sure already.
Just think of the horizon being the viewer's angle of incident, like where the whatever he's standing on, the floor, let's call it, the surface, and whatever's above him merge together. At that point, we call that the horizon or vanishing point.
All right. Well, vanishing line would be more accurate, right? Because the horizon forms a line. But I get what you mean.
Points establish a line, so the vanishing point of that viewer would be that point or that line, which you call the horizon. So now you understand that, right? We can move on. What's your next thing? Yeah, what's your next thing?
Can I respond? You mind?
Well, it was just clearly answered, and you agreed with it.
All right, cool. So that doesn't quite cut it for me because I have information about the horizon and how the horizon, like what we observe with the horizon. That's not like that seems to conflict on first glance. Seems to conflict with what you just explained. For example, what you're saying, if I think of the horizon that way, then this bottom to top obstruction of the ship or the sun and the stars should not occur. Like that's unexplained at this point, right? And another thing is that the horizon then, in that case, it should always rise to eye level, right? But what I've observed is that when I increase my elevation, when I increase my altitude, the horizon seems to drop more below eye level. Like very close to the ground, I have seen cases where it's above eye level, where it's below eye level, where it's at eye level. Like there's a large amount of variation to that, depending on the ambient conditions. But as soon as the altitude gets risen significantly, it consistently always drops further below eye level with increasing altitude.
You agree that you got to stop, man. We understand your point. We've been here for 6 years. How long have you been here?
In this service specifically, I don't.
You've been here more than a month, though, right? Okay, so you've heard this before, so you're asking it again, which is fine. But you do realize the horizon is an apparent location and does move up and down.
Sorry, hold on. Yes. Jesus Drinks Piss has returned, Jeremy.
I understand that. The horizon is apparent. I just want to.
It's an apparent position that moves up and down, and you answered it due to the what? You said conditions. You're exactly right. Congratulations.
Yeah, but so that doesn't really.
Yeah. So let me finish what I'm concluding here. So perspective in a vacuum would make the ground appear to rise towards eye level, and the sky appear to go towards eye level and merge to a point. But when you add conditions like we have in the atmosphere, sometimes those conditions can overcome that vacuum effect, which we don't have in the atmosphere. That's why it appears, at ground level, it can appear higher and lower. Your own side has proven that. And as you go up, and it can appear higher and lower. It's not, right? It's definitely not due to perspective, but it's never just perspective. You have to think about you're not in a vacuum. So you have to think about the conditions, which you already stated was the reason. Congratulations.
Okay. All right. Oh, awesome. Cool. Well, this still doesn't help me figure out the obstruction part that they explain the sunset and.
Now you're moving on to obstruction.
No, I'm not moving on. I'm just pointing out that there's still an aspect of that of the horizon that we still haven't talked about. But
obstruction is totally different.
No, I get it. It's a different aspect that we haven't talked about yet.
Wait.
Can you wait, please?
Well, before we move on, let's finalize and get a concession.
I'm not moving on. I'm not moving on.
Yeah, you're moving on to obstruction
of the horizon. Please let me finish, okay? Thank you. So, what you've just explained to me, the ambient conditions, they change what we observe where we observe the horizon to be, or in vertical position, as far as I know, due to the refraction that those ambient conditions lead to, right? And I also have looked independently from that into what refraction does to apparent positions, and I found that if the refraction is downwards, then that would lead to the apparent position being higher than the actual position, than the position it should be. And when the refraction is upward, then the position would be, the apparent position would be lower than the position it should be, right? So what you're explaining to me, according to this, would lead to the conclusion that when I increase my altitude and look towards the horizon, there should be upward refraction between my location, on the way between the horizon and my location. More upward refraction, because consistently always when I increase my altitude more, the horizon drops more. That's what I'm observing. So as I go further up, I should observe, I should have more and more upward refraction, according to the knowledge of refraction, what it does to apparent position, and what I know about the apparent position of the horizon. But when I analyze what the light path between the horizon and the observer and me should be when I increase my altitude more and more, I find that the refraction should be downward. Because the density of the air gets lower and lower, and therefore also the refraction index of air gets lower and lower as I increase my altitude more and more. And close to the ground, that's not as consistent due to temperature and so on.
Hold on,
Is this a lecture?
Jesus drinks piss.
Just hold on a second. Hold on, guys. What's his name again?
Jesus drinks piss.
All right. Oh my God, I almost crashed.
Imagine what kind of life you must have in order to do what this guy is doing.
Interesting.
Okay, carry on.
All right. So, what you just pointed out with the apparent position of the horizon and it dropping seems to conflict in first order, like according to what I know, with what I know about why the horizon occurs in a different in different positions due to ambient conditions, and what I know about the behavior of light through when it's traveling through air. So, yeah, it's perspective and ambient conditions, but that still doesn't quite cut it. That still doesn't explain how the horizon occurs to me without conflict to what I know. And maybe I'm wrong about some of the things that I say I know already, like with the refraction index of air, but I tested that one actually. Or with the down and upward refraction. That's just
really, this all sounds like a you problem.
No, it sounds like a logic problem.
No, not really. I mean, because you can't understand something, that's not the world's fault. That's your fault. And certainly
I'm not saying it's the
other
world's
men,
fault.
right? Other men who are in the same position as you, you can't expect us to explain these things to you. What do you want?
Well, I want help with figuring it out. I mean,
So you're asking a bunch of people who don't know either, right?
I do my due diligence. I do my part, and yes, there's people that claim that they know. For example, Rakia, he made a statement. Okay, this is due to that, and this is due to that, and I'm pointing out like, hey, there's a conflict with that, with what you're explaining and the things that we know about that.
Yeah, but the conflict seemed to be with your eyeballs.
No.
Yeah, because you specifically said that the conflict began when you observed, which means that your eyeballs were in use.
No, it doesn't mean that I observe
the conflict is with your eyeballs.
No. It doesn't mean that I observe with my eyeballs. And no, the conflict is logically
wait. How else do you observe something if not with your eyeballs?
Well, you can observe, for example, the horizon. You can point a camera at it. You're not directly observing it with your eyes. Then you can analyze the picture, but you don't need to use your eyeballs for that either.
You have to look through the. You have to look. You have to use your eyes to line up the camera to take the shot.
Not necessarily, no.
No, you can just do it blindly. Really, there's a lot of blind.
Using eyes. Wait a second.
I'd like to see some blind photographers taking good shots of the horizon while the sun is setting.
Guys, we gotta go one at a time, guys.
Yeah,
come on, please, man.
We are. But
stop.
Hey,
stop, guys. I'm muting you. I'm just muting you. Listen, I'm driving right now. Is there another mod in here?
No.
Okay, there's no other mods in here. Anyone interrupts, you're going to get muted. I'm muting you. I'm muting you right now. Sorry, bud. If anyone interrupts, I'm just muting you until I'm done driving. So, because I can't do it. I almost crashed just now because of that spammer or whatever that was. Like, I can't do it. So, one at a time, please. AK, I'll give you one more shot. Anyone interrupts, you're just getting muted till I'm done driving. Just so everyone knows.
How long is your drive, just roughly, so I know? Right. So not using your eyes to line up the camera orientation or whatever does not mean that you do it blindly. Ever in the strictest sense, you could say it's blindly, but that does not mean that you just go lucky. You can use our means to orient the camera. You can put it on a tripod and level that. And that level, you don't have to establish with a visual one, with a bubble level. You could have like an acoustic indicator that beeps.
Okay, hold on.
When you have it oriented level. So no.
Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this then. You go do that, right? Put on a blindfold. Right, then put on a bag on your head and a baseball cap and a t-shirt, make sure that you can't see, and have someone record you setting up a camera and then taking a photo of the sun with no assistance whatsoever.
Yeah, but I don't know why you would interrupt him after I just said I was going to mute anyone that interrupts. Why would you interrupt him right away? First thing. And AK, you can't just ramble on. Why am I getting interrupted? What is wrong with you guys?
I didn't interrupt,
Come on,
Arian.
you're interrupting me right now. I'm talking and you're talking under me. You can't, AK. You also can't ramble. Okay, I feel like this is all AK's fault. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong. You can't ramble on and just go on and on forever. You can't just keep going on and on forever. You need to talk, be concise, and then stop talking, please, AK.
He's been doing this like the last 2 days. You know, he's had repeated warnings. He got into it with Jin for like 15 minutes straight doing that stuff.
Well, that was on Jin.
It's just like it does not compute to you. Can you add that to your programming subroutines to like stop talking and don't just repeat the same word over and over? That's not good.
I didn't repeat what I was saying just now. I actually didn't. I actually added that, okay, I wasn't acting childish as well, but Jim instigated it. So, and I didn't, I'm sorry if I interrupted. I mean, I didn't notice it. I thought he was not speaking and I was responding with saying like, yeah, you can do that. You don't need to use your eyeballs necessarily to use a camera. And I mean, I will do that. What you said, taking a shot, taking a picture of the sun, for example, without using my eyeballs at all when setting anything up. If you send me the equipment for it, because what the example that I gave was with specific equipment. That just disproves that the conflict is with my eyeballs in itself.
Okay, now you know that even if you do it, you take the photograph, you still have to use your eyes to observe the picture. So your eyes are still involved.
No.
So you lose anyways. You can't observe something without eyeballs.
That's incorrect. You can use
prove it wrong.
Use analysis. You can use analysis in the computer, and you can have your computer set up so a blind person can navigate it. That's not in principle dependent on my eyeballs.
Wait, so you're saying that the computer...
Not in principle with my eyeballs. And even if I used my eyeballs with analyzing the picture, then the conflict between the observation and the explanation that Rakia gave is not between my eyeballs and reality. It is between the camera and reality, because my eyeballs analyzing the picture on my screen does not add another conflict. If they did, then I would not be able to use my eyeballs to grab things and to navigate my immediate surroundings either, because that's the only thing that I'm actually doing when I'm analyzing the picture, using my eyeballs on the screen that's close to me. So you're just plain incorrect. The conflict is not between my eyeballs and reality. Conflict is between what's being explained and reality. Or between eyeballs, any camera, any optical instrument, any optical analysis whatsoever, and reality. But optics, like optical perception, is an inherent part of reality. I don't think optical perception is supernatural. So a conflict between optical perception and reality would suggest that the optical perception that is underlied or that is assumed is not correct or not complete. And that's what I was pointing out. Like, I was asking about, what about the horizon? How does that work? And then I was given an explanation. It's like, okay, I have this observation that seems to conflict with it. And then he was like, then I was told, well, you also have ambient conditions. I was like, yeah, but that makes it worse, not better. That makes the conflict bigger, not smaller. So that's where we're at. For some reason, there's a horizon. For some reason, it appears to obstruct things sometimes. And it seems to be connected to the setting of stars and sun, and the rising of moon, sun, and stars, and stuff like that. But how that why the horizon occurs as it does, we still don't really know.
Wait, you don't know how the horizon occurs?
Yeah. I don't know why it occurs the way it does, or how it works. I know quite a few things about how the horizon occurs to us, but what we can observe with the horizon.
So basically, you need help understanding the world that you're in and using your own faculties. That's the issue.
Indeed.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to get that. Yeah. No one can do that for you.
Well, actually, that is a basic principle of how society works. That we are helping each other with things that we can't do ourselves or can't do alone. That's also a basic working principle of science as it truly is, not scientism as it is propagated, right? That you help each other out and that you help each other understand things that you can't fathom alone. Cooperation is a basic thing of being human.
I mean, no one helped me figure this out.
Oh. Okay, good. But there is no one helped you. So this suggests that you figured it out. And there is plenty of other people on here that claim to have figured it out. And the server is for communicating that knowledge, enhancing that knowledge, discussing that knowledge. Or some people even claim that they are engaging in this community to try and explain their knowledge to other people, and I'm just trying to find someone that would be willing to help me out. I don't see why that is a problem. I mean, I'm it's not that I'm not willing to do any work on my own. It's not that I'm not working on that myself, or that I'm not doing my due diligence. It's just that there's some points where I need help. And whenever I ask someone that claims to know, or that claims to, or that says they know, or they can help me, and we have this conversation, it always ends up in a dead end.
Yeah, because you don't know how to use your senses.
I don't know how to use my senses.
Yeah.
All right. What does that mean?
That's exactly what it means. Because if you actually wanted to figure something out, you wouldn't be asking other people. That's not how you figure things out.
All right. It's not that I'm not using my senses. I'm
No,
not
that's
sure
exactly what it is.
Okay, you're not willing to discuss this. That's okay. That's okay.
Discuss what? You?
No, not me.
Yeah, because that's the subject. It is you.
No.
You now hold on. Hold on. Now you think that it's the horizon, but the horizon is what it is. We're talking about you and your lack of understanding of the horizon.
You're trying to make this about me.
No, it is about you.
I'm just trying to discuss the matter.
Which is about
I'm
you.
basing this on my knowledge, which is all I have, which is all we can do in this, in this specific case where you and me are both on the Discord server.
Right, which is a you problem.
You can't. No. That's just the context of the situation we're in. It's not a you problem or problem at all. Like, you can harm all you want. This is not the topic. This is not what we're talking about. This is what you want to talk about, but it's not the problem. It's not the topic, and it's not what this conversation is about. It's just what you want to deflect on.
Now, one thing
why do you keep talking? If you just want to talk about me and make this all my problem, then don't talk. If you're not willing to talk about the fact, about the matter, about the facts, and how they connect logically, what they imply logically, then don't talk. It's that easy.
Listen. One thing I'm really good at is figuring out problems, and I figured out your problem, and it's you. Oh, he deafened himself. Well, no one wants to hear they're the problem. Honestly, he seems a bit trollish.
Seems? He's definitely troll.
I find a really good indicator of trolls is that they always want to finish their sentence.
What do you need explained to you now, AK? How's there a horizon?
He can't hear you, Jeremy. He deafened himself.
This guy's asking like simple, basic newbie questions. Why is this turning into a giant fiasco?
I don't know.
I gotta see if Geo could fix that thing. People can just come in without even being voice verified or some shit and start a what I don't know what that was, but that was a whole debacle in and of itself.
Yeah.
Were they start a game up? What were they doing?
Starting a live screen share.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think it was a screen share. It was trying to screen share over and over, but it wouldn't let it. And then it just hung up.
It still gives you the notification.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
All part of the plan, man.
That was one of the worst DoorDash mornings I've ever seen.
Oh.
Tons of little bullshit $3.50 deliveries.
Yeah?
That was brutal. It took me $20. I started at 7. I made $22 or some shit.
Ooh. Yeah.
2 hours.
2 hours. That's not good.
Yeah, that was tough. I hit my quota for the week though, $100. Well, $100 a week extra, no biggie. Yeah, this why we see stars. I mean, that was a neat question. I don't think I've ever heard that before. Why do we see stars when the sun sets?
Yeah. Yeah, what's going on there?
Just the stars are higher than the sun, maybe. I don't know. There's a couple. I could think of I gave him one reason. I could think of a couple different reasons, though, that being one of them.
Well, they're not automatic like the street lights. They're just programmed to come on.
No, they're just always on. They're always on, maybe. I don't know. They could be always on, or I don't know. It could just always be on, and then the sun sets. Now you can see the stars.
Could be, yeah. It could be that there's so much. Just basically, it's cold. It's real cold, and then it starts to like tunnel through into the fucking ionosphere shit, and then we see that projected.
No, mine's a simpler explanation.
Of course it was.
We know your explanation, Terry.
Sorry, I had a call.
Yeah, but like the stars have got to be in a medium that they're using up there. They'll seem to be basically pretty similar. I guess there's a couple different colored ones, but for the most part, like when you see a constellation of stars start to like splay out over you, it's really interesting too. You know what I mean? Because you can see them kind of coming from a distance sometimes, rotating above you until they like get over your head. Yeah, but Terry, your model doesn't explain why they're consistent.
So that wasn't a model. That was just a guess.
Okay. Well, nothing explains why the stars like stay clustered in such ways that they don't. Except
I
for
hadn't thought of it that deep.
I'm done with this guy. Well, after I got Zanuck on the flat Earth, I imagine you probably no challenge, but yeah, it'll save you for somebody else, Terry.
Yeah, when people get to know me, they realise that I'm not here to debate.
Yeah, I hear that. Why bother?
Here's the question, though. Obviously, if I'm at the equator and I have a stick in the ground and the sun's directly above me, there's going to be no shadow, right?
At midday, yeah.
And when the sun's directly above me, when it's at my zenith, I'm going to have no shadow from the sun. Then, obviously, if it's a full moon and the full moon's right above me.
Wait, what?
What's up? You got lost on that first part? That was the easy part.
Yeah, I'm very, very confused on why you think you wouldn't leave a shadow just because the sun's right above your head.
On the equator, on the equinox, on the equator, no shadows at solar zenith. Factoid.
Yeah, so you got a stick in the ground. The sun's directly above you. It's not going to cast a shadow. I mean, you could do this at your house, right?
Stick, maybe. Yes.
Flashlight or
Like you're talking about you. My bad.
Yeah, just there's a stick in the ground and there's no shadow. The stick's plumb. We're at
Okay, tell me why a stick in the ground has anything to do with the shape of the Earth, though.
Sorry, my navigation system clipped you. What'd you say?
What does a stick in the ground and a shadow have to do with the shape of the Earth?
He hasn't got that far yet.
Okay, my bad. I'm listening.
No, you're roboting, Jeremy.
Yeah, you're roboting really bad, Jeremy.
All right, well, just let Jeremy get his thoughts out, okay? Because this always happens. Cookie Monster. You gotta let Jeremy run.
I don't hear him saying anything, bro. I don't hear him saying
boy
nothing.
cook. My boy's trying to cook over here, you know what I mean? Yeah.
So, I can put a stick on my porch that's level, right? That's not curved. Put the sun right above the roof of the porch and just cut a hole where the stick is and it'll cast no shadow. Put that light source, let's say 10 foot above that porch. No light is shining, no direct sunlight is coming onto that porch. It's just hitting the stick and casting no shadow. And then move that light source the same altitude or height out into the distance. The light will now shine underneath the porch and cast a shadow on the stick, although it's the same height above the porch. The angle changes. That's all that proves. That makes sense?
Hold on. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got the stick in the ground, whereas the sun's at our zenith, right directly above us. There's no shadow on the stick, right? We got the same stick. We don't move the stick. Now there's a full moon directly above us, and there's also no shadow. Obviously, right? There's not going to be a shadow. It's a full moon. There's not going to be a shadow from the stick, from the moonlight, right?
Yeah, we're with you so far.
What'd you say?
So we're with you so far.
Okay. Now, you get another stick. At the same time you're doing this, you get another stick. You put it at the Tropic of Cancer, right? And now you do this at the same time with the sun. It's gonna have a shadow, and the shadow is gonna be a certain length. if you were to do that when you did it with the moon, the same time you did it with the moon, would the shadow be a different length?
Oh, good question.
Well, obviously the moon's light rays aren't parallel, right? Right, Terry? The
I
moon's
don't know.
light rays can't be parallel.
I haven't tested that one.
Yeah, but in your model, the moon's light rays can't be parallel.
I don't know about that.
Why not?
Sorry, say that again. I think I broke up.
I'm just saying I'm not sure of that because I haven't heard of that one before. Question before.
I said, why not?
Well, I'm pretty sure in your model the moon's light rays can't be parallel, because if they were, you would only be able to see the moon if you were like in this 3,000 mile radius. Like how big is the moon? You wouldn't be able to see if the moon's light rays are parallel. Then you wouldn't be able to see the moon unless you were directly like only in the width of the moon on the Earth. You know what I'm saying? I need to think of a better way to rephrase this. I need an animation guy. I need a guy to make animations for everything
You
I say.
you definitely do for this one.
All right. What kind of animation do you need? Oh, I know what you just said.
Yeah, I see what you mean. If the moon was parallel, if the light from the moon was parallel, then since it's claimed to be smaller than the Earth, you would only see the part of the moon from where it's there's a straight line between moon and Earth. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
AK gets it somehow. It's unbelievable that AK got it, but
why is that unbelievable?
I don't know. I just feel like it's hard to explain things to you, and you were the one that got this, so that was a drastic turn of events.
I don't think it's actually hard to explain things to me. I think what it looks like so far, the problems people run into is the conflict, the internal conflicts of what they're claiming, what they're explaining, and I point out those problems that I'm seeing, and then I never get a response.
Okay, maybe I'm glad you got this.
Difficult.
Yes, the radius of the moon is smaller than the Earth, so at any one time you can see the moon from half of the globe. You can be on half the globe. You know, you could have people in a radius around the globe, and if the moon's in the middle, you can see the whole moon. But if the light rays from the moon were parallel, you wouldn't be able to do that because the moon's smaller than the Earth. You got it, AK. So the question is that shadow that I put at the Tropic of Cancer, is that shadow the same distance as the sun's shadow? That's what I need. I need to know this. I need to do this.
Well, to me, if the sun's further away, the moon's shadow would be a longer shadow if the moon's closer.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Cat Stevens might have something to say about this.
Terry, I broke up. Say that again.
If the moon's closer, the shadow would be longer because the sun's further away, so the shadow would be shorter. That's the way I'm thinking of it.
Wow.
Yeah, so we need to figure out what the length of the shadow is.
Side of the sun for the cold spot of the moon. Like picture of the hot dog.
You're breaking up for me,
Is it just
caveman.
me? Okay.
Yeah, it's just a perception. Sorry.
Gotcha.
I'm thinking like the sun hotspot. Is there a moon hotspot?
Well, that's another thing. Whenever we see these high altitude photos of Earth, there's always a hot spot on the Earth from the sun. But whenever we look at the moon, there's no hot spot. It's evenly lit up. Why would that be?
The sun and the moon at the same angle should cast the same length shadow. Or actually, in their model, should cast different length shadows because one's further than the other. The moonlight definitely casts a shadow. Should cast a shadow on the same stick at the same angle that the moon and sun is at. But the shadow of the moon and the shadow of the sun, if they're different distances at the same angle, should be different lengths.
Yeah, we need to figure out how long this shadow is.
Just take the length of the moon shadow at a certain angle, do the same thing with the sun at the same angle, and see what lengths the shadows are. My bet is they'll be the same.
They need to be at the same spot in the sky, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has to happen when the sun is at an equinox and the moon is over the equator.
No, just the same angle. Why would it matter if it was at equinox or whatever? Just the same angle to the stick.
I'm just saying this: the moon and the sun need to be above the same spot when you do this.
Maybe I'm not thinking about it the same way, but it doesn't matter if the moon is east of the stick or west of the stick, or the sun is east or west, as long as they're the same angle. They're supposedly two different distances apart, so it would cast a different length shadow.
Yeah, as long as they're the same angle, yes. Same spot above the ground from your location. Yeah.
Yeah, same angle above, from the stick's viewpoint. Then the shadow would be one length for the moon and one length for the sun. I would say if they're the same distance, they should be the same. If they're different distances, they should be different. And they're drastically different distances, right? So
yeah, I mean that would blow the doors. That would blow the doors off the heat. Go ahead.
Oh, you'd have to take it to.
No, caveman, you got to get out of the cave, get some reception.
Sorry.
It's a bad reception in the cave.
I'd love to see the length of these shadows. If they're the same, that has serious implications on the heliocentric model. All right, what do you think, Terry?
What was that, Jeremy? Sorry, I was preoccupied. What was the question? Yeah, like I said, yeah, the distance of the sun and the distance of the moon is dependent, and that makes the shadows different lengths.
Hey, I have someone in my truck from Honduras. I'm gonna ask him a question. In Honduras, do y'all use lasers or y'all use water level tools? The water level with the pipe.
It's water level. It's
water level with the pipe.
Yeah.
Y'all heard that? And that gives you
Yeah.
what? That gives you horizontal points. So if you check it with a
Same.
laser level, it'd be the same, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See.
Same thing. Water level, laser level, auto level. Guess what these shits all make? Horizontals.
Horizontal lines, correct.
And they're all called levels. It's not a mystery for the ages. Like levels horizontal, yeah.
Yeah, tools that make horizontal lines are called levels. Amazing. And if you use a 10-foot level to make a horizontal line and then slide that 10-foot level 5 feet over and extend that horizontal line 5 more feet and make it 15 feet with that level, you have a horizontal line that's now 15 feet. It's called extending the straight line segment. AK gets the starlights, but don't get that point. Strange.
Don't get what point? Sorry, I was typing something.
You can also do it with a string. Take A, B, and C point with a string on top of them. That's 100 feet long. So A and B are A, B, and C. A and C are 100 foot apart. B is in the middle at 50 foot. Take another 100-foot string, go to the middle point, B, and go from B to C and make it the same height, the same horizontal line, but extend it out its full length of 100 feet, which would be 50 feet more. Now that horizontal line is extended out to 150 feet. Amazing.
Mm. Did you use string when you did it?
You can. I do, yes.
Did you use it when you extended it to more than 1 mile? Did you use string?
Yes, yes. Jesus, man. Didn't you hear me say yes? I do it every day. I'm actually fixing to pull up on a job that we have string hung as a horizontal. And I can take another string and put it on top of that string and extend it out further distance, and extend the straight line segment that I already created. I'm 1 minute from that job. I do it every day. I'm sitting next to a guy that helps me do it.
In that job? How big is the distance that you extended with string?
Oh, not 35 feet, 40 feet, but you can do it as far as you want.
Okay. Did you do it to extend it beyond miles? Like beyond 5,000 feet?
Yes, I did it 2.7 miles.
You extended a string with another string in hundreds of feet segment for 2.7
I extended the horizontal line that I first created, which was 200 feet long, to 2.7 miles long. Straight line segment, horizontal line.
Last time we talked, you said you used auto levels or field lights.
I used both. I used 3 different tools, actually, with 3 different groups going back and checking the measurements. Yeah. Yeah. Now what?
So you used the string as well. You used the auto level, field lights, and what was the third tool?
Dude, I used the top of the stakes as my horizontal plane. You can hang a string on the top, you can hang a board, you can do whatever you want. But that's the top of the horizontal plane. Hang on, I'm pulling up on the job, so I gotta go.
Bad. So this time he had top of stakes. I mean, he never mentioned the stakes before. Okay.
That's a lie. I've always mentioned the stakes. I use the top of the stakes as my horizontal plane, so I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Right.
I think a
Sorry, I
lot of people are full
misunderstood
of
you guys
shit, what I think.
before.
I have a question. If shadows are based on light and light refracts, then how can you depend on a shadow being anything except just a shadow? It's kind of stupid when you think about it. Sticks and shadows don't prove the shape of the earth. So why are we still talking about it? I really don't understand.
Because if the shadow from the moon and the shadow from the
But
sun
if
are the
light
same,
is only apparent, then how can you
my bad.
justify that?
Am I roboting?
Hello.
Is it still dead in here? Damn, that sucks. All licks aside. What happened?
So how's everyone's day going? Why is that? If you don't mind me asking.
I can't hear you. I hear you, but I don't hear anybody else talking.
Prove it. Messaged me in what's it? The live stream text. Like he's muted, but he's texting. Okay, I see.
Gotcha. I didn't see it.
So do I just kick the ball rolling and what's it? I just start talking about what my opinions are, or is it just like, or do we just wait for like one of the head guys to come in? So what does everyone think the shape of the Earth is? It's constantly changing. Okay. How's that? Yeah, that's true. That's true.
What now?
Prove it is talking in text, and I asked him what he thought the shape of the Earth was, and he said that it's constantly changing, which is kind of true with what he said, but it's interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean he's definitely not wrong with what he says, but
what did he say?
He said that it changes based on footprints, landslides, and all that stuff.
Well, if he once was a glober or still is, he should know that's not the surface of his Earth. The surface of the sphere is actually beneath all of that. It's an imaginary radius that's higher or lower than the actual surface that you stand on.
Yeah, I think he's just being a little silly with it, though. Like,
so
yeah,
how's he being silly?
Yeah, but that's just me, like from what he's saying in text. But like, maybe unless I don't know.
What part don't you understand? Maybe we can help.
Oh, he's saying he's defining it as just a land, like it's not a planet, it's just Earth.
Well, can you show me a picture of it where it's not? That's not from some NASA place or some government crap garbage company that claims things. Because we all know that what NASA's showing us is bull crap, right? You should know that by now.
Well, I don't really see a reason why there would be a discredited source. You know what I mean?
I do. Have you watched their videos? Have you watched their films? Have you watched their supposed rocket launches? They're all crap, dude.
And they're crappy.
Just crap. Yeah, think Godzilla movie graphics. Yeah.
I mean,
and explain to me who was on the moon to take that video of the damn ship landing on the moon. Can you explain that one to me? What did they do? Send a scout down? It's just stupid.
I mean, would you like to go over specific individual things that have happened, or because we can do that?
If we did, it would only make you look like an idiot.
Well, because I've actually seen one of NASA's rocket launches in person. Like, it was a very recent one, actually. I believe it was. What's the date on this video that I have on my computer?
Just describe what it did. We believe you. Just describe
August
what it
1st.
did. Yeah, awesome.
It was a rocket launch, I believe, it was on the East Coast, but it was down in Florida. But according to NASA researchers or whatever, they said that if you lived on the East Coast within a certain time frame, you'll be able to watch it from like a certain amount of time.
We get it. So you saw.
Okay, so if I launch a rocket in front of everybody, does that mean I went to space?
I mean, if you're. Well, that's not what I said. I just said, like, hey, like, said thing happened.
Yeah, you saw it launch. Is my mic not working?
You're going there, bro. Though, trust me, you're going.
Is my mic working? Can I get a mic check?
Yeah, you
I hear you, but you're kind of fade.
Okay, yeah. Saw a rocket launch. We believe you. August, date, time. Describe what you saw.
I saw what appears to be a rocket going into space.
You can see in the space? What did the rocket do? It went up, it went sideways, it went fast, slow, took off slow, went faster. Describe.
I'll tell you what you saw. You saw a rocket take off and then arch and then go back down and land in the ocean. That's what you saw.
I didn't see it land in the ocean. It just continually went up.
It went straight up? I'll take that.
No, it didn't. It went back down.
Well,
it's like.
Well, up in the same way of like how this space aerodynamics work and all that stuff. Now, and obviously, it didn't go straight up.
And how does space dynamics work, considering you haven't been there?
Oh boy.
What do you mean? Why have I been there?
In other words, since you haven't been to space, how would you know what the effects are and how it would be if you got there? Would you?
Because you can do it. You can do space verification stuff like that.
Sure.
Yeah, have you
sure you can. Show me though.
I mean, you can. You can do the math. Yeah. Have you ever done math before?
No, math doesn't solve anything. Math just gives me predictions. It's not going to show me something is true or not. Sorry, dude. It doesn't.
I mean, that's why you go out into the field and you verify it.
Okay, so what field work did you do to verify that the Earth is curved like they claim it is? Tell me. Go ahead.
Well, are we talking about space or are we talking about Earth curvature now? Because we're not bouncing back.
Well, either one. You're claiming that we live on a ball, a planet that spins through outer space at millions of miles per hour. Nobody feels it. All that shit, right? So let's hear you.
I know. I'm just trying to stay on one specific topic at a time rather than bounce between back and forth all at once. You know what I mean?
What, does it scare you?
Well, it's not that it scares me. It's not that it scares me. It's more the fact that it just makes more sense to stay on one topic rather than bounce back and forth. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You saw a lunch. Now describe it. Saying it went into space is not describing it. Or if you don't want to describe it, fair enough. Just post the video that surely you took, and I can see what the rocket
I did.
did. Yeah. If you have it posted, I love that shit.
I mean, I do have it. I do have it, but the problem is that I made it into a 4K like video. So like, and that's very
a rocket fly in the air because everybody saw it. I'm sure they did. But did that rocket actually leave this planet and fly out into the space called the vacuum of space and go anywhere? No, I don't believe that. And I don't believe there's any evidence to show for it. So what I'm asking you is show me the evidence that convinces you that it can do that and why you believe it. That's all I'm asking for.
So here's the reason why, okay? And it's very simple, okay? NASA said that this is a supply unit thing, a supply unit ship that they're sending out to give supplies to the ISS. Now, so that's first. No, I'm not done yet. NASA also said that if you live in these certain areas on the East Coast, you'll be able to see said rocket leave Earth's atmosphere in the process of it being launched. And I went outside at the exact moment that they said it was going to happen at, and filmed and recorded it. And lo and behold, they did it appears exactly as they said it was going to do. So that's
okay. But just because you saw something in the sky that matches up with what some dumbass told you doesn't mean that the Earth is curved. That doesn't prove nothing. It just means that you saw something and you became convinced that it means something. It doesn't.
No, but it means that it's that NASA, what they said, has been verified by me and multiple people. So there's no reason to why.
And we're still growing lettuce in space. Sure we are.
I don't think anyone denies the rocket
completely irrelevant, but whatever. I'm just saying that because it's been verified, therefore I see no reason why the other thing's been true.
You verified the rocket launch. From that point on, from the time you say you saw it go into space, is where you lose.
That's where you started making it.
You lose us. I've seen rocket launches. I've launched rockets. Right? I've made homemade rockets and launched them. It's awesome. I love it.
You made a homemade rocket that went up into space and was able to make communication with an international space station. Is that what you did?
Did I say all that?
No, I'm asking you if you did.
No, I've never made a rocket that went into what you call space and communicated with some unknown object that you are now bringing up. No, you know what rockets are, right?
Okay, that's all you had to say.
I did say that.
Yeah, you did.
You just added all your other personal bullshit that I didn't say, never said, and will never say. So now that we've gotten over that, what I can create and what NASA does create, I have no doubt, I've seen it myself, I've been on land and I've been on the ocean and seen rockets launch from Florida. Right? Don't deny it. It's amazing. Now, start from where you said you saw it go into space. How high was that?
I mean, I would have to look at the actual, estimated recordings of when the specific rocket was from where I saw it in space. You know what I mean?
That's my point.
Because
so
I don't have that on hand, but at the same time,
I understand. You can stop now. That's my point. Now, from that point on, you have to start trusting other men who we are saying, because of reasons, right, that we've researched, we don't trust them from that point on.
What do you mean? What do you mean you don't
exactly.
trust them?
That was kind of what I was trying to say, but I said it wrong.
Because the way that I see it, they stated, hey, this thing is going to happen at X time. If you look into the sky, you go look into the said sky, X thing is happening.
They also said that there was an eclipse the other day, and we all saw that too. But what does that prove, though? What does it prove to you? How does that prove something in the shape of something to you?
It proves that they have the ability to make predictions about these said things. And
so what? And I can predict how many times, a monkey can stab himself in the foot. So what? What does that mean? What does that prove? It doesn't prove anything.
It means that they're a verifiable source of how they get this information.
Verifiable how?
Because they say, hey, this thing is going to happen.
So you haven't been to space and you haven't seen what they saw.
You go outside and see said thing happen. Therefore, they're a verifiable source.
I kind of get what he's saying. Let me break it down and make sure. Someone tells you that they can launch a rocket on a certain day at a certain time and it's going to go up in the sky. You go out on that time and day, see a rocket launched by this group. So everything else they say is true. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying that they're a verifiable source in that sense.
It was a very simple question. So everything else...
I know, and I stated the clarification of it.
Yeah, so now everything else NASA says is true to you, right? Just say yes, man, if you believe it. Stand by your heart. I mean, be a man. Just say yes.
I just said that it's a verifiable source.
No one's denying that they can launch rockets. Did you hear that part? So that part is verifiable. Now, everything else that you can't verify, that they're telling you is true, do you believe everything they say?
Do you have in the same sense of that they said X things are happening in the sky, then yeah. But that's because they verified that they are capable of backing up what they're doing. You know what I mean?
They say they're capable of backing up what they're doing, so you believe everything they say past what you can verify yourself, right?
Well, not necessarily that, just the fact that if it's been verified.
You don't understand, bro. Everybody has to do that because we don't have enough information. Yeah. So the answer is yes.
Just realize that's what you're saying. The fact you won't admit it is strange to me.
Well, it's not that I'm not admitting it. I'm just recontextualizing it the way that it should be presented. That's all.
Oh, he's made it abundantly clear where he stands. But see, the point is that it's not logical. That's the thing I don't get is why do you think something that's not logical means something?
How is it not logical?
Because you've never seen it with your own eyes. That's why.
Well, the people who are doing it have been verifying it for years now, and it's because it's been verified. There's literally no reason not to. You know what I mean?
But that's just because they said it was.
No, it's because it's being verified. It's the verification that's the thing that allows them for.
Bro, you're funny, bro. You're really funny.
I mean, you're not really contesting the verification part. You're just saying, "Oh, said thing said this, therefore we can't trust it for whatever reason." Am I right? I don't want to.
Yeah, I can say that because that's how a logical person thinks.
Well, we operate based off the idea that people are innocent until proven guilty, not guilty till proven innocent, and That's not how this works here.
This isn't a
In the
courtroom.
case of this. It's not the point that's being made. I'm just saying that, like, you're saying that this entity, like, oh, because you yourself cannot verify it, but other people have been able to verify and confirm said information, that doesn't necessarily get rid of it.
So
as a
show
source.
me this confirmed information. That's what I'm asking. It's like, where does this confirmed information that the Earth is curved, or that it's spinning, or that it's going anywhere? Because I don't see it. I don't feel it. I don't see it. I don't measure it. It's nowhere. But you're claiming it exists because someone showed you a math problem. That doesn't make sense to me. So explain how that makes sense.
Well, so this could be with any specific math problem, and it doesn't have to be necessarily with the Earth.
Let me ask you one question then. Let's just change the subject. Let's just ask you this question. Have you ever been to the ocean and seen the horizon? Yes or no?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Have you ever measured that horizon to see if it's flat or not, to see if it's level or not? Yes or no?
No, because that's not what I'm doing at the ocean. I'm out having a
right,
good time.
exactly. See, denial is not an answer to an argument. It's just crap. So, to me, you don't.
I mean, have I made a comment about the horizons yet, other than like the question that you asked me?
Well, because my witness is I went to the ocean and measured it, and then I went a few miles down the way and looked back at the position I was on. I've seen it from different angles. It's always flat and level, regardless. So it doesn't really matter what you think. That's the truth. And everything that we do on this earth is based on that truth, that fact. So the fact that you're saying it's different because somebody from NASA told you that this math problem did this and that, and you saw some shadow on the moon or some bullshit, doesn't prove a damn thing, bro. It doesn't prove shit.
Well, you can continue saying that, but the math problems have been verified. So like, if you do a said
right,
math
they've been verified
problem,
by you seeing them and seeing them happen and all that, right? Yeah.
No,
right.
no,
okay.
No. The math problems, not them doing stuff. Them doing stuff has been verified by me. But math problems, on the other hand, have been verified by people, and the fact that they've been verified is evidence enough that what they're talking about makes sense.
Does a math problem being right or wrong make the earth a different shape? No, it does not.
If the math problem has been verified, yeah.
Okay, I might be wasting my time.
All right. I'm sorry we couldn't reach to some form of agreement on that.
Well, as long as you're just going to deny logic, then I can't help you, bro. It's called mental illness. I don't know what else to say.
I mean, I'm not the one who's like objecting against objectively true stuff about how it's been verified and proven that these things are real and how this works. I'm not the one who's, denying.
Right, but you haven't seen it. So,
yes, but I've seen this. Yes, but I've seen enough to know that fact that yes, the Earth is.
I know you said you saw a math problem. NASA told you that it was a ball, so that means it must be true because they did a math problem and they showed you that math problem adds up to the Earth being a ball. That's great for you, but that doesn't make logical sense to anybody else.
Well, it makes sense to anyone who actually has a brain, because if you understand what that actually means,
okay, show me these people that believe that crap.
And literally the entire planet who has ever thought about anything related to scientific measurements and mathematics. Literally anyone. So anyone who goes to school, understands this information properly, and able to coherently apply the scientific method. I probably went to a much more prestigious school than you did, because you probably did something. I don't know.
Well, I'll be honest. I didn't graduate high school and I didn't go to college. I have no degrees, which means I'm fucking self-taught. I didn't believe some dumb shit that told me it was. I actually looked it up and read the stuff myself. And I come to the conclusion that you live on a plane, dude. Prove me wrong. Well, you can't. You can't prove it, right? So what's the point of arguing about it? Because you can't prove it. NASA can't prove it. You can't prove it. I can't prove it.
You're just in denial.
So what's the point? I'm not denying anything.
You are. You literally denying the physical truth that is the Earth.
When I go to the ocean, I see a flat horizon. That's proof enough for me.
Yeah, that's proof enough for you. But if you look up at the stars, the sun, the moon, every single thing
No,
that relates
the
to how
sun and
a
the
sphere
stars and the
works.
moon have nothing to do with the shape of the fucking thing right in front of your eyes, Dingaling. That's what you don't get.
Well, that is
That's called
incorrect, but because objects behave differently when they're
Well, I
interacting
guess
with other
then we're just
objects.
going to
Would
have
you
to
disagree?
agree to disagree. I guess.
Yeah, you.
Sorry,
Yeah,
but
you can. I'm
but
sorry
you're not
that
listening.
Oh, I'm listening. You just don't seem to understand that objects have objective truths about them. You know what I mean?
Well, if you can show me a truth, then I would be willing to look at it. But you haven't shown me anything. You're just telling me that NASA
All right.
said so, and you saw a math problem, and that's why.
Okay, so can we agree that
What
the
other
night
evidence have you
sky?
brought? What other evidence have you brought here? I mean, tell me, did I miss something?
I mean, let's start with this, okay? Do you disagree with the notion that in the northern hemisphere, and I'm just using that as a location, not an actual way to assert it, do you disagree that it rotates counterclockwise, the night sky?
Well, I live in North America, so I guess I would agree with that.
Okay, that's good. Okay, great. Glad we can agree on that. So what would that mean if it was
But
on a flat plane?
I haven't been to the southern hemisphere, so I don't know. What
No, I
happens,
know,
and
I
don't know what
understand,
makes
I
me
understand,
successful.
I understand.
I'm
I'm
just
just asking you, what would that mean on a flat sphere, on a flat plane?
Mean the same thing as if you were on a ball. What the difference would make?
No, what do you mean by it would be the same? What do you mean by that?
Well, regardless of what shape the Earth is, the stuff that's above our heads, the lights or whatever you want to call them, are rotating around us, right? They're moving. I'm not denying that. I'm denying that the physical Earth is actually going anywhere, which you can't prove because there is no fucking motion going on. So what you're saying is you believe it, and because a math problem proved it to you, now I'm supposed to believe it, but there is no evidence for it.
We're doing baby steps.
Yeah, baby
okay?
steps.
What would happen? So in the northern hemisphere, it rotates counterclockwise around one singular star. What would that mean on the flat plane? Correct. Tell me.
Does that change anything?
Can you answer my question?
What would that change, though? That's the part you don't get. Is what would it change? What difference would it make whether I agree to disagree?
Can you at least
what difference would it make?
Play along with it, please. I'm trying to have a
conversation. I'm not going to play along with ignorance. That's what I'm sick of.
There's
bro.
nothing ignorant about it.
Retards like you who don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, you see,
you just
I actually understand how objects work, and like if you actually allowed to continue with this conversation,
do explain it to us all, please.
Okay, since you don't want to engage with it, so here's what that would mean: on a flat plane, based on
once I know someone's a moron, I just don't engage.
So disregarding that. Once you figured out that, it's rotating counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, that means that on the flat plane, it would rotate counterclockwise across the entire plane without any issues, okay? Based off the information.
Why would that be? Explain how that would be.
Because it would be impossible for there to be another center point that's happening.
Where have you seen one in Disney? Have you seen it?
What the sky rotation happening?
And if I'm standing on one side of the room, you're on the other, we're both looking at it on the ceiling, it would seem upside down to you, wouldn't it? If I was looking at it and it was right side up on my side, it would be upside down to you, wouldn't it? It would just be a matter of perspective. So how does that prove the Earth is fucking curved? You're still not explaining how it makes that true.
Hold on, I didn't even say anything else. I just said, hey, on a flat plane, there can only be one center point based off that one information because if it's a flat plane, like you're saying, there can't be any more center points.
What?
Yeah, there can't. Would you disagree with that?
I don't understand what you mean by that. What difference would it make?
Because
you're standing on one side of something and I'm standing on the other. We're going to see different perspectives of it. We're not going to see a right side up for both of us, are we? Just like if the Earth was round and I'm standing on the top of it, you're obviously on the bottom, right?
So here's the thing, okay? If you and I are in the same room and there's a fan spinning, okay? And it's spinning in one direction and we both look up at it, we're both going to see it rotate the same direction even though we're on opposite sides of each other. You know what I mean?
But from my perspective, it'll be the opposite spin from what yours is it not?
No.
It'll look backwards to me.
No, it wouldn't. We're talking about the direction that it is
Why
moving.
not?
So if we're faced back to back and we both look up and we see the fan, we are both able to see it rotating in the same direction that it's going. Am I incorrect?
You're still not to the part where it makes the Earth curve. I don't get it.
Okay, I'm about to get there. Okay. So in the southern hemisphere, it rotates clockwise. Okay. So what does that mean with a center point as well? Let's try to apply that. Okay. On a flat plane, that means that there's a center point in the northern hemisphere rotating one direction, and then past the equator, you're able to see it do the exact opposite thing it does in the northern hemisphere, and you're able to. And according to yours,
I'd have to
it has
see
able
that
to
with
have
my own eyes before I would even consider even thinking it. Right?
I mean, sure you can,
want to see
but
that,
yeah,
right?
there's multiple YouTube videos that you can look at.
Well, I haven't seen it, like I said, so I can't really comment on something I haven't seen with my own eyes. I really can't.
Okay.
I don't know what it would mean or if it would mean anything.
Okay. Okay, so here is what that would mean, okay? Have you ever had a ball or anything such as that roll across a long stretch of land? So like a driveway, for example. Have you ever seen that?
What kind of moron do you think I am? Of course I've seen a ball roll on the concrete, dude. Come on.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what your experiences are. I don't want to assume like what you've done and what you haven't, okay? So let's take a ball and roll it down the driveway, okay? And you can stand on the left-hand side of the driveway. On the left-hand side of it, okay? It's going to appear that it's rotating clockwise or counterclockwise based on which way it's going up or down.
If I'm on the right-hand side of it, it's going to appear to be, if it's going downhill to my right, then it's going downhill to my right, right? If I'm standing on the left side, it's going to go down to my left. It's going to be the opposite, right? Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, so here's what's going to happen. One side rotates counterclockwise, the other side rotates clockwise. So that's a basic quality of how spheres
rolling down the hill, though. It doesn't matter how you look at it. The ball's rolling down the hill, so I don't get where you're going with this. I don't get it.
So it's a basic property of spheres that if one side rotates clockwise, the other side has to rotate counterclockwise. That's a basic quality of how spheres work.
But you don't live on a sphere, smartass.
But here's the thing. In the northern hemisphere, the sky rotates counterclockwise, and the bottom side of the sphere rotates clockwise. Now, if we're able to understand of how we know how spheres to work, we can verify that the Earth is a sphere based on that information alone. We don't know anything else about it other than that it's a sphere.
You just know that it is one. You couldn't prove it. You could just assume it. That's the problem.
But here's the thing, though. We know how spheres work based on that little observation that we made about the spheres. We understand that information, how it works. So it's pretty safe to guess that, hey, maybe it's a sphere based on this information. And would you disagree with that logic?
I guess you could say maybe, but how would you prove it?
You don't understand. Do you disagree with the logic at hand?
Yes, I'm going to disagree with any logic that says because you saw a light in the sky or somebody gave you a math problem, that makes the thing you're standing on a curved space. It just doesn't.
No.
It doesn't work out. I'm sorry, dude. I don't
it's
get
not
where you're
because
going.
of the lights. It's what the lights are doing in relationship to the Earth.
But that has nothing to do with it, bro.
But it does, because we just went over the sphere experiment.
Only if you already are assuming that you live in a universe where all the planets are rotating around the sun and it's going around the big attractor. That's the only way you can assume that, dummy. That's the problem.
No. The thing that is being... that one little thing that we just did together has nothing to do with anything else. It just makes it appear... It just assumes that it is a sphere based on the information.
One that realizes how stubborn you are.
I mean, you're literally disagreeing with how the objective truth of how spheres work here.
This is the same stupid argument that everything falls downwards. Therefore, there must be gravity. It doesn't prove gravity, dummy. Just because everything falls downwards doesn't prove gravity exists. This is the
One
same
topic
fucking
at a
argument.
time.
It's a dumb argument.
One topic at a time, okay? Spheres behave a certain way. Hey, every
Like how
single
you
sphere
think you're
does
in
it.
charge of something. You're bringing up a bunch of crap that doesn't make any sense to anybody but you, and you're trying to force it on me and tell me this proves something. It doesn't, bro. I'm sorry, but it just doesn't.
Well, you just ousted yourself as someone who doesn't understand how basic objects work. So,
well, I just ousted myself. Oh, darn.
I know, so like, why do you have an opinion on how things in this objects work if you literally don't even know how they work?
That's why I don't make comments like you do. Because I
You
don't
just did. You said, hey, I don't know how objects work, therefore I'm going to deny everything about every single thing that's ever existed related to objects and other people making claims about said objects.
Provided, you saw lights in the sky, and NASA gave you some kind of a math problem, and that proved it to you. That's the only thing you brought.
Because I'm able to actually use my brain and think and apply what that information means to the real world, and instead of, oh, I don't like it.
Enjoy your stubbornness, buddy.
I mean, I'm not the one denying how basic objects work.
That's definitely evidence the Earth's a ball, right?
Yeah, because I counterclockwise on one side, clockwise on the other. A basic quality of spheres. It happens every single time. So it's pretty safe to assume, based on that information, that it's a sphere.
You're funny, bro. You're hilarious.
I mean, are you denying the basic quality of how spheres work? Because you don't really seem to be addressing the point. You're just saying, haha, you're funny. Oh, your argument's stupid. I don't like it. That's not how someone who logically thinks work. Oh, who just joined?
Hopefully someone with intelligence.
Hopefully.
Can anyone guess?
Hello, Witsit. How are you?
Good, what up, bro?
You should tell Witsit what you told me, and then see what he thinks about it.
I mean, you could, but I don't want to like infringe on what he wants to hear and what he doesn't.
No, seriously, I want to know what he thinks about your evidence. I'm really curious. So why don't you give him the same thing you gave me, and then let's see what he comes up with.
Well, we were just talking about how spheres work, and how based on that simple information alone, we can figure out the shape of the Earth. You know what I mean?
Okay. That's it.
What's wrong? Okay. You're not going to explain it?
Oh, do you want me to explain it to Witsit? Because I don't want to like because I'm not sure if he wants to like engage in a conversation.
Well, it's either that or we have to have him rewind the damn live stream and listen to it. But I mean, you could just give him, you could just lay it out. I mean, it didn't take a couple minutes.
I know. I just don't want to like take up his time. You know what I mean? Like, if he wants to, I will. But
oh, I see. So you're afraid of what's it not being.
It's not that I'm afraid. It's more of just being respectful. You know what I mean?
But do you know Witsit? Have you met him?
We met a couple of times, not like actually introduce ourselves, like, but I see him a couple of times. I don't know if he sees me though.
Okay, well, I do know him. I've actually spoken to him quite a few many times. But you know, I don't agree with everything he says, but I agree that he probably sees your evidence the same way I would. That's why I just, you know, I thought I'd get another opinion besides just mine.
All right. So the way so earlier, so I was talking with Cookie Monster, just basically saying, hey, this is how the basic observation of how spheres works, okay? If you roll one down an alleyway or driveway, whatever you want to do it, if you roll it down one side and stand on the left, it will either rotate clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on how you rolled it. You do the same exact thing, it will rotate clockwise and counterclockwise if you stand the opposite side of it, okay? This is a basic quality of how spheres work every it's replicatable and verifiable in every single way. So when it comes down to the shape of the Earth, if you look up at the northern hemisphere and see the star rotation, it rotates counterclockwise, okay? Then you walk on down over to the southern hemisphere, you look up at the sky, it rotates clockwise. So it's pretty safe to assume, based on information alone,
dude. You're still
looking
up. Let him finish.
He's looking. So you look up. So based on the information alone, you can determine that the Earth is a sphere, but that doesn't determine simply anything else other than that. That's pretty much it.
Gotcha. So, are there not other ways to have a counter rotation?
I mean, there are other ways, but the issue arises that it assumes that there's something else at play. You know what I mean?
Like what? Like what?
It could be anything though. Like, I don't.
Like, think about it. Like, if we go based on this line of thinking, then it's like, okay, if we can prove that one thing is caused by a certain thing, then automatically we can just stop right there. That must be what's going on. Of course, that would be ridiculous. There are many things that can be caused by different things. So I can think of multiple ways that if you were not on a sphere, you could still see counter rotation. So if you had a huge sky moving over top of a plane in one direction, and then you started to move south and look south, you're going to see the opposite direction of movement. That's the only way it could work.
Yeah, but this movement is happening at the same exact time as the ones in the northern. So you could have
that's what I'm saying.
So, okay.
Yeah, like if it was a plane and there was this giant sky that was moving, if you look the opposite direction, it would look like it's going the opposite way. Like, it's the only way that it could work. Also, you know how say you're just check it out. Say you're looking down a long hallway, right? We all know that like the ceiling looks like it's going down, the ground looks like it's going up, right? And it's just a perspective thing. Okay, so the sky is above us, so it's going to look like it's going down, right? Because the sky is huge, this huge expanse. We're looking out super far. It's like a huge hallway. The sky looks like it goes down. So when we look straight out, we're going to see the sky, even though it's above us, we're going to see it straight out. So as we're viewing it, looking like it's coming down, right? And it's spinning. If I turn around, I'm going to see it look like it's spinning the other way. I mean, it would have to do that.
The issue, though, with it is that you're able to see it do this from people who are facing completely different directions while they're looking up, and both in the northern and the southern.
Well, when you're in the north and you look south, you see it the other way. Did you not know that?
Well, if I'm showing angles, I would assume so, but not completely. Like if you're at the
right, but only if you're on the other side of the North Pole, and there's another side of the North Pole, right?
If you're in the northern hemisphere and you look south, the stars go the other way. If you turn around and go north, they go the opposite way.
True, but you're able to do this
but that
regardless of
doesn't
how you look
really
at
make
it.
any. Hold on.
So, like,
but wait a minute. They all come from the east, right? And they all go towards the west. They all rotate around in that direction. So it doesn't really matter how you see it. You know it's still rotating in the same direction. I don't see
the
how.
better
I don't see where you're
argument for
coming
the
from,
globe,
bro.
the better argument for the globe, like the better argument that you can try to claim exclusivity would be like the convergence point, meaning that it's rotating around a point. And if it does that in both the north and the south, you could say, well, how would that work on a planet?
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, that's
a better argument.
That's what I'm implying. Yeah, that's what I'm implying. When
that's
I'm
the better
saying
argument. Like just the direction itself isn't a good argument because that's very easily explained. If the Earth was flat, that would have to happen.
That was my bad. Then I was assuming that we were talking about as if that was the case. Regardless,
But
that was
regardless, if you're standing in the southern hemisphere, you're not going to see all of the northern hemisphere, the same thing that they see, because you're not that far up on the Earth. So even if it was a ball, it would still be the same. And if it was a ball, it would be curving away from you. So you wouldn't be able to see a long distance at all. You'd be able to see maybe 10 miles, and then it would curve off, and you wouldn't see anything else. And even refraction won't save that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, regardless of that, flat earthers did drop the ball on this question for many years. So, like whenever, because they would point out the obvious, which is that no, it would look like it's going the opposite way in the southern hemisphere, which is true. Okay, but they would use like, oh, go on one side of the street, look on the other side of the street, or whatever. And that's true, but then they would say all the stars go east to west, so they all go the same direction, right? On the same cardinal direction. But they never really addressed it going around a central point. That's the point that needs to be ironed out. But anyway, there is
you're right.
an answer.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. I was talking as if like that was like pre-established notion, like, and because that's normally what happens when something rotates, is usually a center point of some form. That's how I was operating it.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is there is an answer to that, though. So if you look at, say you're looking at a sunset, and as it starts to set, you'll see like crepuscular rays coming up from the sun. And if you turn around and look in the east, you'll see anti-crepuscular rays look like it's coming up underneath the horizon there. But the sun is setting in the west, right? So if the sun is setting in the west, how can I turn around and look east and see divergent rays from the sun on the horizon over there? Because the sun's on the opposite side. Okay, and so there has to be some reason that happens, whether the Earth's flat, a globe, whatever. There's crepuscular and anti-crepuscular. So something happens with how we see, with perspective, that it'll look like there are both crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays in opposite directions. So perspective causes it to look like it's converging to a point in the east, even though the sun's setting in the west. And it's pretty fascinating, and we have many videos of it, right? You can tape the sun, video the sun in the west. You can just drop your camera, bring your camera all the way over your head, and it'll go up over your head. The rays will curve back down and then converge in the east. So it looks like there's a sun setting in the east at the same time, but of course it's not, right? So that means perspective will cause optical convergence 180 degrees away from each other. Well, we can just establish that for sure, regardless of what we think the Earth is or what you think the cause is. Like, that's a thing that for sure happens. Now, I can explain. I think I understand why that happens, and that's because we have a limit of perspective. We basically have a hemisphere of vision, and so as things reach that limit, they start to converge and curve down into the limit. So if you look all around you, you have a limit in all directions, and that's why that happens. The rays are going to look like they're converging because they're curving down into that limit of how far you can see. Either way, my point is, if you now take this is a fact because it's been observed thousands of times, right? If you take that fact and you apply it to the idea of a sky rotating in one direction over a plane, well, when you look in the opposite direction, it'll look like it's converging to a point because of perspective. So now if you combine everything on a plane, you would have a convergence point in the south. It would look like it's going clockwise, even if all the stars are actually moving counterclockwise. When you look the opposite direction, you would see that. So this is not exclusive to either model. And now we got to find something else.
Though the issue arises, though, because you're able to see the multiple of the same exact thing happening in the southern hemisphere at the same exact time on different continents. Yeah. So on the opposite side.
Okay. Yeah.
So like
that's true.
That's like the one thing I don't understand because I'm trying to picture it in my head right now, because that would imply that there are multiple center points happening for different people, even though they're recording the same exact
right.
So they're recording the same exact observation happening.
Yeah,
at different areas.
Yeah, basically, like if what I'm saying was happening, then everyone would see convergence points in the south in different places. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if you actually look at the observations, they do. So, like, say we usually use the Southern Cross. So if you go look at where the Southern Cross is from these three different southern continents, you'll see that they're all in different positions, and none of them are directly south. Right? They'll be a little bit off of south, and they'll be higher and lower in the sky, depending on where you are. So it is actually what we see. We see that. Which I actually don't know how that works. I've never actually even heard that explained.
So what do you mean by
on the globe, actually?
But the thing is that they could be facing away from each other at different points and still see the Southern Cross and the center point at the same time.
Well, they cannot be looking in opposite directions and seeing them at the same time. So that is a thing that a lot of globe earthers have said, and they'll even make that little cartoon.
I'm trying to
just go to Stellarium, and you'll see that is not true. They cannot see it at the same time. It's different times and at different places in the sky. Go to Stellarium and pick 3 positions and look at the times.
Well, they absolutely can do that. That's the thing.
You can go to Stellarium, and it'll show you what can be seen.
So I'm just trying to picture this from a flat plane perspective, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you can have someone from Australia, South America, or Africa, okay? They're both looking up at the stars. Now I don't believe that it happens on all 3 continents, just because of how the sunlight distribution works, and that wouldn't make sense. But on at least 2 of the continents, they're both able to look up at the sky in opposite directions of each other based on the flat plane idea, and record the same exact thing happening in the sky at the same exact time. Yes, it is slightly different because based on like how the sky is rotating. That is true, but for the most part, it is exactly the same. So it's because it's happening at the same exact rotating degree that it's happening at. So like if it's off by a little bit to my right, so if the Southern Cross is off to my right a little bit, and I'm in Australia, and someone's like, oh, it's in South America, it's off to the left, to my left, though it's still rotating within accordance of how we're observing it at the same time. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. But what I'm saying is just go look at the actual data. I can't drop it right now inside my house, but we already did this. We ran the 3 positions at the same universal time, and we showed that they are not observed all at the same time, nor are they observed in the same place at all. They're significantly higher or lower in the sky, and none of them are directly south. None of it. So basically, if I'm on a plane and I go out south and I look out, I'm going to see a convergence relative to whatever the limit is. So as I go further out south, I'm seeing further and further. So that convergence point slightly changes relative to that. So we did the math and the angles, and it matches perfectly. If you get a ratio of convergence and you start to go further out, now you've increased your limit of how far you can see. The more further south you go, the convergence point changes in perfect alignment with that. We actually then took those angles and we threw it on a globe, because they should all intersect at the same place on the globe. I should be on the bottom of a globe looking up at the southern stars, like the Southern Cross, for example, and I should draw a line based on the cardinal direction from each observer, and they should all intersect at the same place, but they don't. Like, I literally haven't figured out how it works on the globe.
So you're
No one's
saying
answered the
that
question.
you're saying that if you get into a plane and then draw convergence lines, like I'm trying to understand, you draw convergence lines.
No,
Oh, yeah,
say
I'm
you're
just
on the
trying to
ground.
understand.
You're on the ground in those three different
Okay.
continents. You know, like the meme we always see of people looking in opposite directions, and how could they see the same thing in opposite directions? Fire is so stupid, blah, blah, blah. If you take those different locations in stellarium and you put them in the same time, it'll give you a direction, a cardinal direction of which way you have to look to see the Southern Cross at the same time, right? If you take those cardinal directions and put them on a globe, and then you draw a straight line out from the observer on the ground with that cardinal direction, however many degrees it is, you know, say it's 177 degrees here and 183 degrees here, whatever. If you combine those three with the angle coming from that degree view, they should all intersect on the Southern Cross on the bottom of a ball. Because the idea is that I'm on the bottom of a ball, and so we're all looking at the same star, right? And it looks like it's where it is because I'm on the bottom of the sphere. When we couldn't get the lines to intersect. They were drastically off. They didn't match the globe model. They didn't land on the Southern Cross. So either stellarium's wrong, right, or the globe is wrong, which is crazy because stellarium uses the globe.
Question: is Stellarium a mobile app that you're referring to? Just so that I'm on the same page as you.
I use it on my desktop.
Okay, yeah. I was just confused what you meant by
trash.
Stellarium. That's all. Like, it was just like, wait, what is this other thing that you're talking about? Like, so like, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
That. So my only not necessarily like argument I would say against that it would be more like a point against it would be it's like, okay, that just means that said other information that we use to determine this is wrong, but the actual principle of what I'm talking about still remains true. You know what I mean?
It remains true in principle. It remains true in principle, but it should match reality, right? So what I'm saying is the Southern Stars aren't really exclusive. It doesn't, dude. It doesn't.
It does, but it does though. Even if it doesn't, align with the tools that we're using based on that information? You know what I mean? So like, let's say like we use a tool to like measure, not even necessarily measure, record how a ball was rolling down a driver, like, but back to that example, okay? Even if the tool is wrong and we've been using that tool for a while, and we're just, if we don't use said tool, the observation that we're recording is still true of how it is just the tool that the other tool that was supposed to help us with this information and get it much quicker is just no longer as efficient as we thought it was, or unreliable. That's how I would see it.
Okay, yeah, we would still have to have some method to verify it. We can't just assume it must be true. So, like, use a different tool, have people go observe it however you want, but, I mean, it hasn't actually been validated. And this is another thing. So, if we see in a hemisphere, and it's limited, right? And so there you go. You have a hemisphere. Technically, it's a whole sphere, but you're staying on the ground, so you only have the top half of it that you can see, right? Like, you just have a bubble over you. This is why when you look out, you can tell. Like, if you look out at the ocean, it looks like there's a giant circle drawn around you because your eyes are a circle. That's how you see with your peripheral vision. Looks like it curves around, right? So, and it can't be because the Earth's a globe. That wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen at that rate at all. So, like, we see in a circle. So now, if we see, and there's this bubble over us, this dome, basically, of how we see a hemisphere. The reason there's such an overlap is if someone were to say, oh, well, no, that we don't actually see in a hemisphere. We can see forever in perfectly straight lines. then you can take the observations and say the reason it looks like this is because the Earth is curving. So there's a direct overlap. So when the observations match the globe, of course they do. That's how we built it. So then the question comes down to, like, do we see forever, infinitely, in perfectly straight lines? Or do we have a limit of perspective that's basically like a hemisphere, where we have this circle drawn around us that we can't see beyond? Because they're both, you can take the same observation and interpret it two different ways. That's how we made the globe model, right? So, yeah.
Well,
can I ask a question? Just see if I got the whole thing right. Did you say that the horizon looks like a circle because your eyes are curved?
Yes.
So how would it look like if our eyes weren't curved?
A good question. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
That's more of like a question, just like
count?
how would you? That's more of like a question that's like, how do I say? How do you know what it's? What would it look like if you've never observed said thing? How would that look like? It's kind of like one of those questions. Like, I don't know. I've never seen like said thing happen.
Oh,
yeah.
But I mean,
am I supposed to design a new type of eye that's not curved in my mind and tell you what it would be like or something?
What part of the eye you're seeing is curved that makes the horizon look curved?
No, it's not. I didn't say that the horizon looks curved. What I said was that you see in a circle. So when you look out, I was just at the ocean. If you look out at the ocean, it's very obvious. You have peripheral vision. And what happens is there's this big circle coming out from your eyes of what you can see. We see in a circle because that's the way our eyes work. We have a peripheral limit, and it goes all the way back towards us. This is very easy. You just have to go look at something.
For you to attribute that to the eye's curvature, then there's some role that the eye curvatures have to play to make that look like a circle, if that's the cause of it, right? And I'm trying to understand what that role is.
The eyes are curved, dude. You can't see forever. Yes, like you have you agree you have a peripheral limit? Like we have peripheral vision, we can only see so far to the left and to the right.
You mean like angle-wise? Like going from the center of our vision, there's a limited angle?
Yeah, to the left and to the right. There's a peripheral limit. Right, okay. So if you start at that peripheral limit and you start to go out forward towards whatever you can see in front of you, it's a giant circle. It's actually going to be a half circle. You can just go out to the ocean. Just look at the ocean with your eyes. It's very obvious. It's like a hula hoop.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing that it looks like a circle. What I'm trying to understand is what role the eye's curvature play on that, because I don't see what that would follow. Like I can't design a camera.
Why do you think it happens then? Why do you think it happens?
Because it's in all directions around you. So if you look around, following the horizon, you're gonna make a circle by doing that, just because it's around you. I don't see how the curvature of your eye is necessary for that in any way. And I'm not even sure which part of the eye, which curvature of the eye you're talking about. If it's the retina or if it's the lens, which part of it plays that role?
I don't. The eyes are not even fully understood, dude. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that no, they're not. Every physicist knows this. But what I'm saying, or every biologist, every biologist knows we can't fully understand how the eyes. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about we look at things and there is a circle. We see in a limited circle when we have our peripheral limit. So what it is that's causing that doesn't matter. The way that we see is there's a circle. It's like there's a hula hoop, and we're standing in the middle of the hula hoop, and we see half the hula hoop extending out from our side all the way in front of us, back around to the other side.
You mean the horizon, right? When you see in a circle, you mean the horizon looks like a circle. Is that what you mean by that?
Sure, but it's not. It's just whatever is there to the left or the right and in front of you. Yeah, when you're looking at the ocean, you're going to see a horizon, and you're going to see it look like a circle around you.
Right, but like, for example, now I'm in my room. I mean, I'm not sure what should be looking like a circle here. Like, if you're not talking about the horizon, then I'm not sure what that would be in this case. Like, I'm in my room and I have a horizon. So
okay, but you're not able to see far enough in your room for this to take place, though.
oh, so you're seeing like the surface, like the oh, that's still the horizon. Like if you're seeing just the very long
I said sure if you want to
you.
say it's a horizon, dude. Have you ever gone to an ocean?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go to the ocean and you look out, you're gonna see a circle, bro.
Yeah,
That's just how it works. Like I was just
I'm
at
not
the ocean.
disagreeing with that. As I said like 3 times, I'm on board with that part.
All right, so
Just trying to
what
understand.
causes it or whatever doesn't even matter, right? Because the point was that there's a circle. That's how we see it. And so the idea, like, obviously, that means we have a limit and it's a circle. We have a limit of what we see and it's a circle. And that's what peripheral vision is. So if we have a circle limit, okay, it stands to reason that there's basically like a hemispherical limit of our vision. We see in like this little dome. We can't see forever.
Yes,
There's a limit.
exactly. It makes so much more sense that way, doesn't it?
I mean,
So then my point was, okay, just say hypothetically that's the case, and we see like that. You could create a model saying, oh no, we don't see like that. We see forever in straight lines. There is no limit. And then you could take that, what you view, and say it must be caused by the Earth itself physically curving. That's why there's an overlap in the models.
I think you said that. Well, let me see if I'm still following you. So when you say you see on the circle, and you're talking about like this extension, when you're out there in the ocean and you see, look at the ocean around you, and that forms a circle, and you're saying that's a limit, right?
Yep.
Are you saying that the circle exists because there's a limit? Is that what you're saying? Because
Yes.
you said the cause doesn't matter, but now it seems like you're saying the cause is a limit.
Well, it's just a fact that we have peripheral limits.
Oh, that's not related to the peripheral limits, right? It's like if I have a shorter peripheral limit, how far the horizon is wouldn't be affected by that, right? It wouldn't make any sense for the horizon to be related to my peripheral limit.
Dude, do you agree that we have a peripheral limit?
Yes, I already agreed to that.
Okay, and do you agree that if we start from our peripheral limit on the left and we look out at the ocean, what happens is it starts to curve into the center in front of us, and if you keep going, it curves back down around to your other side of your peripheral limit.
Bingo.
Because it does clearly do that. Everyone can just go to a body of water right now. Okay, so that's my only point, is that that's just a fact. It's just something that happens. When you go from your peripheral limit and then you extend all the way out in front of you and back around, you get a giant circle. Okay, so to say it has nothing to do with the limit, I don't know. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
I thought that's what you were saying, that the horizon is caused by a limit, and now apparently you're saying it's caused by your peripheral.
No, I never said the horizon is caused by anything.
Well, when you said we see on a circle, you agree that would be the horizon, right? In the case of you being in the ocean, that would be the horizon.
It's not just the horizon though, because what about right to my left? When I see the water, but then I still see the bridge up above it, I see this water extending out. You can call it a horizon if you want to, if that makes you feel better. Sure, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, I have to do something, dude. I don't know why this, like, it's like so just obvious that this happens and everyone can go look at it. And I think it's pretty telling that people have to like deny it or deny the implications of it. I mean, that seems to be pretty telling to me.
No one's here denying anything.
To do that? You are though.
No one's here. No. I was asking a question to how the mechanism for what you're saying works. All I'm doing is asking questions, trying to understand what you're claiming. I'm not denying anything.
Oh, we have a limit, and it starts at our peripheral, and it goes out in front of us and back around, and it creates a circle. So when I look out at the ocean, I see in a circle. Stands to reason, it's probably because our eyes are circles. You seem to think that isn't logical, and no, that can't be the case. There must be something else or whatever. But it clearly is the case. Okay, and so whatever,
You
my actual
substantiate
point,
that.
this is what always happens. This is what always happens. I made the point that it's just objective that we see in a circle. First it was challenged, then it was agreed to, and then it was about what causes it, because my actual point was we see in a circle, and if you were to assume that you see infinitely in straight lines, you could then claim that the reason we see things the way we do is actually because the Earth is curving, and that would make an overlap in the models. That is the actual point, right? But anything but address the point. So now this has taken 10 minutes of my time. I have to do something. I'll be back in a
See,
second.
that's what he did to me.
I didn't disagree with what happened. I agreed with what happened, but at the same time, you attribute a cause to it. You said it's related to the eye's curvature, right? I'm trying to get why
left, bro.
the eye's curvature plays a role. Sorry.
He left, I think. He had to go do something.
Okay. Who'd see that coming?
Yeah, I didn't truly understand what he was trying to make with the eyes. Like, I understand he was trying to say the curvature is based off of the eyes, not the actual Earth, but
You know, there's another thing that you guys all have to remember.
I was trying to get him
Everybody
to
on here
substantiate
has
it.
a different idea about what they think the Earth is, because we all have different experiences. So when you say flat earther, you're just basically saying a dry term. You're not really discussing me. You're not talking about to me directly when you say flat earther, because I don't really consider myself a flat earther. Because if you really think about it, the ocean is the only thing that tells us the world's flat, right? Okay, so if that's the only thing that we can verify it with, then, and the dirt is actually above the water, then okay, it's a 3D plane. It's not flat Earth, it's a 3D plane. Let's just be honest about it. So that way we don't get dummies that keep coming in and arguing that, oh, well, there's mountains and there's hills. Well, yeah, we know that. And we know the dirt's mostly above the water, but there's also dirt below the water too, right? So, and there's a lot of things that we can't confirm. So there's a lot of things that we can't really, like, I could say it. I could say this is what I think it is, or I could assume it, or I could even say this is my opinion. But you'd just be asking me individually. You wouldn't really be asking flat earthers. You'd be asking one flat earther or one person that claims he's in that club or whatever you guys think that is. But I'm not really in that club. I'm in the club of I want to know what it really is. And I'm trying to figure out why we always sit around and argue about stuff that doesn't really make any difference when we could be out testing this stuff and getting all these angles and getting videos from all these different angles, and then we could figure it out with that. We could use that data to figure it out for ourselves. But instead of doing that, we sit on here and we argue about who's right and who's wrong, and it's really silly. That's what I think.
When are you going to go do
that? My opinion doesn't matter.
With you doing that. I've given things
I'm ready.
You can do too. Go ahead.
I'm ready.
What's stopping you? Hang up. Let us know how it works out, because I love that stuff.
Right. Yeah, sure. Next year. I'm gonna videotape the moon disappearing like I saw it this year. Can't wait. I'm excited about it. I'm gonna get it from a couple of different places too. I got friends that said that they'd get involved, so I'm gonna try to get everybody to videotape it.
So people do.
I mean, not that it means anything, but I'm saying I just think it would be interesting to show people like what really happens in the sky, and when you really see what really happens, and you start to go, wait a minute, that doesn't really look like what I thought it would look like. And then that's all I'm trying to do is show you that there's other places, there's other things, there's other ideas that make more logical sense. You know, I'm not saying that I believe them, but I mean, they make logical sense. Sometimes it's easy to lean that way. So that's in my journey, you know, it's different.
Yeah, and also you can go out and do things that prove that the lakes don't curve or the ponds don't curve or the ocean is a little bit harder. But even the
of course, because it's got waves.
Yeah, so people are doing this, but when they come back and tell people what they've done, that's when the people want to argue. So it's not that people aren't doing the things. That's how you know. Like, that's how, because you see it yourself. You've done things that you've seen yourself. No one can take that from you. I've done the same thing. Exactly. Right. So no one can take that away from us. When we try and explain
I'm not saying it means anything where I can prove it. Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep going. So the interesting thing to me and the whole, when you just think about the whole conversation is, like, this is what I was saying earlier. It's like, I'm just trying to like get an honest answer from somebody who claims that they believe in the globe, but yet it doesn't seem like they even know what's going on any more than I do. And it's like, well, if we don't know what's going on, why don't we just work together and figure it out? Like, couldn't we do that? Like, or do you not trust me now because I have a different opinion? I mean, Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Remember when you used to watch the news at night and they have two people talking about different opinions? Now we don't have that. Doesn't that make you wonder why we don't have that? It's because somebody wants you to have one opinion. They're just going to give you an opinion. They don't give you both sides anymore. Think about that. So, I mean, why not work together and find out what the answers are? We should be working together. We really should. We should put our minds and our money and our you know, and our whatever you want to call it, our attitudes to the test, right? If we really believe what we say we believe, then let's go and let's prove it somehow. And if we can't prove it, then let's just toss it and let's move on to the next thing, and so we can try to figure out what the answers are, right? I know, I'm just repeating myself.
But even what Whitson was saying, Doofus has agreed to certain extents. He let him explain it because he says I don't explain it well. I don't want to talk for him, but he says over a flat plane that you would see the horizon curving around you and appearing to be a curve, although it's not, because of how we see. The only difference is over a sphere Earth, you're going to see a more drastic curve. That's what he said the difference would be. It wouldn't be as much of a.
I would tend to agree with that.
What's going on? Let's let everyone finish their sentences, guys, please. You good, Rocky? Damn, I just missed Witsit. I wanted to tell him about that Eratosthenes thing. All right, I'm back. I lost my friggin' AirPod. What's good now, guys? What's good? I don't know why the shadow, even in the heliocentric model, why would the shadow be different? Because it's a different, it's higher up. Because it's parallel. Like what? I don't know, but we need to see what's good with the shadow, though. It doesn't have to happen on an equinox, but it does have to happen when the moon's full, and it does have to happen when the sun is at the same zenith spots. You know what I'm saying?
Hello, hello.
What's up? What's up?
Not much. Just getting over a little, not a cold, but I don't know what it is. Well, some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a fever for like 3 days, and while I'm on day 3 of it, it's just hovering in the just under 100. But I was like, literally, I thought I was dying on Tuesday. It was terrible. But
Yeah, I slept most of it off yesterday.
mm-hmm.
I was just going back and forth from the barbecue, just like grilling, eating, and then passing out, and then repeating. Drinking a ton of broth.
Yeah, I did that, and then a hot toddy last night. But I swear, I don't know what it was, but I've never had the flu, but I guess this might have been as close to it as I don't know, based on everything. But damn, I'm not pleasant when I am sick.
Oh yeah, for sure. I didn't do a hot toddy, and I actually don't like gin. I've never liked gin in my entire life. But there was a bottle of gin where I was, and I was like, let me just smell this. Well, is this going to make me feel better? And I smelled it, and my instincts was like, dude, drink some of this, even though you don't like it. And I think that helped. I think it helped. I poured it in some of my really hot mint tea.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah, gin is my go-to. But yeah, I'm glad you trusted your instincts. But I've done like probably way too many shots of Dayquil and Mucinex, and I hate taking fever reducers, but like the house was disgusting. I had to do something today. But until I can grow it all myself, best thing.
Oh, I hear that. Yeah. I'm just stoked I get to go to work today and not be all jacked up. I texted my coworker yesterday. I was like, dude, did I lock the building yesterday? Like, I didn't even remember, like, because I went to work for like an hour, and then I was just like, oh yeah, I should stop working and go rest. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, what Lion was saying yesterday was really cool. Listening to background noise as he was sharing what the sun does. You know, resetting every 4 years or something. That was pretty interesting.
I think I missed that, but that is cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask him to repeat himself today when he comes back in.
For sure.
What's up, party people? What up, Platypus?
What's up, Dicelo? How you been?
Hanging in there, just fucking working, slaving away.
Yep. I got a new side hustle that I'm working on. I'm getting some raw sheep hides, and I'm gonna tan them up and make car seat covers with them. I was looking online; those
nice.
bitches sell for like $250 a piece. I can get a fucking raw hide for free. I just have to tan it.
Yeah, you got to tan it, and then you'd have to obviously, seam it all together and whatnot. Shit, you should holler at Ken Wheeler, dude. He's got all the proper stuff for that. Maybe you guys could work out like a little deal together where it's like you give him the dimensions. He cuts it and seams it together. And I don't know. That'd be kind of neat.
Who's Ken Wheeler? I'm sorry, I don't know who that is.
Oh, Ken Wheeler. I'm a big fan of his. Like he's the ether guy. His channel is Theoria Apophasis on YouTube. Yeah, he's like the big fat bald guy with the tattoos. Basically, that's what he does on the side. He does a lot of leather work. So he bought like all the top quality machines that would be required to do such stuff, like stitching together very thick pieces of leather. Yeah, he spent a few $1,000s on all the equipment for it, so he's like big into it.
I will definitely be reaching out to him because I do have some connections to kind of like a hide tanning crew, if you will, but they're very liberal, and they're. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. That's why I'm specifically sticking to car covers, because they make like hippie clothing and like throw rugs and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to like take their business away from them, but I also think they're a little too pricey.
Right. Yeah,
So I
he
am
is
looking
pretty
for a
pricey
partner.
too. He does like wallets, clothes, belts, guitar straps, camera straps. Like he does all sorts of various like one-off things. But you guys might be able to like work something out where like maybe you provide them a free hide in return for, doing whatever various tasks. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to hit him up because I am slaughtering like next week. So I'm going to get some fresh hides, and then I have some hides that are, I think they just needed to be rescued, really. But yeah, that's cool. Ken Wheeler, I'll check him out.
Yep. It's always good to network.
Yeah, absolutely.
With as many followers as he's got, all it takes is him, maybe even just dropping your channel name or something, for a shout out.
Yeah. Did anybody have weird dreams last night? I think it's just because I was sick.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, that's all good. There's certain kinds of dreams you only remember when you like get a glance of yourself in the mirror and you're like, what the fuck, did that really happen? You're like, no. It was just a dream. Just carry on.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had weird incidences like that where I'll be like driving down the road and just something will trigger a memory, like a small glimpse of a portion of a dream I had. I don't know. I've had stuff like that happen.
Okay, just to change the subject real quick. I saw these AI robots that Japan is making, and they're basically like serpents in the sky. The drone can change its shape based on the environment around, meaning it can like slither through pipes, but it's like flying the whole time. So I'm definitely gonna buy some guns again. I mean, I have some good guns, but they're not for killing robots. They're more for like precision aiming.
Yeah, you'd probably want to get yourself like a Beowulf upper receiver.
I was just thinking of a master key for my SKS, but yeah.
Oh yeah, SKS is a great gun. But yeah, this is about $600. It's just the top upper receiver, which mounts to like the lower receiver of an AR-15, and essentially it upgrades your 5.56 or was it 2.32 or whatever to a 50 caliber.
Oh, good lord, that's nice.
Yeah, yeah. It's not like a 50 BMG, but yeah, like supposedly you could shoot this round like through a car, like straight through an engine block. So, and it'll put like a pumpkin-sized hole through the entire thing.
Well, what I was thinking about doing was making my own shotgun shells with magnetic rounds. So when they hit, when they hit the robots, like they're getting magnetized. But I don't know.
That's kind of neat.
Yeah, there's not many things I can see on the internet that would like prompt me to go out and like be like, okay, now is the time to do this. But fucking flying snake drones, yeah, that will happen. Probably already has. They're just showing us yesterday's stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm sure everything we see is from like 50 years ago.
Yeah, it's got to be like 50 years behind.
Oh, we are kind of rudely interrupting Jeremy's Bible study here, so go ahead, Jeremy.
Bro, don't even start, dude. That shit's not funny anymore. I think it's driving people away, dude. I'm not joking, man. I think it's driving people away.
I mean, I'd be more concerned with Pete Shea on a fucking 3-hour tyrant, dude.
Dude, yeah, we're gonna have to have a mod meeting about that kind of stuff because I have a vote. I have a vote to cast. We can't be doing that. That's not fair for the listeners, and it's not fair for the people that regulate. Never mind. Let's just save it for a mod meeting.
Pete's definitely an issue. We know.
Bro, yesterday was bad, bro.
I'm not the one.
Sorry, go ahead. I popped in. He was doing his thing, dude. I dropped out. I couldn't handle it. Come back like an hour later, dude. He's still fucking ranting and rambling. I dropped out again. Come back. Now it's like several hours later. I'm off work by now, and he's still in the room, dude. I was gonna say something. I bit my tongue, and then he basically exited. Thankfully, but
yeah.
Anyway.
Well, I did not unmute him yesterday. I don't know who did, but it's not like we're being mean or anything like that. When there's an individual who's been told many, many times not to do something and they do it anyways, regardless of what it is, it's just that needs to be handled.
Yeah, I don't even dislike Pete. It's like
no.
he's a good guy. I don't have any hard feelings, but it's like there's a time and a place for Pete, and it's not all day every day. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. No, I had to come in here the other day and tell someone was in here drunk, and I was like, dude, it's like, we don't want people rambling in here. He's like, oh, all right, well, I'll just ramble on until somebody interrupts me. And I'm like, no, you don't get it. We'd rather have dead air than your drunk ass just doing whatever it is you're doing right now.
Yeah. What's up, Jeremy? What do you got to say?
I mean, all this shit is definitely a concern. I understand Pete's a problem. Drunk people are an issue. This whole nonstop Bible thing may be an issue. I don't know. We have things we need to work out. Absolutely.
It seems like I've missed most of the Bible conversations. That's interesting.
It's like borderline nonstop. I mean,
it's true. I had North in here and Lion just fucking breaking it down, bro.
Yeah, I think we need to make a Bible room to kind of quarantine that stuff. Like, as a Christian, I don't want to hear scripture all the time, and that's that. Time and a place.
Yeah,
I'm for it. I'm for it. So,
like, if you're not into the Bible,
by the way,
if you're not into the Bible and you check in, if you're not into the Bible and you come check in and you're like, oh, they're talking about the Bible again, you leave, you come back later, still talking about the Bible, tomorrow talking about the Bible. How many times are they going to keep coming back before they're like, fuck it, they're just Bible banging in there and I'm not even going to check no more?
Yeah, but it's not that bad, is it? I mean, I don't think it is anyway.
Nah, if you're not into it, it's that bad. Yeah, it's like, so I'm not into this. I don't want to listen. I'm not going to sit here and listen to this for hours and hours and hours. It's that bad, Andy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the duration.
It makes me want to shut the live stream off. It makes me want to shut the shit off.
It's not everybody's cup of tea. I think we can all agree on that.
We need a timer, bro. Like, if that shit pops up, it's like you get fucking 10 minutes, bro, to do your little Bible fucking sermon deal, and then it's over,
Let's
bro.
put a timer on mocking the Bible. How about that? Like, what's going on right now? Let's put a timer on this bullshit. Let's just get rid of freedom of speech and why the server was created for people to come in and voice their opinion and what they believe in. Let's put them in a special room and let y'all come here and talk about those people. That's weird.
Shots fired.
I didn't. Let's not get weird here. Okay, look. I'm sure you guys have noticed. Hold on, I'm just going to make a little announcement. I'm sure you guys have noticed there's some other servers out there that are similarly aligned, and they are populated. And you can say whatever the fuck you want in there. You can you get the Pete's of the world, the Jims of the world, the Gems of the world. They are allowed to go there. But that is not happening here. There's very strict moderation here. And it might seem kind of lame sometimes because certain topics get talked about more than others. But at least it's not completely chaotic because we know where that goes. It leads to the Gem Panda servers of the world, the 24/7 Flat Earth servers of the world that are just destroyed. They've been destroyed by a lack of order. And I think that we can all learn to get along here no matter what our religions are or what our ethnicities or beliefs are. And I think that's what just separates us. So let's just not forget, Geo, God bless him, is trying to fucking carry the torch. And I think he's doing a good job.
You just contradicted yourself, dude. You just wait one sec, Jeremy.
Cool, but
you just said
Bible here is cool, but hold on 1 second, please. Talking about
Go, Jeremy.
Sandy, my mic's cutting out or something. Talking about the Bible here is cool, but it's not cool when it happens every day, multiple times a day, for hours and hours a day. It's an issue. We're not mocking it. We're just saying, like, it may be driving some people away that aren't anywhere.
Yeah,
most of the time that Bible stuff comes up is just that there's quiet. It's quiet in the freaking room. There's nobody speaking.
Yeah, and people ask questions, but this comes up a lot. I tell you what drives me away is hearing this bullshit right here. I want to go to a different server right now.
I mean, as a Christian, you're not supposed to judge other people, Rakia.
I'm not judging you as a Christian. I didn't even bring up the Bible. Y'all did. But this BS right here, stick these people in another room. We don't want them here. Type shit.
Okay, that's not what I said.
That's what runs a server.
Yo, Rakia, dude, I'm the one that said let's make another room, and I wasn't saying that to like shove people away into the corner or the closet. I'm doing it because you're frustrated. Dude, let me just finish what I'm saying. Dude, I'm a Christian too. I want to be able to read scripture without making people cringe. Okay, you have to speak to everybody in accordance with a way that they'll be able to hear you. You don't want to be like just blasting people with stuff, turning them away.
We're not talking about you and me. We're talking about the people right now, saying they don't want people to come in here and talk about the Bible every day.
Yeah, I love those people. I love them, and
they're not going to go to that room, man. You're not going to reach them.
That's fine. They don't need to go to the room, dude. This is a place of freedom, dude. It's
right,
fine.
Exactly. Why do you need another room if it's a place of freedom, dude?
Oh man.
All right, I'm gonna respectfully bow out. Rakia, if you want to do this, one-on-one, we can. I'm sorry, I can't.
I don't think we need to do it one-on-one. We just need to be able to express our opinion and where we put our faith, and maybe make a list of the books that are allowed, so I know if I need to go to another room or not. You get my point? That's the ridiculous part. Not me or you talking about the Bible every now and then when asked, right? That's not it. That's what the server is for. When someone's interested. Yeah, anyway.
How often do you think that you're in here, Rakia? Like, I'm sure it's potentially on a daily basis, but like on average, like how much time do you think you spend in the server?
I have no idea. It just depends on the days.
Well, I can tell you from my experience, I don't see you in here all that often, and when I do see you in here, you're maybe in here for like 2 hours tops. So I just don't think that you have like a great deal of understanding as to like what we're experiencing, aside from when you're not in here.
But you do understand that we've spoken about this, and you could change the conversation, bro. The conversation can be changed. We've said that many, many times. If one topic is getting to be too much, then you say, hey, man, let's talk about this other thing. We could bring another topic up.
About why I'm only in here for 2 hours instead of 12. Because I don't want to listen to a bunch of drunk idiots talking about whatever they're talking about. Drugs and fast women. So I'm not in here a lot, right? If you don't want to hear when we are in here for 2 hours, right? Me give my expression of my faith if asked, or what I think is said in the Bible based on cosmology, then freaking go somewhere else like I do. That is the choice. That's what the server is created for. You want to limit people to what they can talk about? Go right ahead, man.
No, we're not limiting
Honestly,
anyone to what.
it was. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
We're not limiting anyone to what they can talk about. We're just saying we need to maybe mod for it, and what Elbow just said, maybe just tone it down a notch or something, because it does sometimes get to be a lot. That's all. I went into that politics server. They were talking about gas pressure just now. I went in yesterday twice. They were talking about gas pressure both times. I went in the day before that. They were talking about gas pressure. Like, I don't think I'm gonna just keep checking that server. Like, I just don't want to hear about gas pressure nonstop. You know what I'm saying? That's just not my cup of tea. Like, we may be getting that with some people with the Bible. That's all I was saying.
I mean, the Bible pretty much covers everything. So
yeah, maybe that should be a wake up call. I mean, I don't know. That's why it's the exact reason I believe in the Bible, because everything is in it.
Everything except probably technology.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what I'm saying. What the cosmology, the way we think and see and act, and I think it's interesting that it's in there. I don't like the Bible talk as it's presented here, the debating. I don't think that's what's supposed to go on. But when someone's asked a very direct question, right? What do you believe about this? Where do you and they say, well, I think the Bible tells me this. I mean, if you want to limit that, that's troublesome to me. And that's what I've heard over the last 2 months.
You're so polite about this conversation, Rakia, that I don't even get to ask somebody directly without you jumping in to answer for the other person. So, like, I definitely agree with you.
I'm going to retract what I said about making another room, because if we make another room for the Christians, we got to make one for the Buddhists and the Muslims and the Hindus and so on and so forth.
And the drunks and the person who wants to talk about gas pressure and the group that wants to talk about whatever the hell
psychedelics and reincarnation and astral projection.
Sure. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. We'd have to make new rooms. So forgive me, please, for suggesting that. And I'm sure that as a community, we can all come together and find a way to live in harmony.
Nah, you're getting a timeout for that.
Now you're talking.
This is definitely going.
What are you
in your
talking
file.
about, mate? Hey, fuck you, Pat.
We put it in your file.
A separate room for people that want to go talk about a specific topic, whether it be the Bible or gas pressure, is fine, right? But to create a Discord server where you can come freely express your opinion and maybe give your viewpoints and tests that you've done or books that you've read, you want to limit that, and then go right ahead. Good luck.
I just did a quick survey of.
Go ahead, Flatty.
I mean, if it's like pretty much this could be the thing, man. If it's overwhelming at a point that people are like, okay, let's change the topic. Those other people, if they want to continue, they will go to Livestream 2 to continue and finish their part of their conversation, then come back.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's how we
There's
should
been
do it.
conversations. Yeah, I agree, Jeremy. There's been conversations about gas pressure that has gone on for days that no one wants to hear anymore, and we say, look, let's change the topic. I mean, that's how it should be.
I mean, I brought up Coriolis incessantly for like a week straight. Gio had to say something to me because I didn't even really know. I mean, it gets to be a bit much. It gets to be a bit much, heads tune in. They're like, oh, it's fucking Jeremy talking about Coriolis again, and they bounce.
Dude, I'll admit, I'm fucking over the flat Earth discussions because I've just been here for so long, and I'm not really trying to argue with anyone about it. I already know I think I know what's going on here. I think we're being lied to. So there are some conversations that I just I'll listen, but not for very long. But it's I just leave if it's not my cup of tea, But I appreciate everybody else doing it because I'm just gassed out, you guys. I've tapped out. We flattened my curve and fucking
I leave a lot and don't spend as much time in here anymore because of the same reasons. I mean, I've done my tests. I talk to people in real life in person. It's way better. I mean, I was talking earlier and just came in 3 times and got cut off all 3 times. I just left. I mean, I don't need that. I don't need Zanuck to tell me for the 100th time that an airplane, horizontal, this, that, and the other. I don't need that. Or how an airplane flies, how lift is created. I've heard it. I don't agree with it. I have my own viewpoints, and that's it. I don't really need that anymore.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Wasn't lift created with the Bernoulli principle or something?
Is it the ground that's rising, causing the air to rise? Creating lift? No, I'm just joking.
You know, God just invoked him and he's going to come.
Well, I mean, being a little candid here, some of these other servers, they're going to have to find their own way with dealing with some of the same issues that we deal with here. And from what I've seen, I don't think that these other moderation staffs, they have what it takes, to be honest. It's either going to be like a yelling match or a ban fest or a free for all. We're trying to not have any of those things here. We're just trying to no drama, be chill. Everybody gets their piece, and it's hard.
Yeah, the way to do it is, what the fuck with this bumblebee? The way to do it is what Elbow said. Just if it's going on too long, just ask to change the subject, and they can go to another. We got plenty of voice rooms here. All right, Dicelo started all this shit. Thanks, Dicelo. That's going in your fucking file.
Amen. I think we should do 40 days and 40 nights of Pete Shea's rendition of the Bible scripture.
Pete Shea is a fucking problem. We know. It's an issue. Other than that, though, I think we're good.
Yeah, if Pete Shea were here, he'd say, "Fuck you, Bod." He'd say,
Let me tell you about the greater theater.
Flat Earth and beyond.
I've never heard of somebody with one leg kicking so much ass.
It's fucked up. All right. You got Rocky all fired up now.
we got a similar situation with the AK, whatever, coming in the morning. It comes in the morning, is just like over talking people in German or English. But it sounds like German. Constantly, like, he's trying to.
Pickle Rick. That's his original name. Pickle Rick or Morty. I like that guy, dude. He fucking snaps, bro. And he'll just spiral, dude. It's great.
Like, why?
You never heard Pickle Rick fucking snap, bro? It's classic.
Bro, you know what rhymes with die slow? Shit show.
What is it?
Wait. Yeah, humble.
Shit show. What's up,
baby? I know what you are, but what am I?
Hey, can anyone verify humble?
Yeah, I got you.
Know this guy? I think he's new on the server.
Stand by.
Yo, Bacon, we're getting fed up with your Bible rants, bro. I'm just giving you a heads up.
What?
All your scripture and stuff you're constantly dropping in here, bro. It's got to stop, bro.
Scripture? What scripture?
You gotta cut him some slack. His country's on the brink of collapse.
Brazil is not on the brink of collapse, dude. Brazil is going to be a world power in 2057. Just wait.
I got money in Brazil. Uno Banco. What's the name of it?
Banco is just bank.
Bacon, are you an atheist then, or?
I'll prefer agnostic. It's kind of the same thing.
Yo, with that big ass statue over there, I don't think you can be atheist.
Christ the Redeemer. I've been there.
Yeah.
I've been there.
It's not
beautiful.
that big.
It is big. Don't listen to what he just said. It's huge. It's massive, and it's at the top. It's at the top of this hill. What was that hill called?
Not Corcovado.
Pão de Açúcar.
Yeah, that one. That one in Rio de Janeiro.
When are you going
That's
to
a
get
good
me
one.
a Spirit the Sancti, Bacon?
What?
When are you going to get me one of those philodendron Spirit the Sancti from your country, dude, and ship it to me?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a region in your country, bro. You don't even know your own shit.
Oh, Espírito Santo?
Espírito Santo, exatamente, cara.
Learn how to pronounce, and then I might know what you're talking about.
You said it all fucked up, Dicela.
Don't put it on me.
All right,
You gotta pretend. You gotta pretend like you've got like some stuff in your nose and a little, and like maybe your mouth is full. You gotta be like Espírito Santo. You know,
Looking foreigners, right, Bacon?
Yeah, I gotta have like a lip full of beetle nut to say it right.
Right. Yeah, you gotta have that guarana in your bloodstream.
Oh, you just gotta talk properly, bro. Jeez.
I do. I talk. I speak. I'm very good. I'm
Not you,
great
Dicela.
speaker, dude. Dicela's a good speaker too. What are you talking about?
He's not.
Yeah, I need to have more chutzpah with my speech. Sorry, Drought.
Say chutzpah, like it's a hood.
Chutzpah, yeah.
It's
I mean,
chutzpah.
right there. This is
You gotta
a good
pronounce. You gotta say those like chutzpah.
It's chutzpah.
Chutzpah, Chanukah, Yamulki. I wear my Yamulki. Temple.
Yamerkel.
So what's that great big statue in Brazil? Is that Jesus or?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Moses.
It's Jesus. Get it right, bro. Say it right.
Sorry, I was asking Bacon a question. So there were several people. Bacon, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's called Cristo Redentor.
So
who made it?
42.
I didn't.
Is it mostly like Roman Catholic then? Is that the main thing there?
Yeah, it used to be majority of people here used to be Catholic. Now it's still the most numerous, like the larger religious group, but it's no longer like a majority. It's less than half.
Same in Argentina as well.
I'm not sure. I mean, even
Dude,
though
don't
the
ask a
border,
Brazilian about Argentinians, dude. They don't get
I'm
along.
fine with them. Yeah, I mean,
What are you, half Argentinian? Dirty.
No.
I knew it. I knew
well,
it,
I mean,
dude. You speak
usually
Spanish,
say-
don't you?
No.
I'm just kidding.
I understand a little bit, but
About to sell them out.
No, you know how to really mess with a Brazilian. Just say 7-1. That's all you gotta say. Isn't that right? Bacon?
How do you
Yeah,
say
I don't know what you're
Brazil
talking
in Brazilian, Bacon?
Brazil.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard an
Christian
R in there.
Yeah,
I thought you
Brazil.
guys don't pronounce R's?
Brazil.
Brazil.
That was
Yeah.
that was the weirdest
Minha
question.
mãe. Minha
There's an
mãe.
R there, dude.
How do you say America in American? Dicela?
Marca.
In American?
Yeah, America.
America.
Come on, man.
America.
It's ironic.
Land of the free, home of the brave. Bomb you till democracy is coming out your ears.
By the way, most Brazilians think you guys are wrong in calling your own country America because we don't learn the continental model where you have South America and North America. We learn as if it's a single America, and so we call the continent America, not the U.S. The U.S. we just call the U.S.
Yeah.
Wait, so for you guys, from Chile all the way to Canada, it's like one thing.
It's one continent, yeah. And it's all Americans. Everyone's American because every single one of those people is from the American continent.
So should we call it all one
used to be
mountain
called
chain
the
going down?
Americas, didn't it? With an S on.
Yeah, no, we call just America. Yeah.
Yeah, you wish you were American.
That's silly, Bacon.
No, I mean that's
I've never heard that from a Brazilian. That's the first time I've heard that, and I know a lot of Brazilians.
Oh, I think I know more, but
I'm sure you do.
there are different continental models. Some of them like join Asia and Europe in Eurasia. Some even put Africa and Asia and Europe all as one continent. Like there are various ways you can divide continents, and it's not something universal. Countries might teach it differently, and it turns out we learned in our way of learning it. The Americas are just one continent.
Can you show me like a Brazilian map of the world, Bacon?
Well, the map is the same. It's just a different count of continents.
Yeah, show me. I want to see that.
You think Brazil's gonna look bigger?
No, I want to see like what they label the places on their maps.
Yeah, first Google result that posted.
I think you have a misconception of what Americans think is America. There's North and South America, which are two different continents. We separate these two different continents into North America and South America are different continents.
Yeah, they're depending on the model. Like there are different ways to split. It's
okay.
That's crazy.
How
So
big
for
of-
you guys,
Hold on. So is Central America part of North or South?
no, Central America is not a continent for any model.
I didn't say it was a continent. I said which continent is it a part of? Is it a part of the North American continent or the South American continent?
them it's all
North-
one.
if-
So for
North,
you guys,
North.
even Greenland is part of America.
According to the map, I think so, but I'm not sure.
What? That's crazy.
In Canada?
Yeah, check this out. So, even in Wikipedia, North America and South America are treated as separate continent in seven continent model. However, they may also be viewed as one because it is one continent.
Well, it's as I said, there depends on the continental model because like there's no definition that tells you like a continent is when you have this amount of surface area. A continent is just like this large portion of land. But like South and North America are connected, so you could consider them one piece of land. But then Africa, Asia, and Europe should all be one piece of land because they're all connected. But it's not useful to talk about them as one continent because there's a lot of differences, like culturally and geographically and politically. So it makes sense to split them in continents, even though they're connected. So where you draw the lines, literally, to separate the continents is kind of arbitrary. So there are different ways to do it. And it's just arbitrary.
Hey, I'm going to test you on your Brazilian history. You know who? What's his name?
I suck at that.
São Pantaleão. You know who that is? No.
Nope.
He's a saint, and they named this Portuguese ship the São Pantaleão, right? And it sailed around the Horn of Africa. That was the first ship to do that. Do you know who your first emperor was?
Dom Pedro.
Yes, Dom Pedro. Do you know who Dom Pedro's first cousin was? Dom Maximilian, who was the first president of Mexico. Isn't that interesting?
Yes. Very interesting.
You know way too much of their history.
Yeah, that was not interesting at all, man.
No, I am Brazilian. I'm Brazilian on paper, but I've lived in America my whole life.
What do you mean
I don't
Brazilian
know.
on paper?
I have a Brazilian passport.
How? Like through your mom, dad?
Because I'm really based. And Brazil was like, puta que pariu, look at this baby. He gonna kick the ball hard. Make him a citizen.
Puta caralho.
Yeah, everyone knows curse words, right?
Yeah, La Bunda. Yo, you guys want to know the worst Brazilian curse word? Never say this. Acanuzu.
I never heard it in my life.
I know. It just means straw.
Oh, canudo.
I don't know. I like telling people that like words that are not curse words are curse words in other countries. It's fine.
Oh, yeah. It'd be funny if they ever try to use it.
Yeah, it would be like if somebody called somebody a canudo, like that'd be hilarious.
Yeah. I'm so ignorant when it comes to Brazil, places like that. I'd love to go because of that. Because in my head, it's just like favelas, like you see in Call of Duty. That's why I think that's what it consists of, just favelas. I mean, who's got the money?
No.
Like, who's got the money? Well, there must be some nice places,
Well,
cathedrals and whatnot.
Yeah.
Brazil is a great example of what America is going to look like in about 50 years. there's going to be this massive gap between the rich and the poor. Basically, the middle class in Brazil has disappeared. And that's, yeah, mark my words, America's going to look just like it. You're already seeing it in San Francisco. Wait till San Francisco has favelas. They pretty much already do. Like, don't kid yourself, you know.
The favelas are mostly like
right now.
in Rio and São Paulo. I mean, there are poor regions in other places, but we don't usually call them favelas. It's more related to like very poor region in São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. Or Rio, as you guys say.
Rio?
Yeah.
Rio de Janeiro? Girl
Rio
from
de
Ipanema?
Janeiro. Yeah. Sao Paulo.
Yeah, I've been to a couple places. I've been to Rio, Sao Paulo, Curitiba, Paraty. Yeah, I've been to São João da Boa Vista.
Where you've been in Curitiba?
I was only there for like 2 days, and this was like 15 years ago.
Oh,
I did a lot of traveling when I was a kid. Yeah.
I went there during the like New Year's holidays. There was no one there because when at that time everyone goes to the beaches and the city is a lot calmer, and I don't know. I think it's the best time to go there because there's no one there.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't remember the name of this neighborhood. It's like you have Copacabana, and then it's like if you just go a little bit past that, there's like this favela. And I partied there one night and had a great time. Just an absolutely amazing time. Everybody was super kind to me. I saw some weird stuff, but like everybody was super nice. And then the next day, I found out that like some people from my hostel were in the exact same neighborhood as me, and they just got completely robbed and fucking beat up. And it was unfortunate.
Yeah, Rio is a very dangerous city.
It is.
Like one of the most dangerous cities. Yeah.
Yeah, you really.
I mean, if you look foreigner, that makes it even more dangerous to you.
Mm-hmm.
Because it makes you look dumber and also richer. So
yeah.
That's like a big target.
My friend got robbed by like 7, 8-year-olds. It was pretty funny. We just saw him running down the street. Yeah, this dude is running down the street. His flip flops are gone, and he's just holding his wallet in his hand. And there's like 7, 8-year-olds chasing him, and we didn't even do anything because we were like, "What are we going to go beat up some 8-year-olds?" He outran them.
Oh yeah, don't do that because there might be some people like looking out for them, you know. So if you
oh yeah, I know they got handlers.
Yeah, but that's real. Like I don't think I've ever been there.
Man, I will take out my belt. We'll put every one of them little
Go Uncle Ruckus on them.
Mira cara ahí.
No, Brazil is not Rio and Sao Paulo, just like America is not Los Angeles and New York.
I didn't know the capital was Brasilia. That's I would have got that wrong. Some sort of quiz.
Yeah, everyone gets it wrong.
It's easy to remember though.
Yeah.
You know what state Brasilia is in? Just take a guess. Just take a guess.
Well, if someone had asked me before and I took a guess of what the capital was, I'd have said Sao Paulo. So that just shows you how. Or I'd have said Rio or Sao Paulo. So
I'm pretty sure the capital Brasilia is in the state Brasilia, but I could be wrong.
No. Yeah, it's the federal district.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. So, you have like states like São Paulo where the capital and the state have the same name. So the capital of São Paulo is also São Paulo, and also the capital of Rio is also Rio. But I think those are the only ones.
So Rio's where they've got that big Jesus thing on the hill. That should be capital. What the fuck are they doing?
Well, it used to be the capital of Portugal. Back in the day, it was a capital.
And they all speak Portuguese there. Is that right?
That's true. Pork and cheese.
And pretty much only Portuguese.
Oh, okay.
Bacon,
And
are you of Portuguese descent, or do you have a good deal of native to South American or South America?
I think neither. I don't know much about my like my where I come from, but I know at least half of my family comes from Italy. The other half, I don't know.
Okay, dude, you should get a DNA test because I was given the same story that most of my Brazilian family members were from Italy, and that turned out to not be true at all.
Oh, but in my case, like I know the ones that came from Italy. Like my
Oh,
grandma
okay.
spoke Italian, and I mean I know a lot of people say that by default, and so something like that might happen. But like in my case, it's much closer. So I'm like I know some of them. I really know they're from Italy, but I just don't know the rest of it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know anyone that has known Portuguese this inheritance because I mean the Portuguese came here during the like colonization, but after that it was no longer that common for Portuguese people to come into Brazil. So you don't find a lot of people that say, "Oh, I descend from Portuguese people."
I am descended from Portuguese people, and I have the paperwork that allows me to get Portuguese citizenship. Like half of my family
Right.
in the last 10 years, they all left Brazil and moved back to Portugal after like 200 years because it just got too
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, a lot of people. There's a lot more people going from Brazil to Portugal than the other direction. And also, there's a lot of people here, mainly like in the southern states, getting Italian citizenship. They can go to Italy, like or any other European country, a lot easier.
Well, southern Brazil is a lot like southern United States. Like the differences in culture is vast, and like political alignments and stuff. From my understanding, but south of Brazil is like the place to be.
Yeah, if you compare the south with the north, then yeah. But there's like the in between states, and there's a lot of variance there as well.
You know where I really want to go in the north is Jericoacoara, that like sand dune place. It looks like freaking Africa, and they have all the dune buggies and stuff. That place looks sick.
Lençóis Maranhenses.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know those things were huge. Like I always saw pictures of it, but I didn't have any idea of the scale of that. I only saw with people in it kind of recently. And I was like, oh my god, that's huge.
Well, I've had like I grew up around Americanized Brazilians, like a lot of people that are like transplants from Brazil. And I've always had like Globo on in my house when I was a kid, so like I was exposed to a lot of the things that were happening in Brazil, but not a lot of people to talk to about them. And I'm honestly, I've met very, very few Brazilians that come to America that I get along with because they're trying way too hard to do this American dream thing that doesn't exist anymore, and they just get kind of like I don't know. It's hard to describe it, but it leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
Right.
Metaphorically, of course.
I thought of it metaphorically.
Sorry, bad joke.
Rio looks absolutely stunning. I want to go. The water looks so blue. Oh my god.
Oh, the northern beaches I think are even better. Like they're at least cleaner.
So I don't know, dude. I went to Parachi, and I was like, "Oh my god, this place is like a freaking paradise, dude! What?" And I walked out to the water one morning. Like, okay, Parachi is like this old pirate town. It's got like cobblestone streets and these little channels with like these cool cobblestone bridges that go over them, and all these. It's the coolest little town you've ever seen. But they literally pump their sewage directly into the water. I've seen it. I've seen turds floating in the water. It was so bad. I left after that. I was like, nope.
I guess that's in Rio, right?
No, Parachi, it's like 14 hours north of Rio. Along the coast. Paraty, I think, or ATI. I can't.
Yeah, I mean in the state of Rio, but.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. It's in the state of Rio.
Yeah. That's the southeast. Like you should take a look at the more northern beaches. I think they're much better than the southern ones. At least the weather is better because it's always hot there. Like they're.
I was just looking at that now, Bacon. The 22, 23 tomorrow, 29, 29, 27, 27. That's reasonable. I could probably live with that. That's not too bad.
Yeah, there are some cities that the coldest temperature ever recorded was like 14 Celsius, and let me get that in freedom units. Makes sense.
No, you can do it in English. That's fine. In England, I understand it.
Okay. Yeah. So for the rest of the room, it's like that. There are cities that never got below 60 Fahrenheit, like ever in history.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And there,
I always go like. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I always go like 30. 30 is about 100, so that's about my way of reckoning it. Something like that. Anyway, carry on.
30 starts getting quite hot.
Do you have good acai where you are?
Oh, well, according to my girlfriend, no.
Oh.
I mean, she's from the north, where it's supposedly the best acai. And I don't like acai at all, so for me, they're all bad. According to her, the one we have here is not like the real deal, as it is where she lives.
I bet I could guess her name.
Oh, wow. 30 to 86. I was way off.
Go for it.
I bet it's okay. Is it a double first name? You know,
yes.
like yes, it is.
Yes,
okay,
I
got that. Let me guess. The first one is Anna. Anna.
Oh no, you're not guessing. You know it already.
No, I don't. No, I swear to God, I don't, dude.
Okay, what's the second one?
Okay, it's either like Ana Carolina or like Ana Paula. It's one of those.
The second one.
No fucking way. Dude, that is hilarious. Yeah, dude. It's a beautiful name, dude. Beautiful freaking name. I would name my daughter that, Ana Paula.
That was quite a shot. I mean,
yep. No, I swear to God, I would just guess that. I'm not good with computers. I didn't dox you. I've never heard you say it. Yeah. I don't even own a computer. I just have a phone.
Fair enough.
That's so funny. But yeah, good luck doxing him. Whoever would try. There's like 6 million Ana Paulas. There's so many, dude.
There's enough information on me out there. You can get my full name easily.
Oh, okay. Well,
if you really want it.
No, I just wanted to see if I could guess. That was tight.
Yeah.
I fell in love with an Ana Paula once.
Oh, really? Me too.
I bet.
Really?
Yeah.
So where do you live now, Bacon?
I still live in the southern part of Brazil.
Oh, right. Nice.
So does my girlfriend. Now she's also living here. She passed university.
Yeah, I need to catch the travel bug, dude. That's what I need. I need to get myself out there a little bit more.
Andy, did you take the jab?
No.
Okay, well, that's what's been holding me back from traveling for the last couple of years. So I think we're good now. I think we can go to like most places.
Yeah, that's an issue, isn't it? I never really thought about that, but yeah, you pretty much have to get inoculated to go anywhere these days, don't you? Or
Not anymore. Dude, I was very sad for a while, thinking to myself, I'm never going to get on an airplane ever again.
yeah, I had a bad experience last time I was on it. I went to Las Vegas, and oh my god, I got the worst headache. I don't know. It lasted for days. It was so bad. I think it's just because it was sort of on my starting my alcoholism journey, and I was drunk, and yeah, I don't know. There was like a pressure thing, something to do with my ears. I don't know. It just lasted for like 2 or 3 days. It is so bad.
It's that dry heat, and I'm guessing you live somewhere that's pretty humid, or can get pretty humid. Yeah, it's that dry heat that got you, bro.
Yeah, I mean, possibly, but
plus the booze.
You know? Yes, I think it's the booze that was the main thing, to be honest.
I'm sorry, that sucks. I too have gone on sabbatical with the juice. It's not a good look.
I was in a bad place, dude. I was 30 years old. I was with the girl of my dreams, like the one. She's the one that got away, sort of thing. And she actually paid for that holiday for my birthday, you know, because I was trying to play poker for a living, and I was actually going around the country playing, different casinos, and she was like, "Oh, let's go to Vegas," and I was like all I was thinking is, am I going to get shot? It's so retarded. That was like my first question when I go into the taxi. I was like, who's got the guns? Who? Do you know what I mean? Like, it was so dumb. If I could do it all over again, I'd have gone to San Diego, fucking anywhere else, to be honest.
Oh, dude, yeah, go jet skiing in San Diego. That's always a good idea. San Diego's clean. It's beautiful down there.
Yeah, I've heard it's really nice, yeah.
I'm actually going to be driving through there this next week on my way to Mexico.
So, yeah, it was just a stupid thing. I wish I don't know, just... That was also the shit test. She was giving me the shit test right there to see if I could sort of, be the one to, because that's what women do. That's what I was trying to explain. Truth Prevails ones, where they sort of want to test you because what do women want? They want to know they can be protected. They want to be know they could be provided for. Even though this was a girl who was very independent in that manner, in that regard. But still, I failed miserably. Do you know what I mean? And I knew it was happening as well. That's the worst thing. I knew it was happening, and I knew I was fucking failing. So, there you go.
Yeah, it happens to us all, brother. Don't worry. Where is she now? I have to ask.
Well, unfortunately, she had a terrible accident quite recently, which almost killed her. Some drunk hit her with a van, and I felt awful about it, even though I've not been with her for 10 years or something like that. But it's somewhat close to my house as well, because this pub is close to my house, and I thought, I don't know, you just think, is there anything you can do about it, sort of thing. And so she was in a pretty bad situations, like lots of broken bones. I don't know. I think there was broken spleen, ribs. Sounded quite bad. So I don't know. I just felt terrible about it. But
well, I would pray for her, and if you're not into that, then just cry, because those count as silent prayers.
I think I did do both those things. Funnily enough.
Good. No, that's great. I've dated 3 women. The first one, the one that got away, love of my life, she died 2 years ago. The second one, last I heard, she was homeless. And the third one, I don't know what's going on with her, but I think she's doing fine.
I do want. This sounds a bit weird. I do wonder though if, because it didn't end well, it dragged out because I wouldn't let it end, sort of thing, and I do wonder if the terrible emotional pain that drove me to drinking and this fucking suicidal spiral that I was on, that was following me around like a bad smell, if you know what I mean. And I wonder if it sort of was following her around. That sounds a bit weird, I know, but
No, dude. We call that the spirit of despair. Christians would just call it demonic oppression.
The thing is, though, I addressed it and I sorted it out, but she was the kind of person to always brush it under the carpet, and that was one of the things we used to fall out about, because I'd say, look, whatever the thing is, we've got to talk it out. But she wanted to sweep it under the carpet all the time and just keep, pressing on. And I was like, no, that's not going to. And certainly for this specifically cannot be swept under the carpet. So I don't know. I don't even know how to put it, but it just. I think we naturally think. I don't know. We blame ourselves in a way, don't we? Because I was thinking, is there something I could have done? Could I have been there or something like that? So I don't know. But I do wonder that, because I was in a very odd place. I can't really explain it except to say people would break down in front of me without me saying a word. I was bringing this terrible old emotion out, and I shouldn't have been going out at that point, to be honest. And I could be stood next to someone and they'd like either swing for me or they'd start crying. I mean, literally just break down in front of me because of the old emotion that was in them, you see. It's a very odd thing, very tedious, you can imagine.
No, dude, I don't need to imagine. I think you and I have that thing in common where people feel either comfortable enough around us to kind of like open up emotionally, or they're like threatened by that feeling, and they realize that it's coming from you, and so they want to like attack you. Because I've been attacked a bunch of times for seemingly no reason, and my theory on it is that like I'd be like a good therapist or whatever. Like I'm a good listener in person. I will never interrupt you. I hate that. I hate that about me, interrupting people. It's terrible. So I try not to do it. But no, I think I understand what you're saying, man.
No, these were perfect strangers. I mean, not always, but I'm just saying, like, there was no interaction even,
Oh, like without? Okay, yeah. Because I've had it with strangers plenty of times, but not without some sort of interaction. There's
No,
always
that's what
sort
I'm
of
saying. It was palpable. I mean, you could cut this bad juju with a fucking knife that was around me, because I just, like it's hard to explain, but it's like I'd already made my mind up that I'm going to drink myself to death, so you can imagine.
Yeah.
So I
Nobody
shouldn't have
likes
been
to
going
feel
out.
cursed.
But then I was listening to Eckhart Tolle a lot at that point, and he was talking about this emotional pain body, as he called it. And so I was learning about it through this drunken haze. And I'd sleep to that book every night, especially that section quite a lot, because I knew there was a message there that I needed to hear, because it made a lot of sense. And then I just started slowly bringing it out, until finally I was laying in my bed, and it was very still, and then all of a sudden a video just played in my mind's eye of the root of that particular emotional pain body. And it was me being lost as a baby, as a child, as a 3-year-old in a big supermarket, And so it's funny how we carry these things with us, and it's like it's something that got trapped or something. It got trapped, and it no longer flowed with the harmonious functions of the body, and it, just like every other entity in this realm, it wants to survive, and what it survives on is negativity. And so anything it can get that negativity from, it will get it, especially like personal, close partners, because it knows exactly what buttons to push. You know what I mean?
I do. I do. I would use different terminology, but I mean, I think we're observing the same phenomenon.
Well, I'm quite happy to share it with you freaks. No, but I'm joking. I'm just saying that I could talk to many people in this Discord about that. People like Geo, that lots of you. You'd be like, okay, and you'd even might even make some sense of it. Some of you it might just go straight over your head. But I couldn't. I could have never talked to her about it. She would have been like, "What are you talking about?" Do you know what I mean?
Do you think that if she had stayed in your life, that you would have come to some of these realizations that you're talking about right now?
No.
And I think that's God's way of telling you. Sometimes He takes people out of our lives to bring you closer to Him. And it sucks because you never heard His voice. I mean, I've never heard His voice. I've never seen His face. But it's the conclusion that I've come to.
You still come. I mean, I don't even know if it's a him.
I use the word him because a father makes the most sense to me. A father protects the mother, A father protects the children. A father provides. A father builds the home. You know what I mean? He's out there doing the heavy lifting. Not that if the mother dies, a father becomes the mother. You know what I'm saying? The father can do all jobs. He just can't give birth and lactate. But God could. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I just don't put. I try not to define it as much as possible. I just think it's silly to define it personally, everything you just said then is logical. It makes sense, but it's also it comes from people's definitions, doesn't it, as well? So I don't know. Anytime I don't want to fall into that trap kind of thing, but yeah, I talked about that stillness quite a bit. That there's the peace that's in each and every one of us, and in that there is no personality. There's no ideas. There's no time because it takes all time for all that stuff anyway. So it just feels deeply peaceful, and it's kind of always in the background now. And so I love it. Well, I love it for many reasons, but I kind of equate that with God, and it's weird to try and then define it because it'll just be concepts, and you know what I'm saying? It's like it's really weird to try and define it. Then, if you think of everything in this realm as motion, then this is not that. So it's very. I don't know how I'd start to even. I can point at it at best. Do you know what I mean? But nothing more.
Yeah, why do you think we have that ability to enter into these states of stillness?
Well, maybe that's our home sort of thing.
Interesting. That's very interesting. That's a good answer, in my opinion, because I have my theories on it and ideas, but I can't say that I know for sure. I used to study a lot of different meditative practices out of the East.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, and I've said this before, I'm not knocking any whatever it is. I've done a lot of stuff myself like that, and I've done the even the what's the Hare Krishna thing, and you can get a good swing going with that, and it really carries you away, and it's wonderful. I'm not knocking it, but I'm just saying that any kind of meditation or mechanism, whatever it is, that can only ever be some like delusion, some kind of trick like TM, that's how I think of transcendental meditation. And listen, if there's people listening and they do that, and that helps you in some way, recharges your batteries or whatever, that's great, you know. But to me, that's always going to be some kind of trickery, right? Because what I'm talking about is now. It has to be in the moment. So I kind of think of God like that as well, like a happening, you know. So again, it's weird to try and define it. Like I think of that as with truth. Like I remember trying to piece this together a few months back. I was trying to talk about it 24/7, but I was like, I need a lot. Ironically, paradoxically, I need a lot of time to think about this because I don't think the truth can be captured. And what a wonderful thing that it can never be captured totally, because it's
What do you mean
alive.
captured?
Like in writing, for instance. Because
I'm not sure I follow.
Well, because as soon as you write something down, it's dead, isn't it? All it can ever do is point to what I'm talking about.
Well, writing something down, first off, I don't think that really does anything. I mean, if I write down what your name is, right? Let's say your name is Joe. That's the name your parents gave you, and I write it down. I write down Joe. That doesn't make you dead. It doesn't make the fact that your name is Joe dead. And even if I burn the paper, that changes nothing. So that's kind of how I'm understanding it. But correct me if I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
Well, this is where I'm struggling because I'm trying to sort of equate this idea of truth with God, like this synonymous, like the same thing. And so, and like I said before, I was trying to sort of come up with some sort of reasoning or some kind of string of sentences where I could be like, this is what it is, look, and it governs the laws of the realm and etc. etc. And it's like, oh God. Start to feel silly. You know, the more I try and define what God is, the more silly I sound. So I just stopped doing it a long time ago. But yeah, I don't think truth can be captured. I just don't. I think it's alive. You know, I don't know if that even mean. What does that mean? Anything? I don't even know.
I don't know, but I can tell that you're grasping, and I think that's important. I always encourage anyone to strive and struggle in their spiritual journey.
Well, I was listening to a guy on that politics server, and he was trying to, you know, how they tried to put across that, time. He was talking about time dilation and relativity and all that stuff, and he was trying to say that time isn't a I was saying that time is a concept, but he was saying no, it's not. It's something else, and it was. You've been in that argument a million times, and it's like silly, in my opinion. But it's a similar thing where we've put just like the word time. We used a word. The word time is not time. It's just a word. Do you know what I mean? So we saw the sun moving. We saw a thing moving, and we saw, oh, look, it's come back round, look. And then we decided to put this measure of units on it. That's obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a concept that we have to describe the occurrence and order of events.
A movement. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Going back to the truth thing, I have a very good friend. I could call him my best friend, but I got a lot of best friends. But we've been friends for almost 20 years. And one thing that we identified when we were in our early teens as to like why we were friends is because we were both seeking the truth. We called ourselves truth seekers. We were like 14. But anyways, we still would consider ourselves truth seekers today, and I think that the truth is something that will always have its day, so to speak. There's just not enough filth in the world to really cover the truth up completely. Just somehow it happens. It always has its day. And I feel like there's not too many. Yeah, there's not too many things you could say about that in the world. Like truth is one of those things where it's like, no, it'll always come out. It doesn't matter. You think you got away with it. Like, I don't know. Have you ever read Dostoevsky, Crime and Punishment?
I haven't, but it's so funny you should say that because I was just thinking about something similar. But yeah, carry on.
Well, I would just highly recommend.
I was thinking of a quote from that Alexander Solzhenitsyn. He had a great quote. I've got a little picture somewhere. Everything you add to the truth subtracts from the truth. I always love that.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah, speak the truth. I'll say that my journey was definitely impacted by like early 2015, 2016 Jordan Peterson. Whenever he like first came on the scene, and he had that book 12 Rules for Life. That helped me. It definitely pushed me towards Christianity. I would say that. I mean, I was already kind of like leaning that way, but still pretty lost.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, it doesn't need defending, really, does it? It always comes out in the end. It's funny. I was thinking about it like water. That's why because even me, I still get lost in thought quite a lot, and I just daydream. Like, even though I've been sort of practicing this thing for like over 10 years, where I'm more present, I still like get wished away in thoughts as we do. And yeah, I was thinking like water. Given enough time, it would wash away the pyramids. It's an amazing thing to think of, sort of stuff like that. And truth is kind of the same thing. I don't know. I'm sort of looking for pictures now, little pictures. That's a great one. That about the Bolshevik.
Yeah, there's a Johnny Cash line. As sure as God made black and white, what's done in the dark will be brought to the light. It's a good one. I think it's a true statement.
Yeah, I actually read his. I went through a phase of listening to like autobiographies, and I listened to his. His was one of the first, I think, because it was in a movie that I liked called High Fidelity with John Cusack and Jack Black's in it. Actually, very early. I think it's one of his first. It might be his first film, in fact. And he talks about. He's always like top 5. He's always talking about top 5 lists, and his favorite book was Cash by Johnny Cash, and I was like, oh, I'll listen to that. And yeah, it's a pretty good book actually. But it's funny because I remember I went through a phase with that girl I was talking about where I was like, oh, I might be becoming a bit of a Johnny Cash fan. But then I listened to a guy on the radio, and he was talking about Johnny Cash, and it was so funny. He was saying shit like, was he that good though? And he broke it down in such a way. I was like, He's like, the best song, the most popular song he ever had, his wife wrote. And it was super interesting how he broke it down. And I was like, yeah, is he that good? And I remember we went to see like a tribute act, a Johnny Cash tribute act. And oh man, it's kind of painful just thinking about it now because I was just drunk, as I was always drunk then. And there was it was like in a building with like 3 tiers, and in the middle tier there was supposed to be stand-up comedy, and I really wanted to go and watch that. And I had to sit and watch Johnny Cash, and I was like, do I even like Johnny Cash? I don't know. I do like a couple of songs, don't get me wrong. I like the dee dee dee. I can't think of the song. Come on, Snacks, help me out.
Just give me one word, and I'll probably be able to tell. I know a lot of. I've listened to him. I think I've listened to every single song of his. know one word from the song?
That one where he shot a man just to watch him die. That one. It's a very
Hold on.
provocative lyric.
Well, there's a couple songs where he shoots a man. I'm just trying to remember which one. Just to watch him die.
I heard the train a coming.
Oh, Folsom Prison Blues. Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, that whole album where he's in Folsom Prison live, and you can hear all the prisoners like cheering for him, and there's like all this banter between him and the crowd. I love that album.
That was a little bit of a setup, though.
Oh, tell me. I don't know anything
video?
about it. I didn't see the video. I just have the audio recording.
I don't know. Something about Folsom Prison.
Johnny. Oh yeah, you don't think they're real prisoners, or?
I think they like removed an amount of seats from the area, like so that like more people had to like stand up, or they carted in like prisoners from other prisons or something. Something like that.
I don't know. I'm gonna choose to just be.
I don't know
like,
why I chimed in with that. Sorry.
No, it's fine, dude. You're not gonna kill my vibe, bro. I'm still gonna think that everybody involved in that production just really wanted to hear Johnny Cash. Like the guards were stoked, the wardens were stoked. They were like, "Fuck, we can all do it at my prison. Let's do it. Put the prisoners on a bus. The next day, we can have them go work in the fields or whatever the fuck." And you know.
I'm just looking at this thumbnail on a Truther video. The biggest EV charging station in the world is run by diesel-powered generators. That's hilarious. But yeah, I remember this stand-up. He had a good bit as well where he was talking about that Folsom Prison situation. And he's like, he was talking about see this water you drink and all that, and it was. I wish I could remember it. It was so good. Oh man, I think it was Norm. It might have been Norm who did it as well.
Norm Macdonald was making fun of Johnny Cash? All right. Well, I like Norm more than I like Johnny. I'll be real. I love. I can drop Johnny off at the bus stop, no problem. Gotta go get Norm. God bless Norm.
The thing is, I hope I'm not coming across as a Johnny Cash hater. I'm really not. Because
no, just be real.
Yeah, no, I liked his book. I really liked his book, in fact. So, but then when it was just on the back of somebody saying. It's funny because somebody can say a thing, can't they? And they explain it in such a way. You're like, oh yeah, and I started to really question: do I actually like this guy, or is it this? What am I thinking of? Like this haze of coolness that's following, and that's around this guy that I like, than the actual music, So, but there is a few songs in there I do like, for sure.
I just like what a troubled individual he was. He had drug problems and marital issues, and one thing that he never stopped doing was his craft, and he did it till he died. And some of the themes of his music towards the end were of regret and trying and like warning, like cautionary tale. And I think a man that's able to do that about his own life, I'm not going to take points away from that.
Yeah, plus I've always had a thing for that southern accent as well. I've always liked that. But yeah, I remember that's when I learned about Roy Orbison. He had a terrible time of it, didn't he, poor Roy? Bloody hell, what a brilliant voice he had. But I think there was a fire at his house and he lost like 2 of his kids or something. I can't remember exactly, but oh my god, that's very tragic. What happened to Roy Orbison?
Yeah,
or he lost one kid and then something else. I can't exactly remember, but
yeah, the loss of a child. That's not good.
Just got a message from somebody. One word: drunk.
Was it like? Were they trying to be mean or?
No.
Oh, okay. I've gotten some very nasty messages from random people listening in on the live stream.
Oh no! This is just somebody who's trying. Oh, never mind.
No worries. Man, yesterday I was so sick, and I was really freaking out that today I was going to wake up and be worse. But I'm better. I'm going to go do a half day at work today.
What time is it there?
I don't have my glasses on. Hold on. 11:04. When I walk around without my glasses on, I can't see shit. My eyes are really bad.
All right. I can't believe I fucking forgot that song. That's unbelievable. Folsom Prison Blues. It's so weird, isn't it? I always do that though. I go through phases.
Every time you say it, Andy, every time you say it, it almost sounds like you're saying false imprisonment blues.
Folsom Prison Blues. That's what I said, isn't it?
Oh, false imprisoned blues. Is that what you said?
No,
you gotta
false
enunciate.
false imprisonment blues.
Oh right, yeah. Yeah, false imprisonment blues. That's what I'm going to call it from now on. Let's have a look at the lyrics. I ain't seen this song for ages. I hear the train a coming. It's rolling round the bend. And I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I listened to that for ages.
I shot a man in Folsom just to watch him die.
And when I hear that train a coming, I hang my head. I can't go that low. Sorry, guys. I was like in the middle of brushing my teeth, and I was like, I want to chime in. But you guys are too low for me.
So funny.
You know who you might like? Actually, both Rakia and Andy. Fred Eaglesmith.
Sounds familiar.
He sings a lot of super depressing songs, but I like it. It's good country. I think. Sings one song called "Trucker Speed." That's about just doing drugs and driving a big rig. Sings a song called "Katie." I'll just let you figure out what that song's about.
Andy, have you ever heard of a pre-Bowie British pop sensation Scott Walker?
Don't think so. Was he one hit wonder or something?
It's like a 3-hit wonder, but it's like before, but really not hits though. They're not hits. But he's sort of like a pre-Bowie, if you will.
Oh, right. I've got to be honest. Sacrilege now. I was never really a fan of Bowie, if I'm honest.
Me neither.
How dare I?
Who?
But some songs are good.
Yeah, some of the songs are really good. Some of Bowie's songs. So, but I was just never. I don't know. I never. It wasn't until I watched a guy, American dude, doing like a live thing in like a pizza bar or something like that. That he was doing a couple of Bowie songs. I thought, fucking hell, that's really good. I'll have to think. What's the one where there's the fucking the one they played for the Tesla space car thing?
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Starman. There's a Starman waiting in the sky. Possibly.
Was it that one? Or was it? Wait.
That's what I would pick.
No, you do it. You don't fuck me up. You're gonna fuck me up.
This is like a damn munchkin. What the
up.
fuck is that about? It seems like he's about to go to Wizard of Oz land. What the
It's the the one where it counts down. Engines on 5. Remember?
Oh, Major Tom. Ground control.
Yeah.
Major Tom.
Ground control. Major Tom.
Dude, I never knew what that song was, and I went on a trip to Asia without telling anybody, and like my family was super worried about me. They thought they were missing, but like I had mentioned something to my uncle that I was going there, and so like he sent me a message, ground control to Major Tom, like 2 weeks into my trip, and I was like, what does that mean? Anyways, that's how I found out about that song.
I'll post that guy if I find it. I don't just remember what it's called. Space Odyssey, is it? Space Oddity.
Space Oddity. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, jeez.
Odyssey.
Live. I'll just put live.
I get confused with that other band that does that song, Major Tom.
Mike Massey's name is.
Oh, good name.
Oddity kind of sounds like Odysee, which is like coffee Odysee in German.
I'll post it in the thing. You should definitely watch it. It's really good. It does a few Beatles songs as well.
Take your protein pills and put your helmet on.
5.
Dude, we should. Oh, man, we need to have like a flat Earth festival with like a big bonfire and like telescopes and stuff and like camp songs and shit. That'd be so tight.
And I'm floating in the most peculiar way. Oh dear.
That's crazy. Yeah, like that song came out like 2 days before, or two. It's within 7 or 11 days of like the moon landing, right? That song came out.
Yeah, when they did the Tesla car floated thing, whatever. It was just so. They were just playing that whatever song. They were playing a Bowie song in the background. And I was just like, this is just programming. It's fucking blatant programming. They don't give a shit. I mean, whatever.
It mentions God in those lyrics too. Something about checking the ignition. May God love be with you, or may God be with you, or may
God's love be with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Check ignition. May God's love.
Calls it a tin can. Like there's all types of stuff in those lyrics. I haven't heard that song in a long time.
It's pretty much like a downer though, even though it's a celebration of the moon landing. It's kind of a downer song. It's kind of funny. Make you never really want to be in space.
It says something about floating in a tin can though, don't it? Something about floating around in a tin can.
Yeah.
Floating in a tin can.
Far above the world.
Far above the earth or the moon or both or something like that. I remember it vaguely. I used to sing it all the time. Like,
he never says planet Earth is round and it's a total ball. He never says that either. He just says it's blue and there's nothing you can do. Drop us
I always thought to that one from Pink Floyd. I can't remember this. Is it Comfortably Numb? I can't remember, but the one where it's like, we're just two lost souls swimming in a fish bowl. It's like, oh, okay. Song lyrics like that, you're like, Yeah.
Diamonds in the Sky. Like there's more songs. Really listen. I think I used to sing the lyrics and not realize what they meant, of course, right? Or put my own words into the lyrics that I thought they were, but when you actually look up the lyrics, it's something different.
Yeah, I think a lot of times though, we tend to make our own. Like you just said, we make our own sort of meaning up for what it. And I think a lot of songwriters, when I've listened to a lot of songwriters in interviews, they always say, "Well, it just means whatever it means to you. I know what it means to me." So.
A lot of artists, though, aren't songwriters. Like they write very few of their own songs. They have songs written for them that people send them and say, "Look, this fits your genre," or this you would be perfect for this song or whatever. But very few write their own music and songs and lyrics and stuff. The ones that do, you know, Ray Charles. There's a couple other ones that are just amazing, right, artists, but most of them have their, you know, songwriters that write their lyrics.
For like so long, I thought that "Desert with a Horse with No Name" song. I thought Neil Young was in that, but he's not. That's a totally different band. Like, damn, that song's really catchy. I don't think that they were "Horse with No Name."
I was enjoying the cranberries this morning, Snacks, on my little drive. Well, it went this morning, afternoon to
cranberries.
Yeah, to the farm shop. This is my playlist: Dreams, Zombie, Ode to My Family. That's a really nice song. That is. Linger, obviously. Just My Imagination, Promises. Not sure about these ones. When You're Gone, Sunday, I Can't Be With You, 21, and You and Me. That's what I got so far.
It's entirely too much cranberries to be listening to.
Well, you have to make a bit of an album up because otherwise Spotify will just play whatever the fuck it wants. Like you start playing U2 for one of the... Because I'm not subscribed to it, you see, because I don't want to pay £10 a month.
It's like every U2 song is pretty good, and all of them are secretly about that you're shameful about something.
I thought you were going to say that you're gay.
So it could be, I guess. Like everyone's, it's just like it's weird.
Yeah, you guys remember that album that U2 put on everybody's fucking iTunes? You guys remember that? That really uncomfortable album cover.
I just don't like Bono. I don't know. It just there's something about the guy I just don't like. I don't know why.
Do you like the sunglasses?
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about
cool?
him that just I don't know. I don't like. He's probably a nice guy. What the fuck do I know? But you know when you just get a feeling about someone, you're like, not that bothered. Quite like that.
Did you guys hear what I said?
Of No Names or whatever. That's quite a good song.
I thought we did, but try it again.
Now hold on one second. I'm in an elevator.
All right, now hold on. And all their like studio cuts, you could try to sing along with them, but if you're actually were singing like at that performance level, like you just would die from it. I don't know.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, you're back.
Wait, you guys remember that U2 album that they all put on everybody's iTunes back in the day? It had that really uncomfortable album cover on it. You guys remember that? They like gave it out for free, but you like couldn't get it off your iTunes. Well, look it up. If you're wondering,
I
if
thought
Bono
it was Beautiful
is cool,
Day. I don't know.
No, I don't even want to post it. It's just some gay shit.
Don't do it.
I saw a clip on a Truther thing where they were showing you like a latest concert from U2 and like they had like this massive wall as they do with, I think it was a video wall, I don't know, might have been a projection, but the shit that was on it was all fucking like MK Ultra, like it was just like letters. I think it was words just flipping past really quickly, and like I didn't even want to stare at the fucking thing, but I just thought this is Grabble, this shit. This is, you know what I mean? We all see the Grabble really clearly, and I was like, this is dodgy as fuck. They're just like hypnotizing the entire crowd. I think it's inevitable. You get that popular, and then the Grabble is going to be, the Grabble is going to be like, look, we're just going to put this thing on. It's fine, no worries.
I don't think they can get. Sorry.
We're going to put this triangle in the background with an eye in the middle of it. It's still good. Don't worry about it.
I just don't think they can get to the heights of fame that they do without paying homage or ingratiating with these Illuminati types. That's just me. Like Bono
he was like walking around with like rose-colored glasses on, meeting the Pope, hanging out with the Clintons, uh, helping out in Haiti with, it's just he was doing, and if you know anything about like Pizzagate and stuff, those things that I just said, like Haiti, the Pope, the Clintons, like that's all massive red flags. But I digress. That's not what the server's about. We actually are not going to talk about that. That was my bad. My bad. Unfiltered.
Yeah, but in regards to curvature, we still haven't found what we're looking for. If we were looking for it. Or that's like a Glober's kind of longing for a curvature song.
Yeah.
Add it to your globe finding playlist, Jesse. Right there.
Jesse's going to be one of the dopest realist flat earthers when he figures it out.
I still like the like digging from the south. Digging from the north, hypothetically, and then just coming out feet first at the bottom, out to the bottom of the globe. I just love that. I'm gonna. I need to figure out a way how to just say that eloquently. Say it in a way that's like, because I truly believe that you can hear a certain combination of words, just like a wizard, and it can snap a person out of a thing. And like, don't get me wrong, when I asked Bacon, and he said it. I asked Kosho, I asked a couple of people, and they were like, "Yeah, they just come out feet first." And I was like, "Yeah, but imagine somebody just standing there waiting for your arrival, and you just come out doing a handstand." And I mean, and they just said it like nonchalantly, like, "Yeah, they just come out feet first." And it's like, it's just so silly. And I don't know. I think that could be powerful, in my opinion, just because it's so silly. You know what I mean?
I'm surprised that they said you'd come out feet first, because the answer I always got was that as you pass through the center of gravity in this ball that you've drilled a hole through, you will flip at the center and then fall head first towards right? I've also been told that you just get stuck because gravity flips once you pass the center, and so you'll just be at the bottom of the pit. There's like nowhere to fall.
I mean,
to.
This is why I said hypothetically. Obviously, we're negating lots of stuff, temperatures and pressures and all the rest of it. But I'm just saying, yeah, I imagine if I asked more people, that the few people would say, yeah, you just flip around and then come out head first. I imagine I'd get that answer if I kept asking people. But so yeah, I was anticipating that answer, to be honest.
Well, the direction of down flips, you don't necessarily flip. You can flip, but that's up to you.
Here come the globe salesman.
Hey, Andy.
Very good.
Remember you told me I should go to like the Ballbusters live stream or whatever, where they talk about navigation and try to debate them on the subject?
Oh, right. Okay. I can't remember that, but carry on.
No, I remember when we were talking about this, you said that like people like 10th Man on Oakley Show, they
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, I talked to them, I think, yesterday in the Ballbusters live stream. If you're curious about that, I can drop you the link.
Yeah, I'd like to listen to that, dude. Let me guess. You said you just use a tangent.
No, I wasn't making a whole globe case there. I was just like I joined it, I noticed they were talking about the moon and the sun, and Brian was making the argument that if Earth was a globe, you wouldn't be able to distinguish between this moon being close and local compared to the sun because their shadows are identical. So if if the sun is very far, it's 93 million miles away, so could the moon be. And that's definitely not the case because of the moon's parallax, and that's what I try to explain him.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna give that a listen.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, so wait, it was on QE's show, not Nathan's.
Let me see. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know the difference, but I'm not a follower of their channels, so to me, it's just one of them is live streaming. That's all the same for me.
That's awesome. So you got? I imagine you got the you got to make 90. You got to get 90. You got to subtract it from 90, Bacon.
Yeah, that's yeah. If you want to switch between zenith and elevation, of course, you subtract from 90 and then you switch between them. Why wouldn't you? They're by definition 90 to each other.
God,
if you really want to understand what's the globe stand on that, I made a diagram, like an interactive diagram. If you want to take a look, I can show you.
Dude, this is 3 hours 19. When do you come in?
No, I posted the link with the time. If you click on the link.
You timestamped it. 2 hours 19. Is that when you come in then?
I guess so.
Nice. So you're on the last hour.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, thanks, Bacon. I'll listen to that for sure.
Welcome.
I mean, the thing is with me, I'm not my geography and general sense of direction is not very good.
I actually shared that.
Average at best.
Yeah, if I know if I have to go around a block, after I take 2 turns, I'm not really sure if I'm in the right direction already or if I have to take another one. Like if I pretty much have to count how many turns I'm taking.
Yeah, it's crazy. My mother, she's unbelievable. Like I've said, if I kidnapped her in a van, put a blindfold on her, took her to any place in this country, took the blindfold off, took her out of the van, it was overcast, she had no idea, she'd be like, well, home's that way. I'd be like, how do you know? How the fuck do you know? She just knows. She just knows.
Oh, she might be looking at the stars. Who knows?
No, that's why I say it's overcast, you know? It's always bloody overcast. Yeah. That's why it's always overcast in this bloody country. But she just knows. She just knows which way's which. And I'm like, how do you know? So, yeah.
Wait, Andy, I thought you lived in America.
No, I live in England, my friend.
Oh. Who the heck was I talking to? Oh, sorry. I got you confused with somebody else.
You can have a nice idea of your latitude by just looking at Orion. That's one thing you can do. It doesn't help that much because it could be off by a couple degrees, and also it doesn't tell you anything about longitude. But you can have a good guess of your latitude just finding Orion in the sky.
Well, that I wouldn't be able to do. So I'm still waiting for Geo's presentation about stars and the zodiac. Geo, I need some help in that regard, to be honest, because it's just not something I've ever really been interested in. Because, especially like the zodiac, I've just been led to believe that it's all silly, superstitious nonsense, and it's only the last couple of years I've been like, no, there's definitely something to this fucking shit.
Dude, it is not. Geo taught me how to read my natal chart and kind of taught me. He gave me some good resources so that I could do research. I'd be happy to forward those resources to you if you want. It would make any presentation that Geo gives that much easier to listen to, in the future. But I'm an Orthodox Christian. I worship Christ, but astrology is real. It's not for predicting exact events, but for understanding the archetypal climates that one will undergo and experience as the celestial heavens move above them. Yeah, that shit's real. If you understand that on a full moon, car accidents are more likely to happen, and the hospitals fill up, the emergency rooms fill up, the prisons fill up on full moons. If you understand that, why not understand the effects that happen with all the other licenses as they come about? what I gotta say.
Yeah. No, there is. Yeah. I mean, I'm always a bit wary or cautious about going out when I see a full moon because I always think people go a bit nuts. So I always think that.
Dude, I try not to drive on full moons. Yeah, for sure. It's not worth it.
And what did you say? Is the seven heavens above us or seven different realms or something? You said, is that a thing, or am I just making that up?
Wait, what did I say?
I don't know. Is there seven heavens or something? Did you say? I don't know what you said.
I didn't say there were seven heavens.
What am I thinking about then with that? Because I've definitely heard somebody say something like that. Seven different somethings or other above us.
I don't know. There are 12 zodiac signs that I know of. I've heard of a 13th.
I think you're talking about what is his name again? Torah for Yah or something.
I don't know. I don't know what he said.
He said the one guy that always says it's the seven heavens above.
Okay, right.
It's this, it's this guy with the profile picture with the anyways.
It's a Jewish guy, right? He's got like the Jewish garb on.
It
I don't know
reminds
anything about seven heavens.
Reminds me of an old story, Beatles story, where I think Paul got high or something like that. I think it was just kind of whatever. He just got a bit high and like he said to Mal or something, I've cracked the code or something. Let me write it down so I don't forget. So he wrote it down and left it or whatever, put it in a thing or put it somewhere. And the next day when he was sober, he went to look where he'd written down and it said, there are 7 levels.
I think in Dante's Inferno, there's like 7 levels of hell or something, but that's just like a book.
You have 7 layers of the firmament. You have 7 layers of the firmament called the heavens, and then you also have 7 layers of the atmosphere in the globe model.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So the firmament, the firmament or rakia in Hebrew is in different layers. So the first one is where the bird sky, the second one is where the sun and moon is, the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh, right? And then God's throne sits upon the highest, portion. That's basically where that comes from.
Right. I thought it is.
In Ezekiel, it says God's throne is like a sapphire, meaning blue, and the sky is blue. I always thought that was kind of tight.
Yeah, it says all types of things throughout the Bible about what it's made of, what it looks like, where God's throne is, what it sits upon, that it's a solid substance, and then there's other layers. So, yeah, it's all in there. But I think it's represented in the globe model by the different layers of atmosphere that they say we go through or have or whatever. I believe it's the same thing.
Can't believe it's Thursday already. Oh my god, this week's gone so quick.
Hey, that's true, man. I thought the same thing today.
Really, I was like, I'm so stoked that it's Thursday. It feels like a Sunday or something for me. I'm just like, sweet. I got like a few more days till the week's over. Nice.
Huh?
Hey, Rakia, do you go to church?
Yeah, I used to not, but I do now.
What kind of church you go to?
They call themselves a Bible teaching church, but it's more Baptist than anything. Like, to be honest, I don't even know their affiliation, but I think it would be Baptist. What we have, it's very mixed. Like, you know, all types of people, all races, all types of beliefs, you know, but, you know what I'm saying? It's basically teaching from the Bible.
Yeah,
but unfortunately, only portions of it. Like, they don't, you know, the preacher's a young, he took over from his father. Like, it's generational church. Like, his grandfather started it. His father was a preacher for like 30, 40 years, and now he's taken over. But he's more of a new age, you know, believes in space and planets and uses it in his, you know, what he says.
Oh, that's very bad.
I know, it's strange. I cringe every time I hear
good
it.
on you. Good on you for still going though and not being turned off by that. Because I went to Baptist church when I lived in North Carolina, and I got turned off by a lot of stuff, and I forgot that I was just supposed to be there to like be a part of the body of church, you know, the body of Christ, and not to nitpick over stuff.
Yeah, no church is going to be perfect because it's full of men. So I went through that period about 20 years ago where I said, well, you know, me and my family are going to go. We're going to have church at our home, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, and that's just, if you study the Bible, that's not how it's supposed to be. You're in church right now, right? This is the body of church. If you're, you know, two or more come together. But you need that group, you know, to support you and to, you know, learn from each other and learn how people are being deceived. You're supposed to point out deception. You are supposed to judge other Christians. You're just not supposed to judge other men. So it's a little bit, you know, interpreted wrong. But I like church. I get a lot out of it. I get a lot out of the worship. The people are great. Like, as a whole, I can't find a better body of people than when I go to church. So it helps me, and I think that's where I'm supposed to be at the moment. You know, so. But you're not supposed to, you know, it's no way is every Christian or every church can be perfect or what you want. But, you know, that's why so many churches are started, because people say, oh, I don't like that, I'm going to go here. I have a friend that just left our church after years and years and years of being heavily involved. And it was basically because of not that he's a flat earther, but because of the cosmology that they support is different than what the Bible supports, and it has nothing to do with flat Earth. Basically, it's hard to explain. But he left, right? He's going to another church now, and a smaller church where he thinks he can be do a better job of reaching people or whatever. So it's up to him. You know what I'm saying? His choice. There's no bad place to be as long as you're spreading truth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
once I realized that. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, you know, there's many things wrong with the church I go to now. There's many things wrong with the church I used to go to or any other church that I would go to in the future. I'm just supposed to be not a part of the problem. I'm supposed to be a part of the solution. Show people how I do that with grace and glorify God as I do it. That's, you know, in the perfect vacuum world, that's what I'm supposed to do. As a man, right, I fall short in many ways. You know, my temper might flare, or, you know, I might not say the right thing or treat that person, even in church, the right way. So, you know, you're just supposed to realize that and work on it. I've been put in positions lately because of this topic that I never thought I would be in. You know, it's made me have to grow and learn how to be a better man and a better Christian. You know, whatever. What would Jesus do? Type thing, you know.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I know exactly what you're saying. I just came to this realization in the last couple months that me just being solo scriptura, doing my own thing, not going to church because I disagree with people was ruining my life and kind of everybody else's around me. So I picked an Orthodox church because I knew it was going to be the hardest for me to get my head around, like bowing and like kissing hands and shit, and I'm still like, it's fucking rough. But I'm just trying to do what I think I'm supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got to take that pride out of it. You're making yourself an idol, basically, when you say, "I don't need church. I don't need other people. I'm, me, I." You know, that's the opposite of what the Bible is.
That was very profound. Thank you for saying that to me.
Yeah, I can only say it because I see it in myself, right? Like I saw it, I went through it, and I may go through it again. You know, but I can go to any church now. I love it. Like I love walking into a church and not knowing what's going on or not knowing anyone. Like I went to church in Costa Rica, you know, flew all day and drove all night to go to church the next morning just to learn something I never knew about their faith, which is they believe in the Trinity, but instead of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, they believe in the Father, Mother, and the Holy Spirit. So, which makes a lot of sense, right? But you know, that's where their faith is. They believe in Jesus Christ, but they don't. That's the Father, right? That's God in flesh. So it's the Father, the Mother, and the Holy Spirit. But you talk about people that they're walking 2 and 3 hours to get to school and church, right? And it was packed. So we were building a church on top of a mountain, like further up the mountain than any other church, because the people that were way up in the mountaintops were having to walk almost 3 hours, you know, to get to their nearest church. So we're building them a church, and the land was donated from a family, from a husband and wife, where the wife was demon possessed. So they found that out and basically did whatever they do as natives, you know, as their beliefs go, and got the demons out of her, and she donated this land that the church is being built on. Isn't that amazing? Like craziness. Totally demon possessed. Yeah, not believing in God, believing the opposite, but just crazy like that, you know, and finally realizing and then donating land for this church to be built on. Now, on like a reservation, like the church can't buy the land, but they have the rights to it. They bought the rights to build a church on it and have the land for 100 years. So, you know, that's how they do it on the reservation. But it's happening. I've been to Japan in the last 3 years where, you know, you used to, you know, you get caught having church service. You were, you know, I don't want to say I don't know exactly what happened, but it's not good. You couldn't have Bibles, this, that, and other to, you know, planting a church, like having church. The church that I belong to, we plant churches all over the world. There's 2 families that just moved with, I think they have 9 kids together, like 5 and 4, I believe, and they moved to Puerto Rico and started a church there, and they have over 50 members already, like within 4 or 5 months. Like, it's really quick. People are just thirsty all over, you know, they love it. So I like being a part of that. It feels good.
Is that what you do? You go around building churches?
That's what we did. That's what I did when I went to Costa Rica. But the church in Puerto Rico, I donate. You know, we donate a lot of funds, and but I do a lot of outreach here in the community. I've started doing talks to people about ancient cosmology, about biblical cosmology, and making them realize that, you know, why weren't we taught about day 2 creation, the firmament, and what the Bible says about the firmament, right? It's not just the sky, right? We talk about that a lot. That's the starting point, the baseline I have. And then I let them, you know, I'm basically telling people, read the Bible, right? That's what outreach is. So I come here and read the Bible. What does the Bible say? My wife taught me that a long time ago. You know, me and the kids were talking about aliens and blah, blah, blah. And she was like, well, what does the Bible say? Well, you can do that with almost anything in your life and be better for it. So, even with Christians, I say, well, maybe we missed this, right? Every time I read, it tells me something different. So let's read it again with this new outlook. And people are so receptive, man. It's like, you know, it's happening in my church, other churches around. And I have churches around me that have been preaching on the flat Earth theory, right? How the Bible tells you it's not a sphere. You know, we're being deceived, and you know, the great deceiver runs the world. So why wouldn't you think we're being deceived about something that hides the Creator? What better way to hide the Creator than in creation itself? I personally think that's what's happening. It might even be the great deception, but I'm not going to say that. I'm not man enough. You know, I'm not that man. I don't think any man is. But it could be, right? It sure seems like a good, seems pretty great to me when they're hiding the Creator like they are.
Yeah, that was literally the first thing I thought of when I was like, it was my welcome to flat Earth moment. I was like, holy shit, they're hiding God. Oh my God. Like, it was nuts. Yeah, that was a weird thing to realize.
Yep. Well, in God's word, he says he proves himself through creation. So what better way to hide it is through creation, right? Turn it upside down. You know, just turning everything, do basically the opposite. That's what I think. That's what's been done. It's fairly easy to me now, like to realize the whole picture, but it was hard for me 6 or 7 years ago trying to wrap my head around it. Like, no way, right? Like, and it was mostly pride. It was mostly, there's no way I didn't catch this sooner. Or, you know, why would this person deceive me? Well, you have to realize they're not deceiving you. They're just telling you what they believe to be true because they were deceived. You know, if this is true, right? If we live on a flat plane and it's covered by some type of firmament, whatever that might be, then, you know, my teachers, my parents were deceived, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's easy to do. Give me the TV and the books and 2 generations, and I can make it whatever I wanted it to be.
Right,
you can definitely make it flat. You know, that's what everybody observes. I don't know. I mean, it's strange, right? Like it's added a thing to my daily life that I never realized would happen, right? Like, but what a great feeling! Like I'm fine with it. Whatever the truth is, I'm fine with.
That's really it, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I didn't really want. I wasn't like, oh, Jesus sounds so cool, dude. I'm just gonna like stop doing drugs and banging all these random women, and just go to church, and just I'm just gonna do that. Like that was never on my to-do list.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
when Bruce became a parent, and I was like, oh, I'm destroying my whole. Yeah, like I was like, oh, that's why I feel like shit all the time. Okay. I used to think I was just a sensitive pussy. I was like, damn, why do I feel so bad about all these things that I'm doing? Like, be a man, you know? And then I was like, no, like, to be a man is to, like, stop doing those things because of how bad you feel.
Yeah, being a real man is different than being just a masculine man, right? Like, raise a family in the right way, treat your neighbors kind, you know, abide by your God's laws, and you're a man. You know, no matter what anybody else talks about or says, or you know, whatever, you're gonna have good and bad throughout life. That's what life's all about. You wouldn't know what good was unless you had some bad. You don't know what love is unless you realize what hate is. The choices is, you know, you choose your wife or your girlfriend or your friends by choice, right? Same thing with what's going on here. You know, you want to prove your faith with the choices that you make.
Right. Well, that's dope that you're doing all that community outreach. That's another thing that I really want to do.
I mean, I'm kind of doing it right now, but I'm getting paid for it. Like the food that I grow is donated.
Each person did what they could in their own community, and then if they had more to do in other communities, what a better place we would have, right? Like, I don't feel like I do enough. I just don't. But I'm gonna try and do more and try and keep up with what I have and make it grow up. It's been great. But we were right on the Panama border, like from the mountaintop, you could see the border of Panama, like it's right there, And the people are just amazing, very faithful. The men have a ways to go to be the leaders, but the way they treat each other and the women and the children are definitely seeing the light, right? It's harder on the men because they're always having to be in the field, right? Just to survive, right? They have to be, man, everything takes so much time. When you do everything by hand with a machete and you have to walk 2 hours to get this and that and the other, you're pretty much spending all your time doing that. But they're in the creation. It's just they're struggling, right? They're under hardship a lot of the times, or they're poor, so they struggle with that, with the issue of having faith in that. But the churches and schools are full. I mean, they're overflowing. It's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. Very good thing. I'm just pulling weeds in my garden right now. A garden that I manage and planted, rather. I don't own it. Trying to get these Boston pickling cucumbers to blast off this year. Same with my snow peas. Tried to make a bunch of stuff that you could store.
Well, yeah, that's cool, man. You seem like a Christian person, even if North doesn't think so.
North said that about me?
He's just serving pop.
It's like, watch out for that guy, Rocky. Watch out. He's just a fake Christian trying to get authority.
I'd say I'm a typical Christian. Failing many times a day.
I'm glad I don't have to like
I just
even try and talk about that, you know, because obviously people are gonna like and talk about you.
Oh yeah,
That's nice.
people talking.
Got it.
Did you see the devotional I posted from the church I attend? They send the devotional out every day. And it was exactly, I didn't read it till when I was at lunch. Me and my son read it. And it was exactly what we were just talking about before lunch. Like, how did they know? No, it's just a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences. So it happened the other day also. It happens many times in my life where I guess it's kind of vague, but it was the exact topic we were talking about before lunch, right? And there it is in today's devotional sent to me.
It's just really what it is, Rocky. It's like not the topic. It's just that there's like it's like a swarm activity sometimes, and this happens on a lot of things. So don't get me wrong here, but it's like it's almost too easy to just like, yeah, like if you got like certain two people, then another certain two people show up, and then it's just like, yeah, well, it seems like the room's just that's what it is. But it's a very portable argument, you know. Or it's a very sometimes these are arguments. I don't know, man. It's just
I think everybody's different, right? Thank goodness. North is someone that I'll use as an example, is very passionate, and I like that part. He needs to know the limits, but I've heard him understand the limits. You know, when it's like, okay, man, we get it. It's just not the right time right now, and he backs off. That's how I see it anyway. But I see that with other I think that's how it should be. But to say that, you know, a group, I don't know. First of all,
I mean, I'm not trying to comment on. Yeah. No, I just, you know, like I'm not trying to comment on him specifically. On this one right here, I'm just trying to say like there are certain topics where just like everybody will glom on, and it'll be something. And sometimes, you know, that's like we're talking flat Earth and refraction, and sometimes it's religion, and sometimes it's David Bowie. But you know, like things cycle through. That's the idea, or whatever. It's just we're talking about extended, like where it just gets to be everybody gets entrenched and dug in and camps out for 5 hours and wants to hash it out. You know, I guess those are like event type things that occur. It's just like whatever. I don't really know what the whole thing started off today. But that's all I'm
I
trying
don't
to say.
hear that happening though every day. I mean, I see it just like today. Today's a perfect example. I mean, it's been a great day, right? Interesting topics.
Yeah,
pretty.
Yeah, it's just it flows. It has got flow, and nothing's stuck to one thing particularly for too long. And you know, we're not beating in like one subject, like beating a dead horse. Sometimes it becomes that, you know, we're just like going, I mean, that's cool. I guess if people want to get real technical on scripture discussions and stuff, when it becomes about that, really, when it becomes about technical specific talk, like I like that this place, like that Jeremy can kind of hash it out, you know, with somebody. I like being able to hear these kinds of things. For the topic that I'm here to, you know, mostly, you know, here to be part of. So that's cool. I and sometimes that can get real dry too. You know what I mean? And sometimes that can get like beating a dead horse. Obviously, so I don't know. I think just flow is important more than anything.
As a mod for Jeremy to come in after it's gone on too long, or he feels like that, is cool, right? Let's change the subject, guys. You know, this has been great. Thank you for being here and discussing what you believe in. That's great. But I don't think that's what Jeremy's doing. I think Jeremy comes in with an attitude, and he's had some things going on in his life that gives him that attitude, and he takes it out on people like North or myself or who, you know, he doesn't really do it to me, but you understand about the topic. I won't even say North. He takes it out on the topic, and I don't think that's right at all. And the other guy, I think I don't even know who it is, so I won't say the name, but the other guy does the same thing. He doesn't want to hear scripture. Hang on. He doesn't want to hear scripture at all. So every time even when it's not being taught about, he says, "Oh, come on, Jeremy, you know, give us your scripture." You know, they're just you know attacking it basically. And I don't hear that on everything else. It's weird. You have a truth channel, right? And that's that's my truth, and that's other people. That's a lot of people's truth. They want to come here.
Yeah, I remember there was another server, and I'm sure Platypus is familiar with that server. Everyone is. They made a room specifically for biblical because people didn't agree and people didn't really want to debate each other. Or one side would want to debate, like I would want to debate, and the others would not ever, want to debate because they could see where it was going to go. So they create biblical rooms. Then there was a big, conspiracy to get rid of a lot of people in that room. And it was at a time when the biblical room had more people in it than the live stream. And I think it was very evident what was going on. So the guys were kind of scared of that, and they would never, accept a debate. So I think that is the competition just scares them. And we see that here a lot too. People not wanting to debate certain issues, but they want to speak on them, and then go away. But one thing that I thought you guys were saying that was interesting, when I hear people talk about, picking a church or going to a church, the scripture specifies what doctrines are, and it talks about people who should be teachers, and it talks about people who should not be teachers. And it tells you to mark some of those so-called teachers so that no one else, falls for what they're saying to expose their false doctrine. So I would say be very, very careful when you're just going to choose a church and things of that nature. You have to know what that church is about, what they teach. Is he qualified to be a preacher? And what are they preaching about? There's so many things to consider.
Is that directed towards me or towards Rakia, for both of us?
That's just for anyone listening. It was
Oh, no.
mostly for Rakia. For
I
Rakia,
agree.
mostly. If you could hear that, mostly for you, bro. Just be careful out there, man, and be careful who you stand with. How can two walk together lest they agree? So if someone is disqualified from being a teacher and they don't have the Holy Spirit and they claim they do and they claim they've been called, but they do it specifically for a career, you never want to support those people at all. You never want to go stand on the corner or anywhere around a gang members and wear their colors when you disagree with what they do. Because Susie drives by and she sees you. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I hear you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm dealing with it. There ain't no doubt. It's just, I mean, I don't think there's any teacher alive in any church that's gonna be 100% correct in all his teachings. I don't think that's possible.
Well, just think about it like this, man. I'll be real quick. The scripture, it specifies there are only 6 doctrines, and those are the elementary doctrines. That's where you start. There's only 6 of them, and everyone's aware that the teachers are held with a double portion of judgment. They're held to a higher accountability, and everyone who goes to seminary learns that, but they don't learn what the elementary doctrines are because they clearly don't teach them. And when they're not teaching those things, they're not led by what they say they're being led by. And if that's the case, they're going against the Holy Spirit. And what's unforgivable? To speak anything against them. So I would say be very, very careful. I could go into detail and tell you what those 6 are. And I've told you many times, I've asked many people for over 20, 25 years, and they don't know. They have no clue what they are, bro.
Anyway, yeah, I think it's like 50-50 here as far as like the members here that are registered, their denomination or religious. It's about like half. It's about half Christian and half anything or others, and yeah, like a topic can get stuck. That's all. That was my only point, man. Or I think that was the only point with it, really. Like,
I definitely believe there should be some more moderated debates when it comes to that topic. And if you guys think it needs to be moved to another room, that's cool with me. I don't see the reason for it though. When there's nothing else being done, it could be done here. And
no,
those who come in and those who come in and they just rail against others, and against their beliefs, and when they're speaking on the same book or the same text, no matter what it is, Bible or Quran, no matter what it is, and they come in and rail against people and accuse them of things and teaching things, and they jump out. I would demand that those people debate the person they're accusing in a moderated debate, or they wouldn't be allowed to speak again. That's what kind of rule I would apply to those people.
I had a bunch of people tell me you can't grow corn in September, or you can't start it in September. How wrong they were. Now, the real question is, can I finish it in January?
I don't know. I just think, like, in my experience, Discord is a little bit of a different animal than other social media type, hangout type, whatever things I've seen in the past, and it's kind of really cool in a way because you can have different rooms that are all within the same, under the same banner. Like, I like playing music. I like playing music, for instance. Like, I mean, Issa and I kind of like jammed a little bit on the dead air, but I don't necessarily want to do that. But it would be cool if there was like, and I think there is a room to do that too. But it would That'd be interesting if there was just like different things percolating in different rooms. That's kind of always cool. There's the live stream too, but the ability is like that. Yeah, live stream can shift focus or go to a different room. That's possible too. I don't know.
I was thinking it would be cool. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I think I'm delayed. I was just gonna say we don't need to like make a new room. I think just making it so that the name of like live stream 2 could be just changed to whatever is being talked about by whoever's down there would be kind of cool. So like you hop in the server, you see obviously live stream 1 has got people in it, but then you see, oh, what's going on in live stream 2? They've named it Moon Map, or 7-hour Christian scripture reading time, and you can kind of decide whether or not you want to go and be in that room.
Like I like talking about Fibonacci and stuff too, but all I gotta do is mention it, and then like 10 experts on Fibonacci will show up, and I'm like, oh shit, I guess I'll just listen to y'all talk. But it's because there's like that. This is the live stage. This is the place to be speaking from. Kind of, it almost like psychologically puts a certain type of focus on the interactions that occur here. But whatever. I just mean like some things are like tricky discussions, technical in nature, and they're also they might trigger other people maybe to like have to say something, and I don't know. That's the way it is. Either nobody wants to talk about Fibonacci, or like 10 people like show up and all are competing for mic space. I'm gonna cry about it. I'm gonna cry about it.
I've just been rambling while I've been muted. I'm not going to repeat myself, but I did post a picture in the live stream. Yes. There. Yo, Snacks, you there?
What's up?
What's up, dude? Do you just play the saxophone or do you play other stuff?
No, pretty much just I can make noises on other things, but yeah, pretty much I just play the saxophone.
Excuse me. You said that you said like something like Issa and I were like jamming, and when you guys said that, I went and grabbed my guitar. I've been playing since, pretty much.
Nice to play some Tokar Algatara. Issa.
Nah, I was playing some Rod Stewart, that Ooh La La, you know that song?
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. I like that song.
Faces or something in the band.
Your faces. Yes. Just 3 chords, very simple, very easy. What kind of music are you into these days?
I don't know. Just try to listen to a little bit of everything.
Nice.
I am trying to define like my sound, I guess, in some like pop tune. I don't know. It's just like it's the language that people mostly speak in. It's just like I know that song, and then it's just easier to deliver music that way sometimes. But I'm just thinking about doing covers or some shit sometime.
Okay.
What would I like to cover? You know?
Oh yeah, for sure. No, I've been playing that Faces song for like 3 days. I don't know. I like it. I only know the first verse, but I feel like the rest of the song is kind of trash. But nice melody. The guy's got pipes. Can't take away points. You got talent, kid.
You singing it, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like so. I don't know, man. Like I wish I could play guitar, but I have saxophone hands, so that's not gonna happen.
I see. Nah, I'm not the best singer, but I give it 110. Fine. I'm not gonna become a famous song guy or anything, but I give it my best. Dude, did you hear that the guy from Smash Mouth died recently? It sucks.
Wow. Yeah. It sucks. I mean, I was young once, right? But like, and all that time, I was never like, oh yeah, and then this person died, and that person. It's like that's like I just know that that's gonna just keep happening, you know.
Yeah,
And
true.
like 20 years, I'll be like, have you seen Jim Carrey? He looks like he's fucking 1,000,000 years old. He's got a new movie out. It's awesome. That's good, but I think some songs are undefinable by by time, or that they are defined by time in such a way that they just bring you right back there. So that's the cool, amazing magic of music.
Yeah, music is a transporter of such. It takes you on a journey, for sure.
Yeah, and there's like meaning to songs, and then they put the songs in other. I don't know how many times like that song's like been used in movies, but you know, probably a few.
I have a new piece of silver to my collection. I found a silver frog ring.
Sure.
Pretty
Yeah.
tight.
You found a silver frog ring. That's cool.
Yep. Mm-hmm. No, I actually put
Sounds
it on my.
mysterious.
Yeah, I put it on my keychain with another piece of silver that I found. My keychain is worth a freaking lot of money now. Pretty tight, covered in silver.
All right. I keep watching that the 1965 90% silver quarter. I'm wondering if that sells. Man, I gotta get mine graded. I'm like so scared to get it graded. Like I can't. I gotta walk it in. Obviously, it's a high value quarter. You can't just send it in the mail. Get out of here.
That's insane. Do not. I don't really like the idea of. If you've ever heard what Theo Vaughn has to say about the post office, it's kind of profound. That was slightly racist. Don't go listen.
You're kind of breaking up a little bit.
I muted myself on accident.
Greetings,
With my
musicians.
greetings, brother.
Piano player here.
Beautiful. I'm a big fan of Franz Liszt. That someone song, "Love's Dream." That's a great song. That's a great piano piece.
Oh yeah, man. Liszt, Chopin, Debussy. I mean, all of those guys killing it. I for my recital, I went to music school in university and had some Debussy. Did a little Debussy, a little Chopin, Beethoven, Mozart, Bach. Did classical piano performance, but I really enjoyed. I was gigging with bands doing jazz, blues, rock, funk, and love all of it, man. But I came to realize I just really don't like playing out late at night. I'd kind of rather be in bed. It'd be awesome if you could gig and stuff at like 3 in the afternoon, but people like to party at night, I guess.
I'm not good at playing in front of people. I'm actually really nervous. I just started singing around my close friends of after like 17 years. I can only hit certain notes. I go really high, and my voice can go very high. I'm not like Castrato or anything, but I definitely, yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
Well, and
I should learn. Girls
Yeah,
always say your voice is so.
Singing is a challenge. I mean, because you've got you've got kind of your low tone, your head voice, and the in between, and to kind of bridge those together, I think takes a lot of discipline, a lot of singing scales and solfege and practicing. Because yeah, once you get to a certain tone, in your range, then you have to kind of switch to that falsetto head voice, and I think some of these pros, they do it so effortlessly, people don't even realize it.
Yeah, it's
Very, very difficult.
But some people have massive ranges, like Christina Aguilera. Like she's got a massive range. And then other people they kind of hang out more in kind of maybe like 2 octaves or octave and a half, but still sing beautifully. Yeah, I think
I've
playing in
seen
front of
Christina.
playing in front of others is like it's the nerves. I think there's an element of good to the nerves because it means you're in a heightened state of awareness. But it can definitely be debilitating if it's too much. Like I know our piano professor, he was always basically whatever your 100% is in the practice room, you're probably going to be at 80% when you're performing. And that's why you really want to practice to a point where, let's say you perform at 160 BPM in the practice room, maybe your recital is going to be like 150, 145, so you're nice and comfortable versus, trying to rage out as fast as you can.
Yeah, I'm also like, I don't know how to read music, and I play too, but I can't just all 100% by ear. Like if I went blind, I could still play music, no problem, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I think there's benefits to each ability. Like, if you're playing lead charts and you just know chords, or if you're playing by ear and you just know the sound of like a major seventh chord or, a minor chord with a six in it or, a six natural or whatever, you know the sound of it. I think that's a huge strength. Some of the people I went to music school with, they were great at reading sheet music. A lot of the like Asian students and students that were like in on scholarship. I mean, fantastic musicians, but they didn't really know how to improvise much or like play by ear because they were so bound by the music. And and then you kind of have the other side where people are really good at playing by ear, but it's kind of hard to access other music, maybe because they don't have the sheet music skills to learn new rhythms and things like that. But hey, if you can hear it, that's what counts the most. I mean,
Yeah.
if you can hear it and repeat the phrase, there it is.
Yeah. That's good stuff, man. Yeah, it's all true.
I knew a saxophone player that I used to gig with, and he was like, "It's all about the hits and the licks." It's like you got the phrases and you got the rhythms, and you got to know when to play together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's moving it around a bit. It's like you're kind of moving the dial. I think that's like the more that I play, that's where I think it's at, is cycling through like what you can do in a way, uh, rhythmically or by pitch or by tone. Yeah, mix it up. Don't give them too much of the same thing.
I'll be right back.
You're...
I'll talk to you guys in a minute.
Okay, man. Good stuff. Yeah, I wish I was better with sheet music reading and writing. If you're good with that, it can really take you far. But then, like, concept is like another thing too, because yeah, it can just take you a while. Everything takes a while. Like you don't just like understand everything. I don't think you just go to music school and get it all either. Although maybe I'm wrong. So yeah, for rhythms, man, like I really like a lot of Latin rhythms and stuff. I like playing Latin music, or what I broadly just got like I'm like I listen to it enough to like be like I do that style particularly or whatever. Cuban music, probably some of my favorite shit. Jamaican's really good. I call it like Issa really introduced me to all that sort of that flow of music. I'm still working at it. Smoke as much weed as I can. No, I'm just joking. Part of that is I guess that yeah I try to develop like at least something that I can listen to while I'm stoned and that I can play stoned because I kind of just think I like it. But then again, that has nothing to do with what the music sounds like. So I could be like, yeah, yeah, just blaze up, but then I could like play classical runs or something, which I like doing. It's not really like jazzy particularly, but I like to mix it up now. It's very Avatar: The Last Airbender of me. Last Sax Bender.
Yeah, the jazz fusion stuff is pretty cool. I think that when people blend too much like different styles together, sometimes it's a little overbearing. Like I've heard some pieces where it was like, you've got 8 phrases of classical and then eight phrases of jazz or something. To me, it's kind of like just much, but the fusion stuff is nice when you start mixing, kind of playing out versus playing in, and like or mixing Latin and jazz together, and the different rhythmic styles. It's like
Yeah.
you feel it.
I guess first time I really heard it was this saxophonist called Henry Threadgill, and I was like, "Well, I love his name. Sounds like he's probably a good saxophone player with that name." Sometimes I can just tell by the name if it's going to be somebody I like or not. That's weird. Never judge a sax player by his name. But Boney James, never gave him a listen. Never even tried. Okay, top 40 shit. Anyway, his style is very it's iconoclastic, but he basically improvises in a classical way, and I was like, wow, that is cool. And I went to a couple like I went to one of his master classes, and I was like, this guy's like on some other shit, man. Like he doesn't care about anything. He's just like the music, man. It's just the truth, and that's what we make. And I'm like, okay, yes, I'm with you. Yeah, and so much of what I do is impossible to teach and impossible to learn. But that's why it's fun to do. I wish I was just more versed in a mainstream application of it sometimes. Then I'd be working on TV or some stupid shit.
Well, I think it's cool when people are unafraid to play their own sound. I think sometimes when I was around certain like jazz musicians, if you didn't play like bebop, or if you didn't play the exact like jazz sound, you weren't considered a jazz musician.
Yeah.
And for me, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like, no, it should be more about having your own sound,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like a stitched together patchwork of different things, and I think a lot of people who don't just like, I mean, if like I started out and like all I got to do was like David Sanborn shit and I got paid for it, then you bet that's what I'd be playing right now, Like that would have never strayed around and be like, oh, what about like just some crazy noise John Cage crap, you know what I mean? What about that? Yeah. I got real experimental, but
Yeah,
I
I
guess,
mean,
yeah, that's me.
the money is important for sure because it was. I mean, I taught music full time for a while. I taught yoga full time for a while, and they both were really
Cool.
great. But money wise, financially, it just wasn't there. You know, it's so now I'm on to other profession to provide for the family while still doing the music and yoga and meditation and stuff for my family and friends.
That's cool.
But I always love a good gig, man. Anytime there's a gig, I'm ready. You know, I
Are
really
you on the
like it.
East Coast?
Yeah. I'm in Atlanta, kind of
Okay.
outside.
Cool.
Yeah, for me, man, that's the funnest thing for me is the gig. It's not like you know, it's not even like a weekly gig. I'm more so like one time gigs where it's like, hey, we're gonna play these 6 specific songs. These are the tunes. You know, the sheet music or whatever. Like to me, it's like preparing for a real performance, and it has an energy to it. You know, versus if you play the same gig, you know, like every week, you kind of start getting a little like complacent versus if it's a like a one-time gig that challenges you and you're playing with some new musicians and different ensemble.
I like one thing I love about music is it's the same thing I love about skateboarding. It gets me into my where I start to lose track of time and you kind of wake up, snap out, and you're like, I've been playing guitar for like 3 hours straight. You're like, when I was a kid, dude, I would play guitar at high school, and I would play guitar like one. Can't say I got very good, but it's time well spent, I think. Have either of you stepped away from your instrument for a long period of time and then come back to it?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I lived in Ecuador for a little while, and I wasn't really around a piano, but I switched to guitar. I brought like a classical guitar with me, so I was learning some kind of Spanish guitar tunes and things like that on the beach. So it was fun, but I definitely missed my instrument. But man, a piano is kind of hard to come by on when you're on the beach in Ecuador. It's electronics there are very expensive.
That is really cool. Yeah, if I don't play, I'm whistling a lot or I'm singing in my head. It's always music is always happening, like whether I pick up the saxophone or not. The world is
I got
full
bit
of
by something.
stone. Oh, you did?
I don't know. Yeah, it felt like just like a little like I thought maybe I ran into a thorn or something, or maybe it was just like a weird little spider bite, and I felt like trash. And this morning I woke up and there's a huge black and blue bruise around it, and I was like, "Oh, that's not good." I just looked it up online. It's like telling me that I'm gonna die.
You got a black spider. You got a wolf spider. You got hit by a reclusive spider.
One of the ones. I just am laughing at how the internet always has like it is quite painful
Your your signal is a little painful right now.
Oh yeah.
That sucks.
That's
I want to hear you complain fully about this. Sucks.
You want to hear me complain about this? What'd you say?
No, I said I want to hear you complain fully about this, but I wasn't even sure if you could hear me, so I was just being sarcastic.
Oh yeah.
What actually
No,
happened?
I
Because
was not really.
I'm just picking it out. Like, yeah, you got a spider bite or black and blue or something.
Yeah, no, I was just on my hands and knees in the garden yesterday, and like I felt something on my leg, and I wear pretty thick pants though, and there's no like hole in my pants or anything. But I was like walking around yesterday, like, dang, I must have gotten bit by something, and I saw there was like a little bite on my thigh. And then this morning, there's a huge black and blue bruise there, and I was like, whoa, what's that about?
Hate that.
Yeah. I think it just makes you stronger.
Put some toothpaste on it. That cures
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, exactly. Little Windex, little toothpaste, colloidal silver.
Yeah, I'll spray and praise stuff with colloidal silver, but I don't really know if it's doing much. Yeah.
I've heard that if it was a brown recluse, what I've heard to do is put a banana peel on it.
I might try that. If it gets worse, I'm definitely going to go seek attention, but I think I'll be all right. I have been hospitalized by venomous insects before. I was in the hospital for 5 days. They think I got bit by a brown recluse, but they're not sure. Bad. It was bad. I almost lost my arm. The whole arm, right beneath the shoulder. My shit swelled up. It looked like I had a leg for an arm. It was so crazy. There was like my veins were like turning black, like going towards my chest. There were pictures, but I had them deleted. I never ever. If you're ever super sick, the last thing you want is for like people to be taking pictures of you. That's just insane. Bigfoot is not only real, but they are interdimensional. Or they can go invisible. I'm not sure which one. I'm pretty sure it's one or the other. Debate me.
How do they go invisible? They just go hit predator mode.
Yep, exactly. Exactly like Predator mode. That's where do you think they got the idea for that movie from? They're like, oh, we can't make them Sasquatches. Let's make them aliens. That'll be too real.
We should start like a rumor, like yeah, that was like really based on a true story. But
Well,
they're like covering it up, and it was really Sasquatch that took them out.
Actually,
the whole
I
troop
did
of
the
special forces.
I did the research on that, dude. The writers of the Predator movie, I believe they grew up in Needles, California, and there are a ton of Bigfoot sightings out there. You can fact check me on that. I might not be Needles, but I'm pretty sure it's California. I'm pretty sure it's Needles. So who knows?
Have you been thinking about did your gold fever go down, or is it still like burning hot?
I talked to Dyslow about it. We had a nice conversation about some like research that we need to do. I actually, in the short term, looked up like part-time gold mining gigs that are like jobs available that are within like the 2 hours of me, just so I could like learn a little bit more. I've been on a string of like side hustle slash main hustle, like R&D. You know, I've been for a while. I was like refurbishing antique knives off of eBay. I'm still doing that. I did one the other day. Um, I'm also looking at tanning sheep hides to make like car seat covers because I don't know if you've looked up like a all organic, naturally tanned hide. They're pretty freaking expensive. Um, but yeah, gold is tight, dude. I'd love. I do. I don't know. I kind of have thought about digging up, like just like destroying the earth to get gold. I much would rather like find it in riverbeds and stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't know. It's tough. Like if I can grow.
Anyway,
Sorry, go ahead. Go.
like yeah, his plot is like some Godzilla level shit. Really, that's a big pile of dirt there.
Well, dude, that's all of the leftovers from when it was being used back before World War II. I would imagine if you just went down there with a dry sluice and went through the run throughs, just run them through again, you'd probably get something. But I don't know. I'm not an expert or a.
Nah, but I think you're right, and I was thinking the same. Like,
Yeah.
And it might be, something like that would be good just to start out with something like that.
Well, I started designing a dry sluice box that could fit in my trunk that you could like take apart, like as big as it can be, but like fit in my trunk. And I thought it would be cool to just go out and get permission from like various people and see if you can get anything. I mean, if anything, it's a fun hobby. Keeps me outdoors and out of trouble. Idle hands, you know.
I got an old Coca-Cola sign. It's a little bit ratty, but it's like from the 60s. It's like about 2 by 4 feet. I don't even know what I did with. Why did I buy that? But distressed Coca-Cola signs like still sell for like a couple hundred on the old bay.
One thing about is getting a decent metal detector. But I used to go surfing in Malibu, and I know some ways to get onto like some of the private beaches. And I feel like that would be a good place to go search for trinkets in the sand, being that it's a rather wealthy beach.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I concur.
Urban gold mining.
Well, dude, I saw that one guy go down to like the gold district in New York and scrape out all the in between the sidewalk and stuff. And he flew it home and he panned it and he found like diamonds and gold. It was crazy. I don't know if you ever seen that video.
That does sound a little crazy.
I mean, it's a really easy video to fake. Like, if you just have some gold dust and some shitty diamonds, and then you just like videotape yourself scraping gunk out of the street, and then off camera you throw it into the gunk and then you pan it, like, you know.
Oh my gosh, guys, check this out.
Well, my dad pulled that trick on me. He went and bought a bunch of like stones and buried them in the backyard, and he like sent me on a treasure hunt, and then I figured it out like halfway through the hunt, and I was like, "What the fuck, dude?" I'm like 7.
I scored a free Martha Stewart edition cast iron Dutch oven. It is awesome. But that's awesome for my induction cooktop that I have. Induction Martha Stewart pot roast activate. We can go there now.
Another cool idea was taking a metal detector and going to like Eastern Europe, where all these ancient battles happened, and seeing like if you can't find anything out there that like artifacts. Probably couldn't keep them, but
When I was in Colorado, I was chopping up I was doing some sanding on some plywood out in the alleyway, a little outside Denver. Was it in Denver? Might have been in Denver. Anyway, this homeless guy asked me for a cigarette, and I was like, "Yeah, sure, here you go." And I think I had coffee too, so I probably offered him coffee. And he started telling me about his whole like mining hard rock uranium, like since he was like 18 to like till he was like 35. That's cool stuff. He started talking about this one time that they found there's basically a cave that gets blown out over time when they do the extraction. They just like they'll like core down, and then they send somebody down to like look to see if they hit, they know that they hit uranium when they hit a bunch of bones. When they hit the bones, they're usually like impregnated with uranium. Yeah, crazy. And then he said that even crazier, that there was like a tunnel system down there, and that it would take him like 3 hours basically to do the whole round trip, like underground. Like it'd take him an hour and a half there on a golf cart and an hour and a half back in a golf cart.
yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, he was making this trip. Like nobody really knew about this place that he found, or nobody really went there. But there was like some kind of watershed that was happening, and he said like on the rock face wall there were like these little cubes of cubic gold that are like gold crystal that almost like never happens. Like that was a pretty interesting story that he told me. I was like, wow.
Yeah, you said it was the homeless guy you were with, or you gave it.
Yeah, I was like, all right, see you later, man.
Yeah, that's tight. I've had some homeless people tell me some crazy stuff. I'll let them talk to me sometimes if I'm. It's so funny. Like every time a homeless person asks me for money now, I'm always going to do something where it's like they're probably going to do the same thing with the money. Like I'm on my way to buy some beer or something, or like cigarettes or whatever. I'm like, yeah, here, take $1. Probably just you gonna buy a beer? Let me buy you a beer.
Yeah, what I started doing when I was like living out of my car on my Denver excursion was I just give people food if they ask me for anything. Like, here's food. Go away now. You know, like it works. It works a lot. One lady like scared the shit out of me so bad, like out of a zombie movie. She just like appeared out of nowhere in the rain and is knocking on my driver's side like window. She looks like all like haggard and shit. And I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck? I think I was podcasting at the time. And I just gave her a whole like organic chocolate bar and I said, get out of here. There you go. Oh, and on the I think on the way out, like I bought like these ridiculously cheap cartons of sort of real heavy cigarettes. They're like pipe tobacco cigarettes. With like a natural. They were really pretty good, right? But they were like flavored. They were so strong, dude. They were like terrible.
Dude, I used to
But, like
smoke.
if you, yeah, good.
I used to smoke blunts, and yeah, that was way harsh. Those cigar. Like I used to not be like, oh, let's go buy some Swishers, or even Dutch Masters or whatever. I'd be like, no, let's go get like backwoods and like roll it up in those. And yeah, I don't do that anymore. Trying to beat something, I don't know.
So I think as when I left, I just bought like $100 worth of these, which I think equaled out to about 20 cartons or something like that, something crazy like that. 15 cartons. It was insane.
Cigarette rich, dude.
Yeah, yeah. So like when a bum would ask me for a cigarette, I'd be like, "Here's a carton of these."
Dude, that's tight.
And sometimes, like if the guy was cool, I would just like, yeah, just actually some people I just gave them the whole thing. Yeah, just because they asked me for a cigarette, I gave them the whole thing. But this one bum, like I was like, "What do you got?" I was like, "What do you want to trade for it?" So it just became. It was funny that one time.
Nice.
He's like, "I got a Percocet." I'm like, "Yes, we have a deal."
Yes, homeless Percocets.
Like
That's like a shiny, dude. Wow, that's pretty rare.
I know that was like the best deal ever, and my back was destroyed from just like sleeping like in the car and just like driving around everywhere. So like sometimes just like there is no relief.
Dude, tell me about it. My last serious like medical pain emergency, I had access to morphine sulfates, and that was not enough to cure the pain. So I'm just like, oh, I don't even really need painkillers anymore.
Well, what I think happens is like in some way like your nerves can just get like shut on or something like that, and then they're not able to detach like the signal, like that pain signal.
There have been hints in my past that something is up with me and pain medication. I got my wisdom teeth removed. Only one side of my face goes numb. Like they were taking, like they hit me so many times. They were like, "Okay, we can't give you any more of this, but you're saying you'll feel this," and I'm like, "Oh yeah." And then they ripped my tooth out, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I felt that. That's crazy." So something's going on. I'm not sure what. My wires were crossed.
Yeah, that was a fun time. And then when we did the FEMA camp, and yeah, that was pretty much. Then I was like out of reasons to be in Colorado, but then somebody invited me to like stay a couple months. Yeah, I flew back to Jersey. and I guess next year I wound up going back out there because they hosted an international fight conference at Denver, and that's where I had a chance encounter where I booked the same flight as Karen B, and then I got to talk to her like a lot, to where I was like, I've talked enough, I'm gonna shut up now.
Cool.
Yeah, and that's where I met up with Uber Josh. There, we'd been podcasting, so it was a cool thing, like, for us to actually meet up, because talking all kinds of different areas of research for it's just cool to meet up with people. Like, finally, after a year of talking to this person.
Seriously, I've been talking to some people on here for like over half a decade, and we haven't met yet. Some of us we have, but yeah, some of y'all are a little far from me.
I found that was really important in the early days, like, to actually meet the people that you kind of spend the time with on here, and then in a way, like, because things get so shilly, and whatever, it's just like building a group of people that kind of like sort of verify each other is all right sometimes. Or in the old days, it was all right. It's pretty cool. Now it's probably not necessary, but it probably is. But anyway, yeah, it's fun to just actually like put a face to the voice or what have you. Or even if you see, like, I don't know, yeah, Jaren's like really tall. I wanted to talk to the Morgile or Jaren, but they were both so swarmed with other people that, like, I got to have like real one-on-one time with the Morgile's lady, his old lady, and we just like hung out for a minute, and she just complained about everything, and I was like, tell it to me, I want to hear it all. It's great.
Right.
I don't know if you remember who that is.
I do
Used to
not.
do some videos back in the day.
I was thinking about live streaming. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Sorry.
I was thinking about live streaming something, and I decided not to.
Yeah. Live streams are cool. I'm kind of done with it though myself. Too many hours.
Yeah, I hear that.
Like, my nerves are just shot. Yeah.
No, I was meaning like right now. I'm just doing something that I would watch on YouTube. Nice. Maybe I'll share this. But...
Oh, like a regular thing? That's cool.
Yeah, no, I'm just planting some plants right now that were not planted properly, unfortunately. So I have to, yeah, just tricky. When you're packing seed cells, like seed trays, you got to make sure you pack them right. Otherwise, when you try to get the plant out, they just kind of get wrecked.
Yeah, I was looking up all camera lenses before you asked me about music earlier. I get lens happy. I don't know.
That's cool. I was looking up welding masks earlier. I don't have one, and I was planning on doing some welding later, not today, but later in the month. And I don't really want to share a mask.
Yeah, and plus you'll always have it if there's another outbreak or something.
Not that kind of mask, but yeah.
I know.
It's not that kind of mask, Max. Jeez.
Calm down, dude.
This is serious, dude.
Yeah, I really wanted to get like a Eastman welder. It's like a MIG-TIG combo. You just need a little argon flow and do some tack welds up like in a jiffy. What a dream, you know? It's like stapling metal together. Amazing.
Yeah, I knew a guy who had the what's it called? The plasma torch, and then a huge MIG welder on the back of his truck, and he would just go around to job sites like doing specialized welds, and he makes a ton of money.
Yeah, man. I want all the toys. I'd really like to set up some foundry stuff and get like familiar with that. We'll need that for the mining operation as well. So.
You will need that for them, dude. How you pointed that out on the Illuminati card game that the flat earthers get a gold mine, that blew my mind a little bit. I was like, okay, whoa, the prophecy.
It's bigger than us, bro.
Bigger than us. What if it is us, dude? What if you're like, I don't know, dude. What if you were like Napoleon's top guy? Or like Genghis Khan's top guy, dude. Alexander the Great's top guy. It's a lot of pressure. We don't really have any modern day conquerors. Do we?
Like yeah, I guess like corporate conquer, like a Bezos or something, or a Musk.
Corporate conqueror.
Musk the Brave, and
Yeah, that dude's super corny.
I don't know. Both of them seem to have reached out and grabbed the retail market by the hoonah, and it's like, I guess that's
Money machine go brrr.
There's also like micro, like golds. Basically, like most of the gold that's on the Earth crust is not like in nugget form, or like even flake. So, there's something called a gold cube extractor that basically lets the gold rest on the surface tension of the water, and then it's able to be sluiced out. Otherwise, you'd lose it. So I don't know. There's like steps to like what levels of gold recovery you want to actually go to. You know what I mean? Like what levels of trouble you want to put yourself through.
Yeah. How did the Romans do it? You know, were they mining for gold, or were they just like, how was that happening?
Ooh. No.
I feel like there's probably some good techniques there. They're pretty good at a lot of things.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think basically if you just have the ore, then you crush it up and then melt it. Try to find the most concentrated pieces, but anytime, yeah, if you just melt the shit out of that rock in a furnace and then pour it upside down, or you pour it into like an upside down pyramid mold, and then all the heaviest things drop to the bottom. You know, and you just knock the top of the pyramid off, and then that's your metal. And so I don't know what kind of like what Dyslow's thing would be, but if you wanted to try and purify that gold, then you just like heat it up in a very hot furnace in a shot glass made out of bone, basically, and then that bead filters all the other heavy metals into the bone, and you're just left with like pure gold. I just feel like it's so conductive that like if we found the vein of stuff, like if we just applied electricity to it, we should be able to like light up where that is, and maybe like have some kind of sensor that like shows that, and it would be easy to go for those things. That's a stupid idea.
I don't know. I think some of it is kind of like, I guess some people would call it luck. I wouldn't use that word, but so everybody knows what I'm talking about. Luck. Right place, right time. But you got to be doing it. You know, you got to go out and do it. It's not just going to happen.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make the card thing happen. That's all.
Dude, the card thing. I'm 100% support the card thing.
Alternate geology. So I don't know if it's possible. Alternate geology could be the key. Yeah, so like how long do you think it I think yeah, like how long do you think everybody could get together and actually work together?
I think that's a dice flow question.
Yeah, sure. That's a lot of work.
It is. It is. I thought it would be cool where, like, you know, I work part time right now. I'm trying to find work, and it'd be cool to take, you know, like a 2 or 3 hour drive. You set up your tent. You're 3 or 4 days. You're shoveling. You're dirty, and I can just come home, take a shower, and go to work, and then do it all over again. And if you get lucky, great.
find something, that's amazing. If you don't, well, just went for a camping trip. I was planning on doing that anyways. Kind of my attitude towards it right now. But who knows, man? Who knows what we're meant to do? I think there's a plan. Just gotta like look at the signs, read the signs. Ow.
What up? It is now officially Bible Hour, brought to you by North. Joking, just joking.
What's up? What's up?
I make yolk. One more job left, man.
I hear you, bro.
Been a hell of a day, dude.
I know.
Go
It could have
XRP.
been worse. It could have been worse.
Oh, yeah?
It can always be worse.
That is true. This is definitely true.
It also could have been better.
Very true.
Oh, fuck.
It's all right, bro. That XRP is going to do something for you soon. Don't worry, bro.
I think I got like $200 worth or something.
Yeah, it's better than nothing, dude. You might have to wait a little bit longer before you can retire, but those $200.
Dude, I would cash.
Go ahead.
My bad. I would cash that out so quick, bro. Not all of it. I would never sell all of it, but I would sell like I get like a G real quick. I would sell a whole bunch. You know what I'm saying?
Ah, fuck that. I wouldn't sell shit for $1,000, bro. That's not life changing money. You know what I'm saying? Wait till the price point gets up to triple digits at least, dude. If not higher. I don't know. That's just the way I look at it. I mean, if you had more, you know, if you had like tens of thousands, then yeah, I would say like slowly liquidate. You know, like have certain price points where you offload X amount, but with $200 worth, bro, like you got, like, that's what I'm saying. You gotta wait for that price point to be high enough to make it worth it.
Well, it's called dollar cost averaging. Do I got to get Good White in here to explain this to you? Plus, I could use $1,000 right now. Like, I'm not gonna lie, $1,000 would definitely. I know it's not life changing, but for the amount I put in to pull out a G is pretty. And then I would still have some. Like, I would never sell all my Bitcoin at this point. You know what I'm saying? And I would do the same thing with if XRP bubbled. I would never sell all my XRP. I've been had XRP. I got that shit on Atomic Wallet somewhere in one of my phones.
Jeremy's got multiple cryptos on multiple phones and multiple houses, multiple wives and kids. You just need to like consolidate all your shit.
I'm trying to talk my wife into letting me get a Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. I don't know. I think you got some lag going or something, bro. What were you saying, dude? Trying to talk your wife into letting you have some Bitcoin?
Speaking of liquefying, is there any truth to this? The funeral homes, you know, liquefying the bodies and putting them back in the water system. Has anyone heard of that?
Well, where else are they going to fucking get rid of all that?
A miner, a Bitcoin miner.
Fuck, I was like 10 minutes later, bro. You're trying to Talk your wife into letting you do a miner? What'd you say? Oh, Bitcoin miner. Got it. I don't know, bro. Just be a gold miner, dude. But to answer your question, North, like, where else are they going to get rid of all the bodily fluid and shit? You think they just got like 55-gallon drums of fucking ass, blood, and guts fucking stocked up under some mountain somewhere?
Just disgusting, man. I mean, you have all the prescription drugs in the water system, and you have all these things in the water system, and everyone knows what's going on, and we're just going to add to that. People are really out of their mind now.
Fuck, look at what they're doing with all the hospital waste, bro. That shit gets dumped into the fucking the outlets that go into the ocean. Straight into our fucking oceans, bro. Yeah. I don't know, bro. We got a lot of issues, dude. Like a lot of like issues that could be like easily resolved with, I don't know, proper people in place.
I think someone will eventually come and destroy those who are destroying the earth. I don't think anyone's taken the initiative so far.
Yeah, I mean, fuck. What would you call that individual from a governmental perspective?
The king.
No, from a governmental perspective.
King.
I don't know. I would say like king threat / terrorist, dude.
No, I thought you meant the one coming to kill the ones who are destroying the earth.
No, I got your point. But I'm saying like from the governmental perspective, how would they perceive somebody coming to point the finger at them, judge them, and then remove them? Like, that would be a threat. They don't want that.
I've said a long time ago that, you know, all of these politicians who say they're going to do certain things as soon as they get in, as soon as I get in, this is what I'm going to do. If you're not on it and doing it within, you know, a couple of months, you're out. That's it. And then people come up and they want to talk about term limits and things of that nature. But if someone is going to, you know, promise you something or anything of that nature and then do the exact opposite, right? Speak out of both sides of their mouth, they should immediately be taken out of power.
Yeah.
Yo, you know what would be neat if you made them enter a contract before they got elected, and then if they break the contract, then you have some kind of, you could be the priority security interest holder, whatever fucking stupid shit Issa's always on about.
I brought that up many years ago, man. This is so, I mean, it's just common sense, right? And the same thing has been happening over and over and over and over. It's sad that people fall for it.
Well, hold on, let me just say, I was just joking. That stupid shit Issa's always talking about, that's not stupid. That's that could be helpful.
Yeah, he says got some knowledge, man. Yeah, I wanted to ask Issa if he ever, you know, if he recommended the David Lester Strait. I don't know if any of you guys have seen anything he's put out, but the name is David Lester Strait. Pretty sure Issa would be familiar with them.
Who would name their kid Lester?
Yeah, that is weird, right?
Yeah, bro. Such a fucking ugly name.
Bro, before I start lagging, I'm trying to talk my wife into getting a Bitcoin miner. I already got Bitcoins, bro. I'd never sell my last Bitcoin. And I think that is way better for the environment or whatever. He's talking about hurting, killing the earth or whatever. Like, I think it's way more beneficial to be using Bitcoin or some kind of crypto thing than the system we have now. It's got to be less energy.
Yeah, it's not going to be Bitcoin. Bitcoin uses like 1% or exceeding the entire planet's power supply. So that's definitely ain't going to cut it.
No, dude, if you think about all the crypto right now, all the energy crypto uses versus all of the energy the dollar uses and all the currencies, it's probably not even close. The dollar and shit, they're actually making that shit. They got to have a guy, there's machines. They got trucks driving around every city all day collecting and dropping off money in Loomis and Brinks trucks. Like I
They
don't think
printed
there's banks, there's buildings. They have buildings they've had to build, maintain, fill with people. People drive to them every day. There's no way crypto uses more energy than that.
Oh yeah, I mean compared to that for sure. But like as far as the printing goes, like we just printed $600 billion last month, bro. I don't think that's ever happened in the United States history in that short of amount of time, dude. They're talking about reducing inflation while simultaneously creating the issue at hand. But yeah, I mean, crypto would definitely be far more efficient. I'm just saying Bitcoin ain't the one, bro. That's all I'm saying. You should have your wife talk with Good White, bro. Get some better financial advice.